Hello, let me know where you're from in the world and what time it is after liking this video. A shattered life, and I don't know when you're going to read this, but I can tell you when it started. I was out for a walk alone in the woods when the entity came for me. It was beyond a blur. It was, for lack of a better term, absence of meaning. Where it hid, there were no trees. Where it crept closer, there was no grass. Through the arc it leapt at me. There was no breeze of motion. There was no air at all. As it struck, I felt the distinct sensation of claws puncturing me somewhere unseen, somewhere I'd never felt before. My hands and arms and legs and torso seemed fine and I wasn't bleeding, but I knew I'd been injured somehow. As I fearfully ran back home, I could tell that I was less. I was vaguely tired, and it was hard to focus at times. The solution at that early stage was easy. A big cup of coffee helped me feel normal again. For a while, that subtle drain on my spirit became lost in the ebb and flow of caffeine in my system. You could say my life began that week, actually, because that was when I met Mar. She and I got along great, though. To be honest, I'm pretty sure I fell in love with her over the phone before we even met. It was almost as if the strong emotions of that first week made the entity fight back. It was still with me, latched on to some invisible part of my being. The first few incidents were minor, and I hardly worried about them. The color of a neighbor's car changed from dark blue to black one morning, and I stared at it before shaking my head and shrugging off the difference. 2 days later at work, a coworker's name changed from Fred to Dan. I carefully asked around, but everyone said his name had always been Dan. I figured I'd just been mistaken. Then, as ridiculous as this sounds, I was peeing in my bathroom at home when I suddenly found myself on a random street. I was still in my pajamas, pants down, and urinating, but now in full view of a dozen people at a bus stop. Horrified, I pulled up my clothes and ran before someone called the cops. I did manage to get home, but the experience forced me to admit that I was still in danger. The entity was doing something to me, and I didn't understand how to fight back. Mar showed up that evening, but she had her own key. "Hey," I asked her with confusion. "How'd you get a key?" She just laughed. "You're cute. Are you sure you're okay with this?" She opened a door and entered a room full of boxes. "I know living together is a big step, especially when we've only been dating 3 months." Living together? I'd literally just met her the week before. Thing was, my mother had always called me a smart cookie for a reason. I knew when to shut my yap. Instead of causing a scene, I told her everything was fine, and then I went straight to my room and began investigating. My things were just as I had left them, with no sign of a 3-month gap in habitation, but I did find something out of the ordinary. The date. I shivered angrily as I processed the truth. The entity had eaten 3 months of my life. What the hell was I facing? What kind of creature could consume pieces of one's soul like that? I'd missed the most exciting part of a new relationship, and I would never understand any shared stories or in-jokes from that period. Something absurdly precious had been taken from me, and I was furious. That fury helped suppress the entity. I never imbibed alcohol. I drank coffee religiously. I checked the date every time I woke up. For 3 years, I managed to live each day while observing nothing more than minor alterations. A social fact here and there, someone's job, how many kids they had, that sort of thing, the layout of nearby streets, the time my favorite television show aired, that kind of thing. Always, those changes reminded me the creature still had its claws sunk into my spirit. Not once in 3 years did I ever let myself zone out. One day, I grew careless. I let myself get really into the season finale of my favorite show. It was gripping, a fantastic story. Right at the height of the action, a young boy came up to my lounger and shook my arm. Surprised, I asked, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" He laughed and smiled brightly. "Silly daddy." My heart sank in my chest. I knew immediately what had happened. After a few masked questions, I discovered that he was 2 years old, and that he was my son. The agony and heartache filling my chest was nearly unbearable. Not only had I missed the birth of my son, I would never see or know the first years of his life. Mar and I had obviously gotten married and started a family in the time I'd lost, and I had no idea what joys or pains those years contained. It was snowing outside. Holding my sudden son in my lap, I sat and watched the flakes fall outside. What kind of life was this going to be if slips in concentration could cost me years? I had to get help. The church had no idea what to do. The priests didn't believe me and told me I had a health issue rather than some sort of possession. The doctors didn't have any clue. Nothing showed up on all their scans and tests, but they happily took my money in return for nothing. By the time I ran out of options, I decided to tell March. There was no way to know what this all looked like from her side. What was I like when I wasn't there? Did I still take our son to school? Did I still do my job? Clearly I did, because she seemed to be none the wiser. But I still had a horrible feeling that something must have been missing in her life when I wasn't actually home inside my own head. But the night I set up a nice dinner in preparation, she arrived not by unlocking the front door, but by knocking on it. I answered and found that she was in a nice dress. She was happily surprised by the settings on the table. "A fancy dinner for a second date? I knew you were sweet on me." Thank the Lord I knew when to keep my mouth shut. If I'd gone on about being married and having a son, she might have run for the hills. Instead, I took her coat and sat down for our second date. Through carefully crafted questions, I managed to deduce the truth. This really was our second date. She saw relief and happiness in me, but interpreted that as dating jitters. I was just excited to realize that the entity wasn't necessarily eating whole portions of my life. The symptoms, as I was beginning to understand them, were more like the consequences of a shattered soul. The creature had wounded me, broken me into pieces. Perhaps I was to live my life out of order, but at least I would actually get to live it. And so it went for a few years, from my perspective. While minor changes in politics or geography would happen daily, major shifts in my mental location only happened every couple months. When I found myself in a new place and time in my life, I just shut up and listened, making sure to get the lay of the land before doing anything to avoid making mistakes. On the farthest flung leap yet, I met my 6-year-old grandson, and I asked him what he wanted to be when he grew up. He said writer. I told him that was a fine idea. Then I was back in month 2 of my relationship with Mar, and I had the best night with her on the riverfront. When I say the best, I mean the best. Knowing how special she would become to me, I asked her to move in. I got to live through what I'd missed the first go-around, and I came to understand that I was never mentally absent. I would always be there, eventually. When we were moving her boxes in, she stopped for a moment and said she marveled at my great love, as if I'd known her for a lifetime, and never once doubted she was the one. That was the first time I'd truly laughed freely and wholeheartedly since the entity had wounded me. She was right about my love for her, but for exactly the reason she'd considered a silly romantic analogy. I had known her my whole life, and I'd come to terms with my situation and found peace with it. It wasn't so bad to have sneak peeks at all the best parts ahead, but of course I wouldn't be writing this if it hadn't gotten worse. The entity was still with me. It had not wounded me and departed like I'd wanted to believe. The closest I can describe my growing understanding was that the creature was burrowing deeper into my psyche, fracturing it into smaller pieces. Instead of months between major shifts, I began having only weeks. Once I noticed that trend, I feared my ultimate fate would be to jump between times in my life, heartbeat by heartbeat, forever confused, forever lost. Only an instant in each time meant I would never be able to speak with anyone else, never be able to hold a conversation, never express or receive love. As the true depth of that fear came upon me, I sat in an older version of me and watched the snow falling outside. That was the one constant in my life. The weather didn't care who I was or what pains I had to face. Nature was always there. The falling snow was always like a little hook that kept me in a place. The pure emotional peace it brought was like a panacea on my mental wounds. And I'd never yet shifted while watching the pattern of falling white and thinking of the times I'd gone sledding or built a snow fort as a child. A teenager touched my arm. "Grandpa?" "Eh?" He'd startled me out of my thoughts, so I was less careful than usual. "Who are you?" He half grinned, as if not sure whether I was joking. Handing me a stack of papers, he said, "It's my first attempt at a novel. Would you read it and tell me what you think?" Ah, of course. Pursuing that dream of being a writer, I see. He burned bright red. Trying to, anyway. "All right, run off. I'll read this right now." The words were blurry, and annoyed, I looked for glasses I probably had for reading. Being old was terrible, and I wanted to leap back into a younger year, but not before I read his book. I found my glasses in a sweater pocket and began leafing through. Mar puttered in and out of the living room, still beautiful, but I had to focus. I didn't know how much time I would have there. It seemed that we had relatives over. Was it Christmas? A pair of adults and a couple kids I didn't recognize tromped through the hallway, and I saw my son, now adult, walk by with his wife on the way out the door. As a group, the extended family began sledding outside. Finally, I finished reading the story, and I called out for my grandson. He rushed down the stairs and into the living room. "How was it?" "Well, it's terrible," I told him truthfully. "But it's terrible for all the right reasons. You're still a young man, so your characters behave like young people. But the structure of the story itself is very solid." I paused. "I didn't expect it to turn out to be a horror story." He nodded. "It's a reflection of the times. Expectations for the future are dismal, not hopeful like they used to be." "You're far too young to be aware like that," I told him. An idea occurred to me. "If you're into horror, do you know anything about strange creatures?" "Sure. I read everything I can. I love it." Warily, I scanned the entrances to the living room. Everyone was busy outside. For the first time, I opened up to someone in my life about what I was experiencing. In hushed tones, I told him about my fragmented consciousness. For a teenager, he took it well. "You're serious?" "Yes." He donned the determined look of a grown man accepting a quest. "I'll look into it, see what I can find out. You should start writing down everything you experience. Build some data. Maybe we can map your psychic wound." Wow. Sounds like a plan. I was surprised. That made sense, and I hadn't expected him to have a serious response. But how will I get all the notes in one place? "Let's come up with somewhere for you to leave them," he said, frowning with thought. "Then I'll get them, and we can trace the path you're taking through your own life. See if there's a pattern." For the first time since the situation had gotten worse, I felt hope again. "How about under the stairs?" "Nobody ever goes under there." "Sure." He turned and left the living room. I peered after him. I heard him banging around near the stairs. Finally, he returned with a box, laid it on the carpet, and opened it to reveal a bursting stack of papers. He exclaimed, "Holy crap!" But of course, being a teenager, he didn't really say crap. Taken aback, I blinked rapidly, forgiving his cussing because of the shock. "Did I write those?" He looked up at me with wonder. "Yeah. Or you will. You still have to write them and put them under the stairs after this." He gazed back down at the papers, then covered the box. "So you probably shouldn't see what they say. That could get weird." That much I understood. "Right." He gulped. "There are like 50 boxes under there, all filled up like this. Deciphering these will take a very long time." His tone dropped to deadly seriousness. "But I will save you, Grandpa, because I don't think anyone else can." Tears flowed down my cheeks then, and I couldn't help but sob once or twice. I hadn't realized how lonely I'd become in my shifting prison of awareness until I finally had someone who understood. Thank you. Thank you so much. And then I was young again, and at work on a random Tuesday. Once the sadness and relief faded, anger and determination replaced them. After I finished my work, I grabbed some paper and began writing. While the weeks shifted around me, while those weeks became days and then hours, I wrote every single spare moment about when and where I thought I was. I put them under the stairs out of order. My first box was actually the 30th, and my last box was the 1st. Once I had over 50 boxes written from my perspective, and once my shifting became a matter of minutes, I knew it was up to my grandson to take it from there. I put my head down and stopped looking. I couldn't stand the river of changing awareness any longer. Names and places and dates and jobs and colors and people were all wrong and different. I'd never been older. I sat watching the snow fall. A man of at least 30 that I vaguely recognized entered the room. Come on. I think I finally figured it out. I was so frail that moving was painful. Are you him? Are you my grandson? Yes. He took me to a room filled with strange equipment and sat me in a rubber chair facing a large mirror twice the height of a man. The pattern finally revealed itself. How long have you worked on this? I asked him aghast. Tell me you didn't miss your life like I'm missing mine. His expression was both stone cold and furiously resolute. It'll be worth it. He brought 2 thin metal rods close to my arm and then nodded at the mirror. Look, this shock is carefully calibrated. The electric zap from his device was startling, but not painful. In the mirror, I saw a rapid arcing light silhouette appear above my head and shoulder. The electricity moved through the creature like a wave, briefly revealing the terrible nature of what was happening to me. A bulging leech-like mouth was wrapped around the back of my head, coming down to my eyebrows and touching each ear, and its slug-like body ran over my shoulder and into my very soul. It was a parasite, and it was feeding on my mind. My now-adult grandson held my hand as I took in the horror. After a moment, he asked, "Removing it is going to hurt very badly. Are you up for this?" Fearful, I asked, "Is Mar here?" His face softened. Number not for a few years now. I could tell from his reaction what had happened, but I didn't want it to be true. How? We have this conversation a lot, he responded. Are you sure you want to know? It never makes you feel better. Tears brimmed in my eyes. Then I don't care if it hurts or if I die. I don't want to stay in a time where she's not alive. He made a sympathetic noise of understanding and then returned to his machines to hook several wires, diodes, and other bits of technology to my limbs and forehead. While he did so, he talked. I've worked for 2 decades to figure this out, and I've had a ton of help from other researchers of the occult. This parasite doesn't technically exist in our plane. It's one of the lesser spawns of mu beta mu, and it feeds on the plexus of mind, soul, and quantum consciousness, reality. When details like names and colors of objects changed, you weren't going crazy. The web of your existence was merely losing strands as the creature ate its way through you. I didn't fully understand. I looked up in confusion as he placed a circlet of electronics like a crown on my head in exact line with where the parasite's mouth had ringed me. What's mu beta mu? He paused his work and grew pale. I forgot that you wouldn't know. You're lucky, believe me. After a deep breath, he began moving again and placed his fingers near a few switches. Ready? This is carefully tuned to make your nervous system extremely unappetizing to the parasite, but it's basically electroshock therapy. I could still see Mar's smile. Even though she was dead, I'd just been with her moments ago. Do it. The click of a switch echoed in my ears, and I almost laughed at how mild the electricity was. It didn't feel like anything, at least at first. Then I saw the mirror shaking, and my body within that image convulsing. Oh, Number, it did hurt. Nothing had ever been more painful. It was just so excruciating that my mind hadn't been able to immediately process it. As my vision shook and fire burned in every nerve in my body, I could see the reflected, trembling light silhouette of the parasite on my head as it writhed in agony equal to mine. It had claws, 6 clawed, lizard-like limbs under its leech-like body, and it cut into me in an attempt to stay latched on. The electricity made my memories flare. Mar's smile was foremost, lit brightly in front of a warm fire as the snow fell past the window behind her. The edges of that memory began lighting up, and I realized that my life was one continuous stretch of experience. It was only the awareness of it that had been fragmented by that feasting evil on my back. I'd never managed to be there for the birth of my son. I'd jumped around it a dozen times, but never actually lived it. For the first time, I got to hold Mar's hand and be there for her. No. That moment had shifted seamlessly into holding her hand as she lay in a hospital bed for a very different reason. Not this. God, why? It was so merciless to make me remember this. I broke down in tears as nurses rushed into the room. I didn't want to know. I didn't want to experience it. I'd seen all the good parts, but I hadn't wanted the worst part, the inevitable end that all would one day face. It wasn't worth it. It was tainted. All that joy was given back 10,000-fold as pain. The fire in my body and in my brain surged to sheer white torture, and I screamed. My scream faded into a surprised shout as the machines and electricity and chair faded away. Snow was no longer falling around my life. I was out in the woods on a bright summer day. Oh God. I turned to see the creature approaching me. It was the same absence of meaning, the same blank on reality. It crept forward just like before, but this time it hissed and turned away. I stood, astounded at being young again and freed from the parasite. My grandson had actually done it. He'd made me an unappetizing meal, so the predator of mind and soul had moved on in search of a different snack. I returned home in a daze, and while I was sitting there processing all that had happened, the phone rang. I looked at it in awe and sadness. I knew who it was. It was Marjorie, calling for the first time for some trivial reason she'd admit 30 years later was made up just to talk to me. But all I could see was her lying in that hospital bed dying. It was going to end in unspeakable pain and loneliness. I would become an old man, left to sit by myself in an empty house, his soulmate gone long before him. At the end of it all, the only thing I would have left, sitting and watching the falling snow. But now, thanks to my grandson, I would also have my memories. It would be a wild ride, no matter how it ended. On a sudden impulse, I picked up the phone. With a smile, I asked, "Hey, who's this?" Even though I already knew. Author's note. Together, my grandfather and I did set out to write the tale of his life. Unfortunately, his Alzheimer's disease progressed rapidly, and we were never able to finish. He's still alive, but I imagine that, mentally, he's in a better place than the nursing home. I like to think he's back in his younger days, living life and being happy, because the reality is much colder. It's snowing today. He loves the snow. When I visited him, he didn't recognize me, but he did smile as he sat looking out the window. Eat my heart. I wish I could give a more romantic starting point, but I just don't have one. I didn't do bad in school. No Einstein, but I got by and kept my head down. I kept that up after getting into college, pursuing a major in English. Dealing with kids seemed like a nightmare, but teaching was something I thought I enjoyed. From the few times my friends asked for help with essays and explanations of one of the 1,000 poems we were expected to learn, I didn't have a mom at home, but I wasn't under any circumstances abandoned. My dad filled up both roles, tried his absolute hardest, and I'll always love my dad. He was a baker but got promoted over time and runs his own bakery. His bakery is how I met Scott. I was helping out with moving the pretzels from the storage room in the back to the front. Partially because of the pretzels being bought, mostly because of me stealing them and eating them. When he first came in, I took one glance, looked back at the pretzels, looked back at him, and saw him looking at me, and walked back to the storage room still holding a whole bag full of pretzels. My dad gave me the worst side eye I've received to date and gave me an all-knowing smirk stating, "I know you're trying to hide it, but I can see you blushing." From there, I only remembered jumps in moments. From him becoming a regular, to asking to hang out. From friends to best friends. I wish the feelings went away for some pathetic reason. I wish I could have stayed his friend because I know how much easier it is to be forgiven when love isn't in the equation. I tried for so long to not think about him, but I couldn't. He was the foundation keeping my head up, and he was the only thing in my mind. I loved the way he fixed his middle part in the wind. I loved the way he laughed and how clean his teeth looked. I loved the way he smelled and how his hands looked. I loved the way he talked, the way he wouldn't let people be rude without reason but would try understanding every side. Every time I looked into his eyes, I saw a heavy heart with a soft inside, and I wanted it all to myself. Every other boy and girl that looked his way ignited a hatred in me, like some unforgiven sin they've committed in my eyes. And I do not forgive. I do not forget. By day the feelings were sweet and quiet. By night they turned loud and violent. Thoughts of him looking at me and telling me that he isn't comfortable around me. Thoughts of him seeing me the way I saw myself. I don't know what I was more scared of. Him saying he'll never love me, or him saying he loves me too. Then from those to worse. How I'd react if he died. How I'd hurt and hate myself. What I'd do if he fell in love with somebody else. He wasn't ever mine, but I wanted it more than I wanted anything else in this world. We stayed friends for 2 whole years until I ruined everything. One cold November night, I had came over to his house in just a t-shirt again. I was doing that quite a lot, actually. If he suspected anything, he never had the heart to say anything. I just loved wearing his clothes, his smell, his dead skin particles against mine, something that belonged to him covering me and keeping me warm. I belonged to him. He wasn't mine, but I was his. We had this obsession over Fight Club. Where he enjoyed the psychological aspects, I just loved Brad Pitt and Norton. There wasn't anything special about the night. I just got drunk and made a mistake. Something came up in the movie, some scene where the two are making soap. He said we should try. I don't know what I was thinking, but I crawled over to him and kissed him. He didn't say anything, but his body language said enough. The dead motion, the stillness, the mix of shock and horror in his eyes. I sobered up quickly after that. I stood up and left, still wearing his hoodie. I don't know if he looked at me on the way out. I didn't turn around. I didn't deserve to know. We didn't text again for a very long time. I cried in his hoodie till the color drained out of it, till the color drained out of my eyes. My dyed hair, my painted nails. I cried till I couldn't cry anymore. I'd like to say I got over him, but it would be a lie. I kept on with life, but the ambition I had died off. Being an English teacher turned into working full-time at my dad's. The personality I had liked about myself slowly dwindled and shrank until I wasn't that person anymore. The memory of that person was in the pictures of me and Scott I had saved as my lock screen. Scott's clothes I hadn't thrown out. I didn't turn to drinking or drugs or anything drastic. I just got on. Life felt dull, and I knew there was no point of destroying myself. My dad deserved better. Yesterday marked 2 years of me and Scott not talking. I helped my dad cook some cinnamon buns, which I was more than happy to do. Cinnamon was a new favorite snack I had enjoyed. He said to go take a break since the shop didn't need extra hands until around 1 p.m. to where people would usually pop in for their breaks. We owned a building with 3 floors and had the bottom floor dedicated as a bakery, and the other 2 were our living quarters. So I went upstairs and made a cup of tea in our staff room, which was really just our living room and kitchen. I turned on the TV and looked for something to watch for the 30 minutes I had, but couldn't find anything appealing. I turned off the TV, took a long sip from my cup of tea, and checked my phone. Scott had messaged me. Hey, classic. I tried to hold back the urge to write a paragraph back. I kept writing words and deleting them and writing and deleting. Scott sent another message before I responded. I assumed you'd text SMTN a little sooner, but I got bored of waiting. Guilt bit down into me. I could have written something. I should have. The love I held never fully dissipated. It couldn't. Dating just felt like I was cheating on him. Sex just felt empty. Nothing could ever break what I felt, but that night hit me in a way I could never recover from. What apology could ever possibly be enough? I wrote back. My fingers were typing, but I wasn't writing in a collected, intelligent way. My body was typing for me. Why now? He responded almost instantly. It almost made me smile at how fast he had typed a response back. I feel like I led you on. I kinda always had a guess you were gay, but I just didn't think that you would. You know. My heart was unbearably loud. My right leg was bouncing. My teeth were quivering. I didn't know what to say. There's no words that could fully express how I felt, how wrong he was. I wanted to tell him that it wasn't his fault. I wanted to apologize and say a million things. I settled on humor. My fault falling in love with somebody who dips chicken into maple syrup. After I pressed send, I got terrified. What if he didn't find it funny? What if his humor changed? What if this and that and this and that? He responded with a shitty gif of a crying, laughing emoji with the caption ROFL. Nobody said that anymore or used that gif. He's such a loser. Low blow coming from somebody who drinks Bloody Marys. Jokes became catching up became talking, and talking turned serious quicker than I was comfortable with. He wouldn't bring up anything recent that happened in his life, only asking about me and trying to expand things as much as he could. From spiked seltzer to bottles of painkillers, nothing had gotten exciting. I never got addicted, but talking to him made me realize I'm technically sober from drinking, since I hadn't drank in over a year. Then almost out of nowhere, after him laughing about my cinnamon obsession, I mentioned I wasn't actively trying to be sober, just hadn't had anyone to drink with. He responded with a message I really missed seeing. Want to come over? I've got some Coke and some Smirnoff. Within a minute of reading the message, I asked my dad to skip work. After a heavy apology and a promise to do all the cleaning myself when I returned, I left towards the apartment Scott said he was staying in. I knew it was just friends as we could ever be, but my heart was racing. I was wearing the gray hoodie I had taken on the night I kissed him. I held my phone like a baby and kept checking down to make sure the message was real and that I hadn't misread it. It hadn't snowed, but all the local nature was covered in frost. It was still bright, but due to November, it would be pitch black in a matter of 3 to 4 hours. The sun wasn't visible. The glow gleamed through the clouds and shined onto all of the town beneath. Rain was drizzling down with an apparent high risk of heavy rain, but at the time I thought my weather app was over-exaggerating. If I waited 20 minutes, I could have had the bus bring me over, but it was only a 15-minute run, and I wasn't patient to wait any longer than I had to. When I got to the block, my first thought was how horrible the building looked. On Google Maps, it looked like a relatively clean, gray-painted building. Ruins of some kind of apartment block begging for revival or a deep cleaning. The building looked all wrong, in every sense of the word. The graffiti was everywhere, but none of it was coherent. Odd sentences that made no sense, strange drawings and strange glyphs. The concrete had some kind of outer coat that was peeling off. What wasn't falling apart was covered in vines. It stood out heavy in comparison to the 2 brightly painted yellow apartments on its left and right side. I went up looking for a buzzer but couldn't find a keypad or any way to contact a tenant. I had been behind on my phone bills and have not been prioritizing keeping my data paid, so I had no way to contact him. Half expecting it not to work, I pushed the graffiti-stained glass door. To my surprise, it opened. Dust and ancient cobwebs blew off the doors. Cold air blew out, as if the block had its own wind within it. I walked in and smelled heroin needles and crying women. Some kind of place tainted in heavy memories and violence. This couldn't have been right. I turned back and began to walk outside, but was greeted with heavy rain. I could have left. I was raised here. I'm adjusted to rain. Nothing was truly stopping me, but I knew this was the right place. I went onto Google Maps and traced each road and followed to the gray apartment sandwiched between 2 colorful ones back home. I was too confident to go home. I turned on my phone planning to see if I can still access maps without Wi-Fi, but got greeted with the last message from Scott. A new one had appeared. I love you. I glanced over it and saw it, but didn't fully process it at the moment. I checked back down and read each word letter. Bye. Letter. My heart ignited and I dropped my phone in a panic. It hit the concrete hard and I saw pieces of glass shatter and bounce away. I crouched down and picked up my phone. It went from a small crack to a huge one. Half my screen was a neon green and the bottom half a neon pink with white sectioned lines like cuts. Only the middle was visible, only the last text he had sent me. I knew he didn't. I got scared. What if he was doing something awful to himself? What if he just wanted to text his old friend goodbye? What if this was his goodbye? My mind snapped in a panic. What room was he in? I couldn't check my phone and I couldn't check each room in this block. Think, conversation. laughing about eating habits, inviting me over, telling me the address. BTW, I'm in room 14, it's on the top floor, but don't take the elevator, it's on its last leg. 14. I shoved my phone into my pocket and went towards the stairs. The building didn't have any of its natural light, so I used the broken screen of my phone to light the way. There was a yellow stained rug on the floor of the stairs that followed me all the way up, each step squishing some kind of unknown fluid into the fabric of my runners. I wasn't paying attention to smaller details, but I could imagine maggots on the floor crawling to the decaying, rotting body of Scott. Dying alone next to the phone waiting for me, I sped up. His name was stuck in my throat between panting breaths. I let him out, screaming and pleading and begging, but I got up to the last floor. I stopped for a second to pant and then looked up at where his door was. My heart sank into my guts. His door was covered in some kind of green moving vines, some form of green tendrils moving, swirling, almost breathing. The ends were caressing where the number of his door was. 14. I charged into the apartment and tried breaking through the door but failed to break it down. The tendrils reacted and shrunk, tightening against the door. I followed the tendrils with my eyes and realized they led into the room. No, they were coming from the room. "Scott?" I whimpered. "Scott, what the fuck is this? Are you okay?" The tendrils remained unchanged. I took 4 steps back, counting each one, and charged back into the door, slamming against it with my shoulders. I took more steps and rammed over and over and over and over and over and over and over until the wood reached a breaking point, and I ended up crashing right through the door into the apartment. I coughed. My lungs and shoulders felt like they were burning. I luckily didn't get any splinters or land on anything sharp. In fact, my landing was weirdly soft. I put my hands under me and pushed myself up to see the apartment. It was overgrown, writhing green vines shifting and moving lively, covering each possible surface of the floors and the walls. Some areas led into masses of contorted greenery, which had gorgeous red mushrooms growing out of them. The only light illuminating the room was a scarce yellow coming from the right to where I assumed the bathroom to be. I walked forward, trying to avoid the vines, and went into the bathroom. There wasn't any of the bathroom left. From the floors and ceiling to the doorway and walls, everything was covered. Not an inch of tiles or plaster was visible. Pulsating, swirling, shifting, and breathing vines moved across each other, like snakes fighting over any ounce of color that wasn't green. The living tendrils swirled, and I picked a single one and followed it from its end all the way over to where I realized all the vines were coming from a huge cluster of them in a particular shape. A bathtub. I wanted to run and scream and cry more than anything, but I couldn't. Something overtook me. I looked down to my feet and saw one of the ends of the vines had wrapped themselves around my foot. It wasn't a strong sensation like it was forced. It was warm, inviting. I took a step forward and the vine let go, moving under my foot and making space onto the floor for me to move without hurting the vines. The moment I got close to the tub, the vines shifted and moved and opened up a viewing window so I could see the contents hidden within. I collapsed onto the floor beside and grabbed onto the vines. They held me back. He wasn't groaning. He didn't have that much left in him. His skin was plastic, faded, yellow, shining. It looked wrong. Vines contracting and shifting around his exposed ribcage. He only had one organ left. No lungs, no liver, no stomach, no intestine. Just a massive bloated heart. It was shining orange with a bleak white hue at the bottom. It was beating and barely contained in its wooden ribcage. I rubbed the vines, realizing the pulsating of the vines matched Scott's heartbeat. I held the edge of the tub, feeling weak. A vine slowly moving and wrapped itself around my hand. It didn't speak to me in the general sense, more so I felt the meaning. It went beyond needing to be understood. The guilt, the loneliness, all the girls he left behind broken and sobbing. I felt what he had felt in my absence, the good and the ugly. Scott didn't love me the way I loved him, but he missed me, and in his own way he did love me back. I sobbed, crying from all of his pain passing through me. I felt like I was being gutted. The vines leached off of me, prying into my love for him. I wanted to leave. I wanted to leave more than anything. I loved him, but he's gone. There's nothing left of him. nothing to love. I tried to take my hands off of the bathtub, but noticed the vines held me in place. When I tried to pull against them, they held me tighter and pierced into my skin, tightening and impaling and holding me still. He didn't want me to leave. Whatever was happening, whatever he was changing into, he didn't want it to happen alone. I tried to use my legs to stand and push myself against them, but I found my whole body encaged in their grasp. "Scott, please let me go." His dead mouth didn't so much as twitch. The grasp didn't change, only got tighter against my body once I put any force behind it. I tried one more heavy squirm to fight against the vines and got sent into agony. My arms, my legs, my hands, my thighs, all of them tightened and crushed my body, trying to lock me into position. The only thing I had any control of was my neck and my mouth. I felt my body getting weak, the pain shifting all throughout my body, making me hear my own heartbeat. I could also feel my own blood flow slow and boil into my brain, making every thought a nightmare to hold on to. "I love you too, Scott," I cried. I cried it out with a tear while my whole body was burning. I repeated it. "I love you." Begging and pleading and praying for the words to go through and for something to change, but nothing did. It just got tighter. I gave up and cried, weeping in the same place and moving my head down to try to put myself against the bathtub. I then noticed just how far I can reach down with my mouth and decided on one final idea. As quickly as I could, I moved my head down and bit down at the vines around my right hand. The bite made my entire right arm burn as if I was gnawing through my own flesh, but I pursued. I bit deeper and deeper, seeing blood leaking from the vines. I chewed and spit and chewed and spit and chewed and spit until I had a weak enough section to tear my hand out of. As I got one limb free, all the others got worse, but I had my strength, and I knew if I didn't fight now, I might never get the chance to fight again. I pulled on my left hand and moved it as close as I could to my mouth. I got it and pulled and dragged it into my mouth and gnawed. With both my hands free, I tried to rip the vines off my legs, but had no such luck. The more I pulled, the worse it got. I couldn't rip the vines off of me. What should I do? What can I do? I looked over at Scott's body. I noticed a small glimmer on his cheek that had fallen from his eye. Scott had been crying. He can't control this, but he's conscious. I know he would have wanted me to. I know he didn't want to be trapped there, in a personal cage. I grabbed onto the wooden ribs, keeping the strange beating heart in his chest, and tore them. They were fragile, wet, weak. They broke off easily. I broke 3 more, giving myself enough space to reach into the chest and grab. It didn't feel fleshy or wet, anything you'd associate a beating heart with. It was almost rubber, some kind of smooth silicone texture that was soft and squishy. I put my hand underneath it and felt it beat and instantly pulled my hand away. The curiosity which had become Scott's heart had shocked me in some way. I looked at my hand and saw tiny specks of green injected into spots around my right hand that burned. I did my best to ignore them and wrapped my hand around the heart. The vines that still had a grip on me began tightening more and more, and I felt like I had seconds before my bones snapped. I couldn't wait anymore. I couldn't take that risk. In between tears, I grabbed, I squeezed, and I pulled. The heart had attached itself into threads of flesh that wouldn't let go quite as easily as I wanted. I slowly pulled the heart closer in the direction of my head, avoiding the pain each beat sent from my hand down my wrist, down my entire body. After one blind moment, it tore. The vines had instantly let go, and I collapsed onto the floor behind me. His heart had lost the pulse and color that made is so magical and strange. Replacing the rubber was an outer layer that had petrified upon losing contact to Scott's body. It was hard, almost wooden, but not quite. It had jagged edges and dents, and along the middle it had a rough part that circled around it. It resembled a really big peach pit. It was a seed. I cradled it, figuring it was harmless now. I stood up and looked at Scott's lifeless body one more time. I weighed the pros and cons of kissing him, but settled on a fist bump, and through knot and agony cried out the last thing I'll ever tell Scott, something I'd rather keep to myself. I went home slowly, taking the rain in every drop at a time. Every noise, every car, every person, every splash of a puddle felt so inconceivable, so distant, so pointless. I walked home, and when I got home, I sat down into the corner and cried. I held what used to be Scott's heart against my chest as close to my heart as I could, and I cried. Didn't ever think I'd have to use a fucking flashlight again. My son Josh stormed into the house an hour ago, and I left to get us some food because the fridge had fuck all in it. Sure, the traffic was a little much, but 2 hours of time is not enough for what I came back to. The entire windows from the outside were almost entirely covered in thick, growing, writhing vines. They shifted and moved and rapidly expanded, reaching and clawing for more space to perch onto. I got out of the car without a slight thought of what to do. The vines found an open window and must have accidentally opened the door, as the vines reached out into the outside walls and the pavement lining the floor. Josh is still inside. I didn't have my phone, so I rummaged through an old camping bag in the trunk and found a flashlight. The battery was fucked, but hitting it brought it back for a few seconds, and I decided if it was all I could use, I would abuse it. The vines didn't tear, but they moved on their own accord to avoid whatever force was being put on them. I opened the door, and it slowly slithered away as if alive, while growing longer and longer, stretching itself as far outside as it could to. The small bakery with blue and white walls and a cozy feeling now looked as if abandoned and left to rot. The vines only allowed small beams of sunlight to pierce through the darkness, and whatever fit through the unforgiving tendrils came out in a similar color, painting every surface of wood in a sickening green hue. The vines continued shifting and contracting, grabbing and feeling around different chairs and counters. Any baked goods that came into contact with the vines instantly rotted and became covered in mold. I walked around to the back room where the staircase up to my living room was. The light from the windows didn't reach any further, so I smacked the light into submission and got to see the stairwell in its honest light. The tendrils wrapped around the ceiling, the walls and the floor, shifting once I changed my footing to slowly climb up or hold on to the walls for balance. Vines hung off of the ceiling, curling and moving into the air as if confused fingers trying to find a point of contact. The house was alive. I walked up the stairs as quickly as my fear allowed me. The living room was in a similar state of overgrowth, with one clear difference: vegetation, giant pink daisies coming out of the couch, glowing blue mushrooms growing from the green that had coated the TV. The vines seemed to be growing out of the stairs that led to the third floor, which led to Josh and I's bedrooms. The vines on the stairs here were thicker. They wouldn't move. They were stuck in place and thick, and I tried to avoid touching as many as I could, but there were just too many. Once I finally made it to my son's room, I opened the door, but the flashlight ran out of charge. I smacked it over and over, but the battery must have fully fried on the way up. "Josh?" I called out for my son, but no words came back to me. The only response was two green pulsating orbs I saw in the corner of his room beating together in unison. Eat my heart. I wish I could give a more romantic starting point, but I just don't have one. I didn't do bad in school. No Einstein, but I got by and kept my head down. I kept that up after getting into college, pursuing a major in English. Dealing with kids seemed like a nightmare, but teaching was something I thought I enjoyed. From the few times my friends asked for help with essays and explanations of one of the 1,000 poems we were expected to learn. I didn't have a mom at home, but I wasn't under any circumstances abandoned. My dad filled up both roles, tried his absolute hardest, and I'll always love my dad. He was a baker but got promoted over time and runs his own bakery. His bakery is how I met Scott. I was helping out with moving the pretzels from the storage room in the back to the front. Partially because of the pretzels being bought, mostly because of me stealing them and eating them. When he first came in, I took one glance, looked back at the pretzels, looked back at him, and saw him looking at me, and walked back to the storage room still holding a whole bag full of pretzels. My dad gave me the worst side eye I've received to date and gave me an all-knowing smirk, stating, "I know you're trying to hide it, but I can see you blushing." From there, I only remembered jumps in moments. From him becoming a regular, to asking to hang out. From friends to best friends. I wish the feelings went away for some pathetic reason. I wish I could have stayed his friend because I know how much easier it is to be forgiven when love isn't in the equation. I tried for so long to not think about him, but I couldn't. He was the foundation keeping my head up, and he was the only thing in my mind. I loved the way he fixed his middle part in the wind. I loved the way he laughed and how clean his teeth looked. I loved the way he smelled and how his hands looked. I loved the way he talked, the way he wouldn't let people be rude without reason but would try understanding every side. Every time I looked into his eyes, I saw a heavy heart with a soft inside, and I wanted it all to myself. Every other boy and girl that looked his way ignited a hatred in me, like some unforgiven sin they've committed in my eyes. And I do not forgive. I do not forget. By day the feelings were sweet and quiet. By night they turned loud and violent. Thoughts of him looking at me and telling me that he isn't comfortable around me. Thoughts of him seeing me the way I saw myself. I don't know what I was more scared of. Him saying he'll never love me, or him saying he loves me too. Then from those to worse. How I'd react if he died. How I'd hurt and hate myself. What I'd do if he fell in love with somebody else. He wasn't ever mine, but I wanted it more than I wanted anything else in this world. We stayed friends for 2 whole years until I ruined everything. One cold November night, I had came over to his house in just a t-shirt again. I was doing that quite a lot, actually. If he suspected anything, he never had the heart to say anything. I just loved wearing his clothes, his smell, his dead skin particles against mine, something that belonged to him covering me and keeping me warm. I belonged to him. He wasn't mine, but I was his. We had this obsession over Fight Club. Where he enjoyed the psychological aspects, I just loved Brad Pitt and Norton. There wasn't anything special about the night. I just got drunk and made a mistake. Something came up in the movie, some scene where the two are making soap. He said we should try. I don't know what I was thinking, but I crawled over to him and kissed him. He didn't say anything, but his body language said enough. The dead motion, the stillness, the mix of shock and horror in his eyes. I sobered up quickly after that. I stood up and left, still wearing his hoodie. I don't know if he looked at me on the way out. I didn't turn around. I didn't deserve to know. We didn't text again for a very long time. I cried in his hoodie till the color drained out of it, till the color drained out of my eyes. My dyed hair, my painted nails. I cried till I couldn't cry anymore. I'd like to say I got over him, but it would be a lie. I kept on with life, but the ambition I had died off. Being an English teacher turned into working full-time at my dad's. The personality I had liked about myself slowly dwindled and shrank until I wasn't that person anymore. The memory of that person was in the pictures of me and Scott I had saved as my lock screen. Scott's clothes I hadn't thrown out. I didn't turn to drinking or drugs or anything drastic. I just got on. Life felt dull, and I knew there was no point of destroying myself. My dad deserved better. Yesterday marked 2 years of me and Scott not talking. I helped my dad cook some cinnamon buns, which I was more than happy to do. Cinnamon was a new favorite snack I had enjoyed. He said to go take a break since the shop didn't need extra hands until around 1 p.m. to where people would usually pop in for their breaks. We owned a building with 3 floors and had the bottom floor dedicated as a bakery, and the other 2 were our living quarters. So I went upstairs and made a cup of tea in our staff room, which was really just our living room and kitchen. I turned on the TV and looked for something to watch for the 30 minutes I had, but couldn't find anything appealing. I turned off the TV, took a long sip from my cup of tea, and checked my phone. Scott had messaged me. Hey, classic. I tried to hold back the urge to write a paragraph back. I kept writing words and deleting them and writing and deleting. Scott sent another message before I responded. I assumed you'd text SMTN a little sooner, but I got bored of waiting. Guilt bit down into me. I could have written something. I should have. The love I held never fully dissipated. It couldn't. Dating just felt like I was cheating on him. Sex just felt empty. Nothing could ever break what I felt, but that night hit me in a way I could never recover from. What apology could ever possibly be enough? I wrote back. My fingers were typing, but I wasn't writing in a collected, intelligent way. My body was typing for me. Why now? He responded almost instantly. It almost made me smile at how fast he had typed a response back. I feel like I led you on. I kinda always had a guess you were gay, but I just didn't think that you would. You know. My heart was unbearably loud. My right leg was bouncing, my teeth were quivering, I didn't know what to say. There's no words that could fully express how I felt, how wrong he was. I wanted to tell him that it wasn't his fault. I wanted to apologize and say a million things. I settled on humor. My fault falling in love with somebody who dips chicken into maple syrup. After I pressed send, I got terrified. What if he didn't find it funny? What if his humor changed? What if this and that and this and that? He responded with a shitty gif of a crying, laughing emoji with the caption ROFL. Nobody said that anymore or used that gif. He's such a loser. Low blow coming from somebody who drinks Bloody Marys. Jokes became catching up became talking, and talking turned serious quicker than I was comfortable with. He wouldn't bring up anything recent that happened in his life, only asking about me and trying to expand things as much as he could. From spiked seltzer to bottles of painkillers, nothing had gotten exciting. I never got addicted, but talking to him made me realize I'm technically sober from drinking, since I hadn't drank in over a year. Then almost out of nowhere, after him laughing about my cinnamon obsession, I mentioned I wasn't actively trying to be sober, just hadn't had anyone to drink with. He responded with a message I really missed seeing. Want to come over? I've got some Coke and some Smirnoff. Within a minute of reading the message, I asked my dad to skip work. After a heavy apology and a promise to do all the cleaning myself when I returned, I left towards the apartment Scott said he was staying in. I knew it was just friends as we could ever be, but my heart was racing. I was wearing the gray hoodie I had taken on the night I kissed him. I held my phone like a baby and kept checking down to make sure the message was real and that I hadn't misread it. It hadn't snowed, but all the local nature was covered in frost. It was still bright, but due to November, it would be pitch black in a matter of 3 to 4 hours. The sun wasn't visible. The glow gleamed through the clouds and shined onto all of the town beneath. Rain was drizzling down with an apparent high risk of heavy rain, but at the time I thought my weather app was over-exaggerating. If I waited 20 minutes, I could have had the bus bring me over, but it was only a 15-minute run, and I wasn't patient to wait any longer than I had to. When I got to the block, my first thought was how horrible the building looked. On Google Maps, it looked like a relatively clean, gray-painted building. Ruins of some kind of apartment block begging for revival or a deep cleaning. The building looked all wrong, in every sense of the word. The graffiti was everywhere, but none of it was coherent. Odd sentences that made no sense, strange drawings and strange glyphs. The concrete had some kind of outer coat that was peeling off. What wasn't falling apart was covered in vines. It stood out heavy in comparison to the 2 brightly painted yellow apartments on its left and right side. I went up looking for a buzzer but couldn't find a keypad or any way to contact a tenant. I had been behind on my phone bills and have not been prioritizing keeping my data paid, so I had no way to contact him. Half expecting it not to work, I pushed the graffiti-stained glass door. To my surprise, it opened. Dust and ancient cobwebs blew off the doors. Cold air blew out, as if the block had its own wind within it. I walked in and smelled heroin needles and crying women. Some kind of place tainted in heavy memories and violence. This couldn't have been right. I turned back and began to walk outside, but was greeted with heavy rain. I could have left. I was raised here. I'm adjusted to rain. Nothing was truly stopping me, but I knew this was the right place. I went onto Google Maps and traced each road and followed to the gray apartment sandwiched between 2 colorful ones back home. I was too confident to go home. I turned on my phone planning to see if I can still access maps without Wi-Fi, but got greeted with the last message from Scott. A new one had appeared. I love you. I glanced over it and saw it, but didn't fully process it at the moment. I checked back down and read each word letter. By. Letter. My heart ignited and I dropped my phone in a panic. It hit the concrete hard and I saw pieces of glass shatter and bounce away. I crouched down and picked up my phone. It went from a small crack to a huge one. Half my screen was a neon green, and the bottom half a neon pink with white sectioned lines like cuts. Only the middle was visible, only the last text he had sent me. I knew he didn't. I got scared. What if he was doing something awful to himself? What if he just wanted to text his old friend goodbye? What if this was his goodbye? My mind snapped in a panic. What room was he in? I couldn't check my phone, and I couldn't check each room in this block. Think, conversation. Laughing about eating habits, inviting me over, telling me the address. BTW, I'm in room 14, it's on the top floor, but don't take the elevator, it's on its last leg. 14. I shoved my phone into my pocket and went towards the stairs. The building didn't have any of its natural light, so I used the broken screen of my phone to light the way. There was a yellow stained rug on the floor of the stairs that followed me all the way up, each step squishing some kind of unknown fluid into the fabric of my runners. I wasn't paying attention to smaller details, but I could imagine maggots on the floor crawling to the decaying, rotting body of Scott. Dying alone next to the phone waiting for me, I sped up. His name was stuck in my throat between panting breaths. I let him out, screaming and pleading and begging, but I got up to the last floor. I stopped for a second to pant and then looked up at where his door was. My heart sank into my guts. His door was covered in some kind of green moving vines, some form of green tendrils moving, swirling, almost breathing. The ends were caressing where the number of his door was. 14. I charged into the apartment and tried breaking through the door but failed to break it down. The tendrils reacted and shrunk, tightening against the door. I followed the tendrils with my eyes and realized they led into the room. No, they were coming from the room. "Scott?" I whimpered. "Scott, what the fuck is this? Are you okay?" The tendrils remained unchanged. I took 4 steps back, counting each one, and charged back into the door, slamming against it with my shoulders. I took more steps and rammed over and over and over and over and over and over and over until the wood reached a breaking point, and I ended up crashing right through the door into the apartment. I coughed. My lungs and shoulders felt like they were burning. I luckily didn't get any splinters or land on anything sharp. In fact, my landing was weirdly soft. I put my hands under me and pushed myself up to see the apartment. It was overgrown, writhing green vines shifting and moving lively, covering each possible surface of the floors and the walls. Some areas led into masses of contorted greenery, which had gorgeous red mushrooms growing out of them. The only light illuminating the room was a scarce yellow coming from the right to where I assumed the bathroom to be. I walked forward trying to avoid the vines and went into the bathroom. There wasn't any of the bathroom left. From the floors and ceiling to the doorway and walls, everything was covered. Not an inch of tiles or plaster was visible. Pulsating, swirling, shifting and breathing vines moved across each other like snakes fighting over any ounce of color that wasn't green. The living tendrils swirled, and I picked a single one and followed it from its end all the way over to where I realized all the vines were coming from a huge cluster of them in a particular shape. A bathtub. I wanted to run and scream and cry more than anything, but I couldn't. Something overtook me. I looked down to my feet and saw one of the ends of the vines had wrapped themselves around my foot. It wasn't a strong sensation like it was forced. It was warm, inviting. I took a step forward and the vine let go, moving under my foot and making space onto the floor for me to move without hurting the vines. The moment I got close to the tub, the vines shifted and moved and opened up a viewing window so I could see the contents hidden within. I collapsed onto the floor beside and grabbed onto the vines. They held me back. He wasn't groaning. He didn't have that much left in him. His skin was plastic, faded, yellow, shining. It looked wrong. Vines contracting and shifting around his exposed ribcage. He only had one organ left. No lungs, no liver, no stomach, no intestine. Just a massive bloated heart. It was shining orange with a bleak white hue at the bottom. It was beating and barely contained in its wooden ribcage. I rubbed the vines, realizing the pulsating of the vines matched Scott's heartbeat. I held the edge of the tub, feeling weak. A vine slowly moving and wrapped itself around my hand. It didn't speak to me in the general sense, more so I felt the meaning. It went beyond needing to be understood. The guilt, the loneliness, all the girls he left behind broken and sobbing. I felt what he had felt in my absence, the good and the ugly. Scott didn't love me the way I loved him, but he missed me, and in his own way he did love me back. I sobbed, crying from all of his pain passing through me. I felt like I was being gutted. The vines leached off of me, prying into my love for him. I wanted to leave. I wanted to leave more than anything. I loved him, but he's gone. There's nothing left of him. Nothing to love. I tried to take my hands off of the bathtub, but noticed the vines held me in place. When I tried to pull against them, they held me tighter and pierced into my skin, tightening and impaling and holding me still. He didn't want me to leave. Whatever was happening, whatever he was changing into, he didn't want it to happen alone. I tried to use my legs to stand and push myself against them, but I found my whole body encaged in their grasp. "Scott, please let me go." His dead mouth didn't so much as twitch. The grasp didn't change, only got tighter against my body once I put any force behind it. I tried one more heavy squirm to fight against the vines and got sent into agony. My arms, my legs, my hands, my thighs, all of them tightened and crushed my body, trying to lock me into position. The only thing I had any control of was my neck and my mouth. I felt my body getting weak, the pain shifting all throughout my body, making me hear my own heartbeat. I could also feel my own blood flow slow and boil into my brain, making every thought a nightmare to hold on to. "I love you too, Scott," I cried. I cried it out with a tear while my whole body was burning. I repeated it. "I love you." Begging and pleading and praying for the words to go through and for something to change, but nothing did. It just got tighter. I gave up and cried, weeping in the same place and moving my head down to try to put myself against the bathtub. I then noticed just how far I can reach down with my mouth and decided on one final idea. As quickly as I could, I moved my head down and bit down at the vines around my right hand. The bite made my entire right arm burn as if I was gnawing through my own flesh, but I pursued. I bit deeper and deeper, seeing blood leaking from the vines. I chewed and spit and chewed and spit and chewed and spit until I had a weak enough section to tear my hand out of. As I got one limb free, all the others got worse, but I had my strength, and I knew if I didn't fight now, I might never get the chance to fight again. I pulled on my left hand and moved it as close as I could to my mouth. I got it and pulled and dragged it into my mouth and gnawed. With both my hands free, I tried to rip the vines off my legs, but had no such luck. The more I pulled, the worse it got. I couldn't rip the vines off of me. What should I do? What can I do? I looked over at Scott's body. I noticed a small glimmer on his cheek that had fallen from his eye. Scott had been crying. He can't control this, but he's conscious. I know he would have wanted me to. I know he didn't want to be trapped there, in a personal cage. I grabbed onto the wooden ribs, keeping the strange beating heart in his chest, and tore them. They were fragile, wet, weak. They broke off easily. I broke 3 more, giving myself enough space to reach into the chest and grab. It didn't feel fleshy or wet, anything you'd associate a beating heart with. It was almost rubber, some kind of smooth silicone texture that was soft and squishy. I put my hand underneath it and felt it beat and instantly pulled my hand away. The curiosity which had become Scott's heart had shocked me in some way. I looked at my hand and saw tiny specks of green injected into spots around my right hand that burned. I did my best to ignore them and wrapped my hand around the heart. The vines that still had a grip on me began tightening more and more, and I felt like I had seconds before my bones snapped. I couldn't wait anymore. I couldn't take that risk. In between tears, I grabbed, I squeezed, and I pulled. The heart had attached itself into threads of flesh that wouldn't let go quite as easily as I wanted. I slowly pulled the heart closer in the direction of my head, avoiding the pain each beat sent from my hand down my wrist, down my entire body. After one blind moment, it tore. The vines had instantly let go, and I collapsed onto the floor behind me. His heart had lost the pulse and color that made is so magical and strange. Replacing the rubber was an outer layer that had petrified upon losing contact to Scott's body. It was hard, almost wooden but not quite. It had jagged edges and dents, and along the middle it had a rough part that circled around it. It resembled a really big peach pit. It was a seed. I cradled it, figuring it was harmless now. I stood up and looked at Scott's lifeless body one more time. I weighed the pros and cons of kissing him, but settled on a fist bump, and through knot and agony cried out the last thing I'll ever tell Scott, something I'd rather keep to myself. I went home slowly, taking the rain in every drop at a time. Every noise, every car, every person, every splash of a puddle felt so inconceivable, so distant, so pointless. I walked home, and when I got home I sat down into the corner and cried. I held what used to be Scott's heart against my chest as close to my heart as I could, and I cried. Didn't ever think I'd have to use a fucking flashlight again. My son Josh stormed into the house an hour ago, and I left to get us some food because the fridge had fuck all in it. Sure, the traffic was a little much, but 2 hours of time is not enough for what I came back to. The entire windows from the outside were almost entirely covered in thick, growing, writhing vines. They shifted and moved and rapidly expanded, reaching and clawing for more space to perch onto. I got out of the car without a slight thought of what to do. The vines found an open window and must have accidentally opened the door, as the vines reached out into the outside walls and the pavement lining the floor. Josh is still inside. I didn't have my phone, so I rummaged through an old camping bag in the trunk and found a flashlight. The battery was fucked, but hitting it brought it back for a few seconds, and I decided if it was all I could use, I would abuse it. The vines didn't tear, but they moved on their own accord to avoid whatever force was being put on them. I opened the door, and it slowly slithered away as if alive, while growing longer and longer, stretching itself as far outside as it could to. The small bakery with blue and white walls and a cozy feeling now looked as if abandoned and left to rot. The vines only allowed small beams of sunlight to pierce through the darkness, and whatever fit through the unforgiving tendrils came out in a similar color, painting every surface of wood in a sickening green hue. The vines continued shifting and contracting, grabbing and feeling around different chairs and counters. Any baked goods that came into contact with the vines instantly rotted and became covered in mold. I walked around to the back room where the staircase up to my living room was. The light from the windows didn't reach any further, so I smacked the light into submission and got to see the stairwell in its honest light. The tendrils wrapped around the ceiling, the walls and the floor, shifting once I changed my footing to slowly climb up or hold on to the walls for balance. Vines hung off of the ceiling, curling and moving into the air as if confused fingers trying to find a point of contact. The house was alive. I walked up the stairs as quickly as my fear allowed me. The living room was in a similar state of overgrowth, with one clear difference. Vegetation, giant pink daisies coming out of the couch, glowing blue mushrooms growing from the green that had coated the TV. The vines seemed to be growing out of the stairs that led to the third floor, which led to Josh and I's bedrooms. The vines on the stairs here were thicker. They wouldn't move. They were stuck in place and thick, and I tried to avoid touching as many as I could, but there were just too many. Once I finally made it to my son's room, I opened the door, but the flashlight ran out of charge. I smacked it over and over, but the battery must have fully fried on the way up. "Josh?" I called out for my son, but no words came back to me. The only response was two green pulsating orbs I saw in the corner of his room beating together in unison. Maria on the moon. "Did you know that early astronomers thought there were oceans on the moon?" I asked, looking up from my book. My mom shifted in her bed, a tangle of IV tubes shifting with her. "Of course. The moon seems like the perfect place to find an ocean." "What a shame we never found water then," I said, "because those false seas, astronomers called them Maria." Mom smiled. "How sweet of them to name the moon oceans after me." "Well, they didn't find any oceans," I reminded her. "Maybe they just didn't look hard enough," she replied, a little laugh slipping from her lips. For all of the pain she was in, all of the fear she must feel, my mother always had the kind of laugh that could light a candle. We were in her hospital room, the same one we'd been in and out of for the last year and a half. Sometimes we had a roommate, sometimes we were alone. Always she held steady enough for both of us, the rock I tied my hope to, the wall against the grief I knew was coming. Cancer is such a mundane word for something so hungry and cruel. I've noticed medicine does that a lot, covers horror with tedious language like a bedsheet over a body. Malignant, inoperable, metastasized, terminal. But when she laughed, we weren't in the hospital anymore, we were home. When she laughed, she wasn't sick, she was young again, and I was a kid, and the world was a bright place begging to be explored. What a miracle my mother was. Cancer had taken so much from her, aged and hurt her, but it could never steal her laugh. That was hers to keep. "How are we feeling today?" the doctor asked. He came in less and less often. We could all sense this was the final stay in this room. "Just brilliant, Doc," my mom said, struggling to sit a little higher. "We can still go dancing later if you'd like, though we'll have to ask for my son's blessing. Ever since his dad died, Brian's been very protective of me." I put on a stern face. "I'll need to know your intentions are pure, Doctor." Bradshaw. "As the driven snow," he played along. "But I might need a rain check on the dance, Ms. Willen. I'm not as young as I used to be." He emphasized his age, running his fingers through gray-white hair. My mom tapped her bare scalp. "Right there with you, Tiger," she said. Dr. Bradshaw smiled, but I could tell he was burdened. I saw him glance at the small idol I'd placed on my mother's nightstand. The talisman was a miniature oak tree carved from gray soapstone. There were 4 faces etched into the tree, a sentry against ill health and bitter spirits. I could tell the stone tree made the doctor uncomfortable. In all honesty, I had a tough time looking at the idol for more than a few seconds. The faces were each whittled in vivid expression. The face closest to my mother's bed was smiling kindly, and the face pointed towards the door was snarling, meant to ward away harm. The final 2 faces were both weeping. All 4 shapes were too human, too raw. There was a weirdness to the stone tree that put people on edge, but I'd grown used to every shade of weird you can imagine. My mother's side of the family was full of stories of unexplained luck and mysterious tragedy, whispered secrets and unexplained deaths. By all accounts, my maternal grandmother was either an honest-to-goodness witch or full-bore, high-caliber crazy, or both. Probably both. The stone tree was from a box of my grandmother's things I'd found in the attic earlier that month. Maybe it was just a coincidence, but my mom did seem to get a bit better when I'd brought in the talisman, at least for a little while. I was daydreaming about family history and the odd box while Dr. Bradshaw checked his charts and Mom's vitals. "Can I talk to you for a moment?" he asked, ripping me back to reality. Dr. Bradshaw tried to keep a light tone, but I could tell he didn't have good news. The hospital hallway smelled like ammonia and birthday cake. Someone must have had a party, maybe a patient, maybe a nurse. Strange how you remember the insignificant details while your world is crashing down around you. "I'm so sorry," Dr. Bradshaw told me. "The results came in this morning. It's spreading aggressively. We held it back as long as we could, Brian. Your mom is a fighter, but right now we just need to try to keep her as comfortable as we can. Brian?" The wall was cracking, grief waiting on the other side, heavy and cold as an empty house. I'd known for months that this was the most likely outcome, but it still hurt to hear. Hurt worse than I could stomach. "There's nothing left to try?" I asked, fighting down the urge to throw up. "Anything? Experimental? Untested? Anything?" Dr. Bradshaw shook his head. "I'm sorry. Sometimes we just run out of options. She fought a good fight." "How long does she have left?" I asked, looking back into her room. She'd fallen asleep. "Not long. Maybe days. Have you considered hospice?" The smell of ammonia and birthday cake. The steady beep of Mom's heart monitor. I tried to focus on the world around me. My hope wasn't dead yet. If medicine couldn't help my mom, maybe something older could. I thought of the box of my grandmother's things waiting in the attic. There was a lot in there I hadn't gone through yet. Books and candles and secrets and lost things. Maybe there was a cure, or at least a way to keep the fight going. No, I said. If all that's left is to make her comfortable, I want to take her home. The doctor smiled. I understand. We can give you some medication, ways to help her with the pain. He put his hand on my shoulder. Your mom's been in a lot of pain, but she'll have peace soon. You've done all you can. I know, I lied. Thank you. Mom lived in a small ranch house 10 miles outside of town. There wasn't much in the way of neighbors besides some woods and a creek slithering through her yard. It was a windy, warm March afternoon when I took my dying mother home. That night I began my work. I was going to turn the house into a bunker, a maze death could never solve. I would keep my mother safe, I would find a way to keep her alive. The little red book was full of ideas. Running water was an obvious place to start. The creek behind the house was barely a trickle, but it should provide some coverage to the south side of the property. Salt was next, lining the doorways and window frames, then in an unbroken circle around the entire house. This step was to be repeated daily, the red book stressed, or even multiple times per day. Even a moderate breeze played holy havoc with any salt poured outside, so it was always best to trace and retrace every few hours. Water and salt were common defenses against man's oldest enemy and well known. The book offered other, less conventional advice. It took me nearly a week to finish carving the symbols and signs into the walls, the floors, even the trees on the property. Sometime around noon on the third day, on my back in the crawl space etching strange marks onto the underside of the floor, it struck me how ridiculous I was acting. There was no proof that any of the information in the little red book was anything other than the delusional ramblings of a bizarre woman I'd only met once or twice as a child. For all I knew, the runes meant to ward off death were actually a grocery list written in Cantonese. But I was desperate, and every time I saw my mother, she looked frailer, more fragile. So I continued carving and praying and building layers upon layers of protections to keep death far away. Making my marks took me all over the property. It was a big yard, nearly 3 acres that blended gradually into the surrounding forest. I wasn't able to pinpoint the exact boundary where cultivated met nature. The edges simply bled together. But I did my best to create a clean border with lines between the symbols. I'd always loved the wildness here, the way you could wander a few hundred yards away from home and feel like you'd traveled hundreds of years into the past to somewhere primal. This was the perfect playground for a kid, whether I was out exploring trails or trapping minnows, or spending the summer building yet another treehouse, convinced this would be the final one. It never was. I was never satisfied. The house itself, though small, was more than enough room for my mother and me. Dad died when I was 7. I don't remember much about him, just how big he seemed, with a bonfire grin and arms that I thought could hold the whole world. My mom often said I took after my father. I could see it in the old pictures of him. We had the same eyes, green as moss in the summer, and the same fiery shock of red hair, enemy to every comb on the planet. The sicker Mom got, the more often she called me by my father's name. I worried when she drifted away like that, but a part of me was proud she'd mistake me for him. After all of the symbols were carved, there were a few steps left in the book to deter death from visiting. There were dozens of charms and talismans in the bottom of the old box in the attic. I sat up there, combing through everything my grandmother left behind, referencing the red book, pushing the tiny charms into tidy piles. None of the idols were larger than my thumb. Some were iron and others were wood. Some were heavy, others light. All of them were uncomfortable to look at or touch. The attic was drafty, but not nearly enough to explain the cold that burrowed into me as I sorted the charms. I'm not particularly tall, but the attic felt like it was designed for dolls, beams so low I couldn't even walk bent over. I moved around on my knees, rough floorboards threatening splinters even through my jeans. I could have taken the box downstairs where I'd have more room, but the idea filled me with a deep unease. It seemed better to leave the box up in the attic, only taking down objects as I needed them. Up here, at least, my grandmother's items, her legacy was quarantined. The red book was very specific about the distribution of the totems around the house and property. I walked carefully through my mom's backyard, boots plopping in and out of mud, compass in hand. It had rained nearly every day since I'd taken my mom home from the hospital. I knew it was almost certainly a coincidence, but couldn't help wonder if the soft curtains of rain falling to the ground were for her. I placed charms in a compass rose with the house in the middle. The most disturbing objects were given places of honor at each cardinal direction. Water, salt, wards, charms, all placed carefully, intentionally. My grandmother's book promised that these would offer some degree of protection against the inevitability of death. The symbols would confuse it, the talismans distract it, and the water and salt make barriers to slow it down. But death might still find a crack to slip through, so the Red Book recommended one final trick. There was a small candle in the bottom of the box, dirty white as stained paper. When I took the candle from its case, the smell made me gag. Have you ever walked past a portable toilet in the dog days of summer? When it's so hot the blue plastic has started to warp and bubble? Imagine that smell distilled into a finger's worth of wax. I brought the candle downstairs, placed it on the dining room table, and set it alight. The wick caught immediately, the flame burning an unusual red-brown. No heat came off of the candle, and it actually seemed cooler the closer I moved my hand to the fire. Once the wax began to melt, the smell was 10 times worse than it was back in the attic. I choked down a greasy sickness crawling up my throat and quickly left the room, shutting the French doors as I went. That helped trap the odor, but I couldn't shake the sense of nausea. I went to check on my mother. "Do you remember the day you ran away?" my mom asked, sitting in her bed, lunch untouched on the nightstand beside her. I didn't think she had any weight left to lose before she was nothing but bone and memory. Her skin was rice paper over a frame that seemed smaller every day. Her eyes, though, no matter how fragile the rest of her became, remained two little lanterns against the dark, blue and bright and alive. "I didn't make it very far," I answered, "and I wasn't really running away, only stretching my legs." Mom smiled. "You told me you were leaving for the circus. You wanted to be either a lion tamer or a strong man or maybe a fire eater." I think I wanted to be all of that combined. Young me was big on multitasking. My mother turned, so she was looking out the window into the yard. "I was so scared when I found your note, the one saying you were leaving. My hands were shaking like you wouldn't believe when I called the sheriff and then Mr. Jonas down the way. It felt like we were searching for you for half the night, even though it couldn't have been more than an hour before we found you there, lost in the woods, wandering around and shivering. You hadn't even brought a jacket." I sat next to my mom on the bed. "Yeah, I didn't exactly plan ahead for my circus escape. I remember getting over the idea real quick, but I couldn't find my way back. I'm glad you found me." "I'm glad too," my mother said, and I noticed her wipe away a tear. "I'm so glad. That hour you were gone, Brian, that was the most afraid I've ever been. Afraid we wouldn't find you. Afraid you might be hurt or worse. I couldn't hardly breathe through the fear. Then suddenly, you were there and the relief nearly knocked me over. I think we stayed up together the rest of the night watching the stars. I wanted to make sure you could find the North Star in case you ever got lost again." She turned back to me, reached out her thin hand and placed it over mine. There were still tears in her eyes, but she smiled her lighthouse smile, and for a moment I saw her just as she used to be, just as she was the night I ran away and my mom found me. I squeezed her hand. I was scared too. I was afraid I'd be stuck out there. "What made you think of it?" "Well, I've been thinking a lot about dying lately and—" "Don't," I interrupted. "Don't talk like that. You're not going anywhere, not for a long time." "It's okay," she said, squeezing my hand back. "It's okay. I've known real fear, and what I'm feeling now. It's not like that. I'm scared, I guess, but I'm at peace with it. I had such a beautiful life. I'm so glad I got to meet you, to be your mom." "I'm glad too," I whispered, voice breaking on the last word. "But I won't let you go without a fight," I added silently in my mind. Something was trying to get to my mom. The strangeness began the day after I lit the candle. At first it was small blips, tiny wrongs that I chalked up to my imagination. Doors I knew I'd closed at night were open in the morning. Food began to rot and spoil within days of me bringing it into the house. Eventually, food would go bad almost immediately. Every few hours, the television in the living room would either turn off if it was running or on if it was off. Clocks would stop overnight, always at 3:03 a.m. Shadows began sticking to the corners of rooms independent of any light sources. The shadows were stubborn, and they would linger for as long as I would stare, then disappear when I blinked. I began hearing bumps and knocks at all hours, and sometimes, when I'd enter an empty room, I had a sharp, fleeting certainty that it was only just occupied. I avoided the dining room except to check in twice a day to see if the candle was still burning. The smell was vicious and would claw its way into your throat and nostrils the moment it was given a chance. I kept the door to the room shut and kept air fresheners running in the surrounding rooms 24/7. The funny thing was, the candle never went out, never even seemed to shrink. I could see the wax melting, but day in and day out, the candle refused to change. Days marched into weeks, and the wrongness only grew deeper. My mom and I both lost sleep to vivid nightmares that we couldn't remember when we woke up. Only the echoes remained, but those were enough to leave my pulse sprinting until morning. I started sleeping in a chair in my mother's room. I did this to comfort her if she woke up confused during the night, but also because, if I'm being honest, I was too scared to sleep alone. I felt like a child running into his parents' room, convinced there was a monster under the bed. Thing is, maybe there was. By the third week, I couldn't keep doors closed. They would slam open the moment I left the room. A terrible scratching began inside of the walls. I told my mom it might be squirrels or mice, but the sound was so insistent, not like rodents milling about, more like a dog wanting in. I stopped leaving the house for supplies. Instead, I had what little food we ate delivered. I kept the curtains drawn. There was tapping on the glass every night. About a month after leaving the hospital, we were living like zombies. The dining room couldn't contain the smell of the candle anymore. The entire house was clogged with the scent. Tiny noises had graduated into full-on laughs and screams and whispers in the rooms around us. Something kicked the bathroom door so hard while I was taking a shower that the hinges warped. I covered every mirror in the house. I'd started to see things in the corners looking back at me, half-hidden faces, shapes that skittered away as soon as I turned around. Mom was drifting further and further away. She had long moments of confusion where she'd forget my name, forget where we were. Sometimes she'd think I was my dad. Other times, she'd just stare at the wall for hours, growing fainter and fainter each day like a Polaroid left in the sun. But she was alive. It was clear that we were under siege by something. My world shrank to only one room, and every trip to the bathroom, or to answer the door for food, felt like going over the trenches. The noises kept getting worse and worse, the shadows closer, the sense of movement around the house sharper. Every now and then I would feel hot breath on the back of my neck or walk through a cold patch hanging in the air. I stopped bothering redrawing the lines of salt around the house. I knew deep in my bones that as long as the sickly candle burned, death could not take my mom away. On the 33rd day after leaving the hospital, I woke with a start from a nightmare, only to find my mom's bed empty. She hadn't been able to walk the past week at all, so my first feeling was hope that she might be improving, at least a little. Then I noticed the odor we'd been living with for weeks was gone. "Mom!" I shouted, running in bare feet out of the room. I found her in the dining room, the door wide open. She was standing at the table, frail as a neglected scarecrow, bobbing back and forth. Her hands were hovering over the candle. The flame was out. "Why did you do that?" I whispered. "Mom? Mom? Are you okay?" I padded into the room, the wooden floor freezing cold. My mother didn't react to my presence. She just continued rocking side to side. I realized she was still asleep. "Mom?" I gently shook her shoulder. "Wake up." Her head snapped back and she nearly fell. I caught her on the way down. It felt like she weighed nothing at all. "What's going on?" she asked, looking around the dark room. "Where?" "You're okay," I told her. You were sleepwalking. I was having the most unusual dream, Mom mumbled. There were so many stars and... She began to shiver uncontrollably. The cold hit me a moment later. I let out a gasp. The house was chilly before, but the dining room was near Arctic. My breath bloomed into a thin cloud in front of my face. I became acutely aware of the complete silence filling the house. Then I heard scratching. It was coming all throughout the house, deep tearing sounds at the walls around the dining room. Footsteps came immediately after, heavy and fast. Somewhere in the house, a window shattered. "Brian," my mother said, holding on to me. "Don't worry," I said. "Everything will be..." My voice deserted me as a massive shadow unfolded in the corner of the room. It was shaped like a man, but tall. So very tall. And it was fast. Before I could yell, the shadow was on us, pouring over my mother. In the space of a heartbeat, she was simply gone. "No," I whispered, clawing at the dissolving shadow where my mom used to be. "No, no, 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 no." The shadow was disappearing like a puddle sinking into the floor. There was a texture to it, oily and too slick to hold. I thought of my mother the night she found me lost in the woods, the night I'd run away. Her face filled my memory, her lighthouse smile. I remembered the relief I felt when she found me, the overwhelming love. I held on to that feeling, clutching it close. "You can't have her," I whispered. I closed my fist around the last threads of the shadow. There was a terrible sensation of pulling. It was like I'd caught a horse by the tail and it was trying to shake me. But I held on. A sense of ripping and being dragged. It was a riptide with a mind of its own. But I held on. It could not shake me. The temperature was dropping every second and I felt my vision growing dark. The last thought that ran through my head before I blacked out was a promise to myself that even if I died, my grip would hold. I wouldn't let my mother's life slip away. All sounds and light faded, narrowing to a pinprick and then going black. I woke up under a field of stars. I was lying in soft grass, still wearing my pajama bottoms and an old t-shirt. It was cool, wherever I was, but comfortably so. I stood up. There were trees all around me, tall and close, stitched together with shadows. Immediately to my right, there was a road that ran straight as far as I could see, blurring into the horizon. But the stars, they were like nothing I'd ever seen before. Bright ribbons of northern lights rippled above me in green and blue and purple. Stars lit the sky like millions of lanterns floating on a still ocean. The moon shone sharpest of all, a spotlight hanging above the tree line, so close I thought I could stretch up and brush its face. "You are persistent," said a voice from the forest behind me. I whipped around but couldn't see anyone. Then a dark spot began to clarify against the gloom. The silhouette separated itself and moved towards me. I recognized it instantly as the shadow from the dining room. As it moved closer, the thing grew and grew until it touched the sky and filled my vision. A deep dread sank into me, but I stood my ground. "Give me back my mom," I shouted. The silhouette pulled away from the sky, and then it was standing in front of me, the shape and size of a tall man. But instead of a shadow, the thing had wrapped itself in stars. Miniature constellations drifted across its body, floating slowly like a time-lapse of a clear night sky. Burning brightest was the North Star, blue and warm. The space between the stars was absolute black, not a shadow, but a complete absence of light. It was the most beautiful, terrifying thing I'd ever seen. "What are you?" I whispered. "You know," it replied. "Give her back," I begged. "Please, give her back." "I can't. It's her time. Past her time. You delayed me. Delayed her." I clenched my fists. "She didn't get enough time. I didn't get enough time. It's not right. It's not fair." "Of course it's not fair," the starry thing said. "But it is right. You each have your time. And at the end of it, there's me. And there is a road. And we walk it together." "Where to?" I asked. "Where are you taking her?" "I don't know. It's not for me to know, only to know how to get there." "Then I won't let you take her." I planted myself in the road. The world was still and solemn around us. The constellations drifted like clouds, and a soft breeze stirred the branches. The starry thing didn't respond for a moment. "Your mother was kind and caring. Wherever she goes, she'll have peace," it promised. "But," the creature raised its hand, "did you ever stop to think that death isn't an enemy? Death simply is. It is the natural partner to life. It knows no prejudice or malice, has no designs or ambitions. Your mother spent so long suffering, felt so much pain. Instead of letting her rest, you took it upon yourself to draw her life beyond its given course. You kept her alive, but at the cost of stretching her thin, prolonging her sickness, diluting her. Did you keep her alive for her benefit or for yours?" I couldn't answer. "Stretching a life is unnatural, dangerous," it told me. "In the weeks you kept me away, you drew the attention of old things, hungry things, forces that would like nothing better than to swallow even the memory of your mother, to tear and bite until there was nothing left but pain and fear and a perfect emptiness." I shuddered, remembering the clawing sounds, the shattered window, and the laughter from empty rooms. "I'm sorry," I whispered. Can they hurt her here? Is she safe?" The stars in the shadow burned brighter for a moment. "Your mother won't walk her road alone. None of you do. I walk with you, always to the end." "Can I see her?" I asked. "Please, let me say goodbye." It considered for several seconds. "You are persistent." And then the starry thing was gone. I was standing alone on an empty road. "Brian." I turned to find my mother behind me on the road. She looked younger, healthier than I'd seen her in years. The frailty was gone, and my mother seemed exactly as I remembered her when she found me in the woods all those years ago. "Isn't this the most beautiful dream?" she asked, staring up at the night sky. "Yeah," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "A beautiful dream. I love you, Mom. I love you so much, so very much." She smiled and touched my cheek. "I love you too. Don't cry, it's okay. I'll wake up any time now. I'll see you then." I nodded, wiping at tears. "Sure, yeah, I'll see you then." "What do you think is at the end of the road?" she asked. "Do you think I'll have time to find out before I wake up?" I looked out at the road, scanning the trees for any hungry shadows. "I don't know. I don't know where it goes, but promise me you'll be careful." My mom smiled wider. "Of course I'll be careful." "And she won't walk alone," said a familiar voice behind us both. I turned, expecting the starry thing. But the man standing on the road was entirely normal. The light from the moon was enough that I could see he had moss-green eyes and a bright shock of red hair. "Such a beautiful dream," my mother said. The man came towards us and took my mother's hand. He and I looked so alike, I could see why my mother confused us when she was sick. "Take care of her," I told the man. Just please take care of her. Make sure she gets where she's going. There are things out there that want her, to hurt her. It's my fault. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." The man squeezed my shoulder. "She'll be safe, watched over. If the devil himself is waiting on the road ahead, he'll move. Or he'll be moved." I believed him. Thoughts raced through my head. There were so many things I wanted to say. Questions, a million ways to say goodbye. I wanted to stretch out the moment for as long as I could, but I realized I'd already delayed my mother enough. "I love you," I told them both. "Goodbye." I woke up back in my dining room, sitting at the table, the unlit candle in front of me. The house was quiet and still. There was no more scratching, no sound or sense of life at all. I walked through every room. The house was empty. I was alone. I've spent the past couple months working on the house, erasing the marks I'd made, fixing up the property. Some nights I take long walks out into the forest. I'm far enough out in the country that on clear nights it's like looking up at a sea of stars. I think about my parents the most during those walks. I grieve and remember in my own way. And I wonder where their road went, if they're still traveling or if they reached their destination. I hope that their road takes them strange and beautiful places. When I walk at night, I look up for the North Star to keep from getting lost. Maybe they do the same. When it's full, I also look up towards the moon. I wonder if my parents had a chance to visit, to search for hidden oceans. I like to think they did, that the moon has at least one Maria, the one I love most. Something walks whistling past my house every night at 3:03. Every night, no matter the weather, something walks down our street whistling softly. You can only hear it if you're in the living room or the kitchen when they walk by, and it always starts at exactly 3:03. The sound starts faint, somewhere near the beginning of the lane near the Carson place. We're towards the middle of the street, so the whistling moves past us before fading away in the direction of the cul-de-sac. When I was younger, my sister and I would sneak into the kitchen some nights to listen. Mom and Dad didn't like that, and we'd catch hell if they found us out there. But they were never too hard on us since we always stuck to the one big rule. Don't try to look at whatever was whistling. My neighborhood is a funny place. I've lived here since I was 6, and I love it. The houses are small but well kept, good-sized yards, plenty of places to roam. There are a lot of other kids here my age. I turned 13 back in October. We grew up together and would always play foursquare in the cul-de-sac or roam around from back porch to back porch in the summer. This was a good place to grow up. I'm old enough to see it. And there's only the two strange things here, the night whistling and the good luck. The whistling never bothered me much. Like I said, I couldn't even hear it from my bedroom. But Mom and Dad don't like talking about it, so I've stopped asking questions. My dad is a strong guy, tall and calm. He has an accent since he moved to the U.S. as a kid. His family, my grandparents, they're from the islands. That's what they call it. My dad, the only time he isn't so calm is if the whistler comes up. He talks a little quicker then, eyes move faster, and he tells us not to think about it so much and to always remember the one rule, the big rule. Don't try to look outside when the whistler goes past. Not that we could look, even if we wanted. See, there are shutters on the inside of every window, thick pieces of heavy canvas that pull down from the top and latch to the bottom of the window frame. Each latch even has a small lock, about the size of what you'd find on a diary. My dad locks those shutters every night before we all go to bed and keeps the key in his room. My mom, I don't know what she thinks about the whistling. I've seen her out in the living room before at 3:03 when the sound starts. I could see her if I cracked my door open just an inch to peek. She's not out there often, at least I haven't caught her much. But once or twice a month I think she sits out there on our big red couch just listening. The whistler has the same tune every night. It's cheerful. Da-da-da-da-da-da-dum. Da-da-da-da-da-da-dum. Remember how I said there are two odd things about where I live? Well, besides our night whistler, everyone in my neighborhood is really lucky. It's hard to explain, and Dad doesn't like us talking about this part much either. But good things just seem to happen to people around here a lot. Usually it's small things, winning a radio contest, or getting an unexpected promotion at work, or finding some arrowheads buried in the yard, the authentic kind. The weather is pretty good and there's no crime, and everybody's gardens bloom extra bright in the fall. A million little blessings, I've heard my mom say about living here. But the main reason we stay here, why we moved here in the first place, is my sister Nola. She was born very sick, something with her lungs. We couldn't even bring her home when she was born, only visit her in the hospital. She was so small, I remember, small even compared to the other babies. A machine had to breathe for her. We moved into our house here to be closer to the hospital. As soon as we moved here, Nola started getting better. The doctors couldn't figure it out. They chalked it up to whatever they were doing, but we all could tell they were confused. But my parents knew, even I knew. Nola getting better was just another of the million little blessings we got for living in our neighborhood. So that's why we stayed even after we found out that for every small miracle that happens here every day now and then, some bad things happen. But they only happen if you look for the whistler. See, our neighborhood has a welcoming committee. They show up with macaroni casserole and a gift basket and a manila folder whenever someone new moves in. They're very friendly. 4 people showed up when we moved in 7 years ago. The committee made small talk, gave me a Snickers bar, and took turns holding Nola. It was her first week out of the hospital, so they were extra careful. Then the committee asked to speak to my parents in private, so I was sent to my room where I still managed to hear nearly every word. The welcoming committee told my parents about how nice the neighborhood was, really exceptionally, hard to explain kind of nice. And then they told my parents about the even harder to explain whistling that happened every morning at 3:03 and ended at the tick of 3:05. The group, our new neighbors, warned my parents that the whistling was quiet, would never harm or hurt us, as long as we didn't look for what was making the sound. This part they stressed, and I pushed my ear into the door, straining to hear them. People who went looking for the whistler had their luck change, sometimes tragically. A black cloud would hang over anyone that looked. Anything that could go wrong would. The manila envelope the committee brought over contained newspaper clippings, stories about car crashes and ruined lives, public deaths, and freak accidents. Not everyone dies, I heard the head of the committee tell my dad, but the life goes out of them. Even if they live, there's no light in them ever again, no presence. My mom, I could tell she wasn't taking it seriously. She kept asking if this was some prank they play on new neighbors. At one point, my mom got angry, accused the committee of trying to scare us out of our new home, asked them if they were racist on account of my dad being from the islands. My dad calmed her down, told her he could tell our new neighbors were sincere, and they were just trying to help us. He explained that he grew up hearing these kinds of stories from his mom, and that he knew there were strange things that walked among us. Some of those strange things were good, and some were bad, but most were just different. After the committee left, Dad went out to the hardware store, bought the canvas blinds, the latches, and the locks, and installed them on every window in the house after dinner. That first night in our new house, I crept out of my room at 3 a.m., only to find my dad awake, sitting on the living room couch, holding my baby sister. My dad held up his finger in a shh motion, but patted the couch next to him. I sat, and we waited. At exactly 3:03, we heard the whistling. Da-da-da-da-da-dum, da-da-da-da-da-dum. It came and it went just like our neighbors said. The whistling returns each night, and we never look, and we enjoy our million little blessings every day. Nola breathes on her own, and she's grown into a strong, clever girl. My dad even joined the welcoming committee. We don't get new neighbors often. Why would anyone want to leave? But when a new family moves in, my dad and the committee bring them macaroni casserole, a gift basket, and the manila folder. I can always tell by the look on my dad's face when he comes back if the family took the committee seriously, or if we'd be getting new neighbors again very soon. Not long ago, a family moved in directly next to us. The previous owner, Ms. Maddie, passed away at age 105. She'd lived a good, long life. Our new neighbors seemed like they'd fit in just fine. They believed the welcoming committee, took my dad's advice about the locking shutters since they had a young child of their own. Whatever newspaper clippings were in that manila envelope, whatever evidence, my dad never let us see. But I imagine it must have been awfully convincing, since our neighbors got along with no issues for the first month. One night when our new neighbors had to leave town, they sent their son, Holden, to stay with us. He was 12, a year under me in school. I didn't know him well before that night, but as soon as his parents dropped him off after dinner, I could tell it was going to be a bad time. "Do you know who was always out there whistling every night?" Holden asked the moment the adults left the room. The three of us were sitting in the den, some Disney movie playing idly on the television. My sister and I exchanged a glance. "We don't talk about that," I said. "I think it's that weirdo that lives in the big yellow house on the corner," Holden said. "Mr. Tolles?" my sister asked. "No way, he's really nice." Holden shrugged. Must be a psycho killer then. Nola tensed. "We don't talk about it," I repeated. "Let's go in my room and play Nintendo." We spent the next few hours playing games, eating popcorn, and then watching movies. A typical sleepover, but I could see Holden was getting antsy. After my parents had wished us a good night, locked the blinds, and gone to bed, Holden stood up from his beanbag and walked over to where Nola and I were sitting on my bed. "Have you ever even tried looking?" he asked. "It's nearly time." Like most sleepovers, we'd conveniently ignored any suggestion of a bedtime. I was shocked to see he was right. It was almost 3 a.m. I sighed. "We don't... See, I can't even try to look because my dad locks the blinds every night and hides the key," he continued, ignoring me. "So does our dad," said Nola. "No, replied Holden. No, he doesn't. You saw him do it, I said, a little sharper than I meant to sound. Holden grinned. Your dad locks the blinds, yeah, but he doesn't hide the key. He keeps it right on his normal keychain. So? I asked, worried I already knew what he would say next, because I had noticed that my dad didn't bother hiding the key anymore after all of these years, because he knew we took it seriously. So, after your dad locked up but before your parents went to bed, I went to the bathroom, and on my way, I may have peeked into their room, and I may have seen your dad's keychain on his nightstand, and I maybe went and borrowed the key to blinds. Nola and I stared, and his grin only grew wider. You're lying, I said. Holden shrugged. You can check if you want. Just open your parents' door and look, you'll see his keychain right there on the nightstand. Stay here, I told both of them. Don't move a muscle. I hurried over to my parents' room but hesitated at the door. If Holden wasn't lying, my dad would be angry. Beyond angry. I was scared thinking about it, but more scared of an open window with the whistler right outside. I opened the door, barely an inch, and looked in, but it was too dark to see. Taking a deep breath, I walked into the room. 2 steps into the dark, I froze. The whistling started, and I could hear it clearly from my parents' room. I never realized, but they must have heard the sound every night since we moved into the house. They never told us. I don't think I could have slept through it. I stood there, listening to the whistling come closer, unsure whether I should turn on a light or call out for my dad. Soft sounds from the living room brought me back to reality. Nola! I yelled, running out of my parents' room. Holden and Nola were standing near the front door next to a window. Holden wasn't lying. I could see him fumbling with the lock on one of the blinds. I heard a click. He did have the key. Holden let out a quick laugh. Nola stood next to him, hunched up, afraid but maybe curious. The whistling was right outside our house now. I think I made a sound, called out. I can't remember. Time felt frozen, clock hands nailed to the face, but I found myself moving. I'm not fast. I've never been athletic. Somehow, though, I covered the space between myself and Nola in a moment. My eyes were locked on her, but I heard Holden pull the blind all the way down so it could release. I heard the snap of it start to raise, and I heard the whistling just on the other side of the window. But I had my arms around Nola and I turned us, so she was facing away from the window. At the same time, I jammed my eyes shut. The blind whipped open. The whistling stopped. I felt Nola shaking in my arms. Don't look, okay? I told her. Don't turn around. We were positioned so that she was facing back towards the hallway and I was facing the window. My eyes were still closed. I felt her nod into my shoulder. I reached out with the arm not holding Nola and tried to touch Holden. My hand brushed against his arm. He was shaking worse than Nola. Holden? I asked. Silence. I reached past him and gingerly felt for the window, eyes still sealed shut. The glass was cold against my fingertips, colder than it should have been for the time of year. I moved my hand up the window, searching for the string to the blind. The glass began to get warmer the further I reached, and there was a gentle hum feeding back into my fingertips. I tried not to think about what might be on the other side of the window. Finally, I touched the string and yanked the blinds shut. I opened my eyes. In the dim light leaking out from the kitchen, I could make out Holden, pale and small, staring at the now closed window. Holden? I asked again. He turned towards me and he screamed. Everything became a flurry of motion. Lights sparked to life in the hall, then the living room. My parents' footsteps thudded across the hardwood floor. I didn't turn to look back at them. My eyes were glued to Holden. He was pale, had bit his lip so hard there was a thin red line of blood running down his chin, and he'd wet himself. What happened? My dad asked from behind me. I managed to swivel away from Holden and look back. He looked. I'd never seen my dad scared before, but I saw it that night, in that moment, an old, ugly terror stitched on his face. A parent's fear. Just Holden? He mouthed to me. I nodded yes. My dad let out a breath. He looked so relieved I nearly expected him to cheer. But then he turned to Holden, and my dad's face changed. I wondered if he felt bad for feeling good that Holden was the only one that looked. There was a knock at the door. We all froze. Holden whimpered. "Don't answer it," my mom said. She stood at the threshold of the hall. I'd always thought she was a skeptic and just humored my dad about the windows and the whistler, but that night we were all believers. I noticed that both of my parents held baseball bats they must have taken from their bedroom. The knock came again, a little louder this time. "Please don't open the door," Holden whispered. My dad walked over to him, hugged him close. "We won't," my dad promised, still holding his bat. "Nothing is coming in here tonight." Thud, thud, thud. This time the knocking was loud enough to rattle the door. Holden screamed again and Nola clutched her arms around my neck. My mom came over and knelt down next to us, wrapping my sister and me close. Thud, thud, thud. "Call the police," my mom whispered to my dad. The knocking instantly stopped. My dad looked over his shoulder at us. "Do you think—" He was cut off by frantic knocking that trailed off to a polite tap, tap, tap. "Police," something said from the other side of the door. The voice from outside sounded exactly like my mom, like a parrot repeating the words back to her. "Police. Call. The police. Tap, tap, tap. Police." My mom pulled us closer. "Police. Police. Police. Police." "Please stop," I heard her whisper. "I don't think calling them will help," my dad said. "How will we know when they're the ones at the door?" The knocking came back harder than before. The door shook, then it stopped. After a long moment, I heard the knocking again, but it was coming from our back door. We all turned together towards the back door, but the knocking immediately returned to the front door. Front to back to front. Loud, then quiet, then loud again. Suddenly the sound was coming from both doors at once, big, heavy blows like a sledgehammer. Then something started rapping against all of the windows in the house, then the walls. It was like we were living inside a drum with a dozen people trying to play at once. Or we were a turtle and something was attempting to claw us out of our shell. "Stop!" Holden yelled. The knocking died. "I won't tell," Holden said, staring at the door. "I promise I won't tell anyone what I saw. Just please go away." We waited for nearly a minute. Then we heard it, a soft tap, tap, tap coming from the window Holden had looked through earlier. Holden started to cry, sobbing like a prisoner watching gallows being built outside their cell. My dad held him, brushed his hair, but never lied to him, never told him things would be okay. The tapping at the window went on for the rest of the night. We huddled together in the living room for I don't know how long. Eventually, my mom tried to take us kids into my room while my dad stayed to watch the door. But the second we moved into my bedroom, the knocking came back, so loud it was possible to ignore. I was afraid the door couldn't take it. We went back to the living room and the knocking stopped. Only the tap, tap, tap on the window remained. None of us slept that night. The tapping stopped around 7 a.m. That's about the time the sun comes up here. We waited another 2 hours before my dad opened the blinds from one window. He made us all go back to my parents' bedroom first. I heard him open the door, then come back in. "Okay," he told us, "it's done." Holden's parents came back around lunchtime. My mom and dad walked Holden over to his house, and they all went inside for quite a while. Nola and I watched from the window. She stuck to me the whole day, right at my side, sometimes holding my hand. When my parents came back, they looked grim, but wouldn't tell us what they said to Holden's family. It was a Sunday, so we all spent the day together, ordered pizza, and watched movies. That night, everyone slept in my room. Nola and my mom in the bed with me, my dad in a chair he'd pulled over. There was no knocking that night or any night since. We didn't see much of Holden or his parents for the rest of that week, but by Thursday, there was a moving truck in their driveway. Nola and I watched them packing up the whole afternoon after school. What sticks with me most is how tired Holden and his parents looked. All three had the same pallor, grim mouths, and lightless eyes. Even from across the street, I could tell something was very wrong. Holden and his family were gone before sunset. I remember what the original welcoming committee said to my parents when we moved in. "Not everyone who looks at the Whistler dies. But even those that live have the light go out of them, and the rest of their lives are full of misfortune. A million little tragedies. I think Holden's parents must have looked, either to comfort him if they didn't believe or share the burden if they did. I watch Nola some days, happy and young and alive, and I wonder if I'd been slower, if she'd looked out the window that night. Would I have looked too? To comfort her? To share that burden? I'm glad I don't have to find out. We still live in that house, in that neighborhood. We still hear our whistler walking past every night. The blessings, the luck, the good things here are too good to leave. But we're careful. We don't have friends over to spend the night anymore. And my dad hides the key to the blinds very, very well. Not that I've gone looking. Some things you just don't need to look for. We called her Space Girl. Her real name was Megan Daniels, but nobody actually called her that. She'd been Space Girl since grade 2. She was the kind of kid who stuck out in the crowd with her long red hair, ghostly pale skin, and Coke bottle glasses. For as long as I'd known her, Space Girl had been quiet. She didn't like to be around us. She didn't play with us when we were kids. She didn't even talk much. Most of the time she'd find somewhere to sit, far away from everyone else. Then she'd open up her little notebook and scribble inside of it. Sometimes she wrote poems, sometimes she drew, but she was always off on her own little world. Nowadays, I understand why we targeted her. She was different, and she was alone. That doesn't justify any of it, but kids can be cruel. I remember that it was Sasha Brown who told me that Space Girl was retarded because her mother was on drugs. She probably just made that up. But we all believed it. She had always been the worst towards Space Girl, and she kept that up until the end. It all started in grade 5 when Sasha took her notebook. It had been raining that day, so we'd had an indoor recess. Space Girl sat in the corner at her desk, eyes focused on her notebook, as she methodically worked on a drawing. Sasha and I had been sitting nearby at our desks, and we simply just watched her do her thing. "I can't believe they let that retard sit in with us," Sasha murmured. "Look at her. Why do they even let them in schools? They aren't going to learn anything." "Better than leaving her at home with her crackhead mom," said Tanya Everett. She and I weren't exactly friends, but she sat close to Sasha and I. "My dad says he sees a different car in front of her house every day. He says that she lets boys come and they pay her so they can have sex. None of us could actually say the dreaded S word at the time. Sex was still a terrible unknown thing, and we all had been raised to believe that nobody decent would ever do it." Space Girl paused, and her eyes darted away from her book to look at us. I can only imagine she'd heard us. Sasha just stared right back at her. "What? Do you have a problem, Space Girl?" she asked. The teacher was out of earshot, and that gave her carte blanche to say whatever she wanted. Space Girl didn't respond. She just looked back down at her notebook, but Sasha had been challenged, or at least she thought she'd been. She looked over to the teacher's desk to make sure she was busy. Then she got up and moved closer to Space Girl. "What are you even doing in there, retard?" She'd reached out to snatch the book before Space Girl could stop her. "What even is this? A unicorn? What are you, 5? She handed the book to me, and I took it on instinct. There was a brightly colored drawing of a unicorn inside. The artwork was actually pretty nice, but I would never have said so. The book was passed on to Tanya next, and Space Girl could only look at us helplessly. "Wow, you can't even draw. Look at this." She tore the page out of the notebook, and Space Girl let out a startled whimper, as if she'd been struck. The picture was crumpled up, and the book was thrown on the floor by Space Girl's desk. "Draw something that isn't trash next time," Tanya said, and Sasha just giggled as if it was anything other than being mean-spirited just for the sake of it. Space Girl slowly picked her book up off the floor, avoiding eye contact as Tanya and Sasha turned away from her. I continued to stare. I remember that the way she moved was so defeated, as if she were shrinking in on herself. She looked up at me, but only for a moment, and I felt bad for her. I really did. But I didn't do anything about it. I just left her to rejoin the others. After that, Space Girl became an easy target for Sasha and Tanya. Every chance they got, they'd harass her, and I regret to admit that I was usually right there with them. During the days where we could go outside for recess, Space Girl would always sit beneath the same tree, always working in her notebook. When she did, we would always lean on the trunk and look down over Space Girl's shoulder. "Wow, that's really good, Space Girl," was how most of her comments would start. "Did you mean to draw it like it got hit by a truck, or is that just your style?" There was never a compliment. She would always find something to needle. "Can you draw me?" Sasha asked once. "I heard that retards were always like art geniuses or something. Maybe it'll even look like a person." Space Girl didn't look up at her. She seemed to be trying not to acknowledge the insults. I won't pretend like I was blameless either. I never stopped them. And there were plenty of times where I was right there, making fun of her because that was what we did, and we weren't the only ones. More or less everyone hurt her in some way or another. But she never complained. I think she was too scared to. It was late December in 7th grade where things got even worse. I don't know all the details, and I don't know just for how long things had been boiling over, but I'd heard a rumor that James Hardy had it out for Space Girl. James had only been in my class a few times, and he wasn't in my class that year. He was a small, mousy-looking kid who was convinced he was the world's toughest gangster. The rumors said that someone had seen his dad going into Space Girl's house. Naturally, there had been speculation that they'd been having sex. Someone told me that James's parents had been divorcing because of it. Somehow, all of these rumors had mutated into claims that James and Space Girl were dating, and I think that was what had rubbed him the wrong way. We were coming in from recess when some boys decided to pull a little prank on James. The whole prank had been set up by Brian Jordan and his brother Mike. They had some mistletoe for the holiday season, and had set it up in the hall leading back to our classroom. Mike had grabbed Space Girl during recess, and were holding her behind the door where the mistletoe was. When James walked through, they pushed her at him and snapped a picture. I'd been just behind James when it happened. I watched as Space Girl came flying out of seemingly nowhere, eyes wide and afraid, then slammed into James. They both hit the ground, and I could hear the other boys laughing. "Look! She wanted to give you a kiss," one of the boys said. Space Girl was trying to crawl away from James and pick up her notebook, but somebody had kicked it out of sight. I remember that she looked back towards James, and there were tears in her eyes. She must have been terrified with everything that was going on. She clearly hadn't wanted any part in this, but there she was at the center of it. "You fucking faggot assholes!" James yelled as he picked himself up. "Hey, she just wanted to give you a smooch," awed Brian. "Come on, give her a kiss." Someone pushed Space Girl towards James, and he glared at her as if all of this was her fault. She tried to stand and run, but he was angry and he wasn't thinking straight. I watched as he grabbed her and hit her, a square punch to the jaw. Then he tossed her to the ground and went after Brian next. A teacher had to get in to pull James off of him. He, Space Girl, and the Jordan brothers ended up getting suspended right before the Christmas holidays. We didn't see Space Girl until January. We didn't see James or his friends ever again. On Christmas Eve, there was a car accident on the highway outside of my town. Supposedly, it had swerved off the road to avoid an animal of some kind and gone into a ditch. Mike, Brian, and their parents didn't survive. On December 27th, James was killed while outside shoveling his driveway. My parents told me that he'd been attacked by an animal, probably a deer or something. But that seemed so unusual. I'd never heard anything about deer attacking people before, especially not in my area. I went over to Sasha's house on the day before New Year's. We'd both gotten some gift cards for Christmas, and we were planning to walk to the mall together to use them. Her parents weren't home. They both had to work. So it was just us when I got there. "Hey, kept me waiting," she said when I knocked on the door. "Sorry." "It's fine. I'll be ready in a bit. Come on upstairs. I want to show you something." I didn't question what it was. I figured it was just something else she'd gotten for Christmas, so I went upstairs with her. "You're gonna love it," she promised me. "It's gonna be so funny." She led me to her bedroom, and as soon as she opened the door, I spotted a familiar notebook on her desk. "Where did you get this?" I asked, walking closer to it. "Space Girl dropped it when Brian and his brother pulled that prank the other day. She dropped it. I may have grabbed it, just for safekeeping." She cracked a wry grin before opening the notebook. Look at this. She's been drawing the same damn unicorns forever. She didn't even finish this one. She paused at one small picture that was labeled The Unicorn Prince. It depicted an empty field with a blank space where the titular prince should have been. Sasha flipped through the pages a little more until she got to the newer ones. I figured since they kicked Space Girl out for a little while and her mom is too poor to get her anything for the holidays, I'd step up. What do you think? Sasha wasn't anywhere near as good of an artist as Space Girl was, but the simple detail in what she had drawn turned my stomach. In her first picture, Space Girl was hanging from a rope. Her tongue was hanging out and her eyes were closed. In the second one, Space Girl had a gun in her mouth. In the third one, she was standing on the edge of a building. Sasha giggled as I flipped through her crude depictions of suicide. There were pages of them. "What do you think?" she asked with a grin. "I'll bet she'll lose her shit." I closed the notebook and looked over at Sasha. Are you out of your mind?" I asked. Sasha's grin faded. "What do you mean? You stole her notebook just so you could draw these?" "Sasha, that's really messed up." "It's Space Girl. Who the hell cares about Space Girl, Jane? You just drew her killing herself over and over again." I took the book off her desk. "Do you not understand what's wrong with that?" Sasha just stared at me like I was crazy. "Fine, sue me for trying to be funny." Sasha said, "Just give it here." She outstretched a hand to take the notebook, but I pulled back from her. "Number, you're just going to put something else in there." Anger flared in Sasha's eyes. "Jane, just give me the book." "No." I opened the book, and I started to tear out those pages of Space Girl's suicide. Sasha lunged for me, trying to grab at the book and stop me, but pushed her back. I didn't mean to push so hard, but I did, and she fell, landing hard on the ground. For a moment, Sasha looked up at me, wide-eyed and shocked. I don't think anyone had laid a hand on her like that before. Then I saw something in her eyes. Not just anger, something worse. It was the same thing that had prompted her to draw those horrible pictures of Space Girl. I turned and I ran, bolting down her stairs and out her front door, back into the snow. I clutched Space Girl's notebook to my chest the entire time, and I didn't let it go until I got home. I spent the rest of the Christmas break terrified that my parents would get a call from Sasha's. I'd pushed her, and that seemed like such a big deal at the time. In hindsight, I doubt Sasha would have told her parents what had happened. They would have asked why I'd pushed her, and I would have told them about the notebook. On some level, she must have known that what she'd done was wrong. She was a cruel person, but there was a limit. Part of me hoped that she'd realize that I was right and we could patch things up when school started again, but honestly, I wasn't so sure. I remember looking through Space Girl's drawings, the ones that she'd done. I remembered the ones I'd made fun of the most. There was one with a mermaid on a rock combing her hair. Her eyes were closed in a relaxed bliss. I remembered saying how stupid her facial expression had looked, but honestly, I kinda liked it. I flipped through the pages some more, through unicorns, fairies, and castles. But I paused at the page depicting the Unicorn Prince. Back at Sasha's place, it had been blank, but at my house, it was finished. The Unicorn Prince stood proudly in his field, looking skywards with his horn proudly displayed. Maybe I had been thinking of a different picture? I brushed it off and flipped to the back where Sasha's pictures were. One by one, I started tearing them out of the notebook and tossing them in the trash. It was a waste of paper, but I refused to give it back to Space Girl with those images still in it. On the first day back to school, I was up early. I made sure the notebook was packed into my bag and was out as early as I could be. The snow on the ground was almost pristine as I walked to school, but I remember seeing some tracks on my lawn, headed down the side of my house. Deep U-shaped indents that looked like they'd been made by hooves. A deer, perhaps? I didn't dwell on them and made my way down the freshly shoveled sidewalk and back to school. I wasn't entirely sure if Space Girl would be back yet, but she was. She was alone in the classroom, sitting at her desk and drawing in a brand new notebook. She paused briefly when I walked in to join her, and I could see her side-eyeing me. She didn't say a word as I drew nearer, but I thought I saw her shoulders tense up ever so slightly. "Hey," I said, I hope you had a nice holiday. She didn't respond. I'm sorry about what happened the other day. I didn't know anything about it, but it just seemed really mean-spirited. Still no answer. I reached into my backpack, taking out her old notebook. I put it on her desk in front of her. She stared at it, still silent, then back at me. Sasha took it. I was over at her house the other day and she showed it to me. I had to take some pages out, but she drew some really awful things in there. I didn't think it would be right to give it back with those things in there. I paused, feeling smaller as Space Girl stared at me. She didn't seem angry or thankful. She didn't seem anything at all, just stoic. I'm sorry if I wasn't all that great to you before, I said, and then I shuffled off to my desk. Space Girl waited until I sat down before she opened her notebook and inspected it. Then she closed her new book and started something new on a fresh page in her old one. It wasn't much, but it made me feel at least a little good for what I'd done. When Sasha got in, she didn't talk to me. She didn't even look at me. Neither did Tanya or any of our other mutual friends. I knew from the moment they walked in that I'd burned my bridges with them, but I still wanted to try. The teacher hadn't come in yet, so I figured it might be worth it to try and talk to Sasha. I got up to move closer to her and she gave me a look of utter disgust. "What do you want?" she spat. Now it was my turn to be silent. "Fuck off and leave us alone," Tanya said. "You'd obviously rather hang out with the fucking retard than us. And I really don't want you spreading your retard germs to us. It's a quarantine issue." I stared at both of them, and I could have sworn I knew how Space Girl felt. What was I supposed to say to any of that? Instead, I just returned to my desk without a word. Space Girl stared at me the entire time. Her pencil rested over her notebook, but she didn't write anything. She set it down, tore out the page she'd been writing on, and jammed it into her pocket. I later saw her toss it into the trash during lunch. I didn't really have anyone left, so I thought that maybe it might be a good idea to pull it out. Maybe it was something she wasn't happy with. I'd never seen her throw a drawing out before. I was thinking that maybe I could use it as a peace offering of sorts, or something along those lines. When I saw what she'd written on it, I almost threw it back into the trash. Your words. There is a land where your sorry may go. A sickening land where it always snows. The snow is putrid in color and smell. Its substance, filth, and things I won't tell. Only your father has been there before. One day your boyfriend will visit once more. This place in your carcass, this humanoid hell. Your sorry can go there to this hole in your shell. My unsubtle message, this subtextual jazz, is take your apology and stuff it up your ass. This was unlike anything I'd ever seen her write. It was so crass and spiteful. This was as close to hatred as she could have gotten. I understood why she'd thrown it out. It didn't fit with everything else she'd done. Those things had been beautiful, despite what people had said to her. This was angry and ugly. This was something she'd written for me. I put it in my pocket. I wasn't going to give it back to her, but I wanted to keep it. I wanted to remember the way I'd made her feel. 8th grade wasn't fun for me. I had very few friends left, and Sasha never forgave me for turning on her. Her version of the story was slowly warped as time went on. First, I'd punched her and stolen the book. Then I'd tried to kiss her, punched her when she'd refused, then stole the book to try and get her in trouble. Rumors of me being a dyke spread pretty quickly, and hot on their heels came the rumors that I was dating Space Girl. I tried not to let them bother me too much. I knew the truth, and at the end of the day, I'd done the right thing. By the time high school rolled around, I was hoping for a fresh start. There were new faces, and I figured I could make friends with them before Sasha's rumors spread. I had a bit of success in that department. I fell in with a better crowd at least. Sasha stuck with her same old clique. It grew ever so slightly, but she was determined to live out the movie Mean Girls, and most people didn't pay her any mind. Space Girl barely changed at all. I didn't see her much when high school started. She was in a few of my classes, but I rarely saw her outside of them. Whenever she had a moment, she'd be in the library, usually in one of the corner cubicles working on her drawings. Sometimes I thought about talking to her and trying to strike up a friendship, but it never felt right. Sasha's bullying never let up, of course. Of course she stalked Space Girl to the library, where she'd pull the same old shit she'd been pulling since the 5th grade. She'd leer over her cubicle and comment on her drawings, picking them apart just like she always had. I stopped her whenever I saw it, but I didn't always see it. "Coming to her rescue again, huh, Jane?" Sasha asked once when I'd interrupted her. Tanya leered at me from behind her, chewing gum with her mouth open. "What's she ever done to you anyways?" I asked. "She's just minding her own business." "Oh? What's she done to you, Dyke?" Sasha hissed. She leaned down over her cubicle and looked down at the notebook. "Unicorns, unicorns, unicorns, fucking unicorns. When are you going to grow up, Space Girl?" "Hey, I told you to stop." I rounded the cubicle and I saw Sasha recoil. For a moment, I saw a bit of fear in her eyes. It vanished quickly and was replaced with a familiar rage. "Fine," she said. "Tan, let's leave the happy couple to their alone time." She pulled away from the cubicle and disappeared with Tanya nipping at her heels like a faithful terrier. Space Girl remained hunched over her notebook, her long red hair spilling over her shoulders. She seemed impossibly still. I turned to leave her when I heard, "Thanks." I looked back at her and saw that she was looking at me. You're welcome." I said, "Let me know if she bothers you again, all right?" "I will, but you're usually there anyways." Her voice was soft and low. I'd heard it before, but I don't remember her ever speaking directly to me. "Yeah, well, it's just not right. She's such a child. One of these days she's going to have to grow up." Space Girl just nodded, looking over towards the library door, then back down at her notebook again. For a moment I thought about asking her about what she was drawing. I thought about saying something else, but no. I didn't want to make her uncomfortable. I left her alone again. In 10th grade, I took art as an elective. I wasn't much of an artist, but I figured it would be an easy course. To the surprise of no one, Space Girl was there. I actually asked her to work with me on a few group projects. I think the prospect of being asked to work together was foreign to her. She looked at me suspiciously when I did it, but when she smiled, it was the biggest smile I'd ever seen. I went to her house for the first time to work on a portrait project with her once. We were supposed to take turns drawing portraits of each other, and I'd volunteered to let her draw me first. Rumors of her mother had always surrounded Space Girl, so I wasn't entirely sure what to expect when I got there. I certainly wasn't expecting the quiet, neatly kept house that I found. The woman who answered the door looked like an older version of her daughter, sans the Coke bottle glasses. "You must be Jane," she said. She wasn't smiling, but she didn't sound upset either. "Yes, ma'am." "Come on in. Megan's upstairs. She was just getting ready for you." The house was warm with plenty of knickknacks on the walls, plates and porcelain dolls mostly. Her mom sent me upstairs, and I didn't waste any time. On the landing leading up to Space Girl's room, I could see a mural of family photos and paused to look at them. I could recognize Space Girl and her mother in most of them. Space Girl never seemed to be smiling. I only saw her father in a few of the very early pictures. Space Girl looked like she was only a young child in the few pictures I saw him in, though. I didn't dwell for long and headed towards what I assumed was her room. The cardboard stars and planets on it gave it away. Sure enough, she was inside waiting for me. She sat facing the door behind an easel in the center of her room. Her bed was neatly made and tucked away in the corner. She had a clean little desk that she'd clearly been working on, and had set a chair out for me to sit on. I hadn't expected something so overwhelmingly formal, and I almost started laughing. But then I noticed her walls. They weren't just covered in drawings. The art pieces on them were full-on paintings. They were the same fantasy depictions she usually did, but the colors were so vivid. The clouds looked like fluffy pillows, and the castles seemed great and infinite. "Holy shit, are these yours?" "They are," Space Girl said softly. She stood up and took the plate of cookies from me, then moved it to her desk. It's soothing," she said after a while. "Painting, I mean. I picked the drawings I liked the most, and I finished them." She spoke slowly, like she was carefully choosing her words. I almost felt like there was something that she was trying to avoid. I spotted a painting on the floor that looked like her father. The style was the same, but the content was different. He was surrounded by awkward scribbles, and he looked completely and utterly terrified. Space Girl looked down at it, but she seemed to disapprove of it. She turned it around so I wouldn't have to look at it. "We should get started," she said. "Sorry." "No, it's all right," I said. I sat in the chair for her. "I'd like to hear about it." Space Girl watched me from the corner of her eye for a moment, as if she doubted I was being serious. But eventually she sat down behind the easel and started to draw. Soon after that, she was talking too. I stayed long after she'd gotten what she needed for her sketch, just to talk. She told me that she'd always liked fantasy, and how she liked unicorns because they were simple but pretty. I hung on to every word, and I could have sworn I saw her smiling shyly as she talked. The portrait she'd done of me was something else entirely. Her work had always been beautiful, but this made me look transcendent. I wasn't entirely sure that I was looking at myself at first. There was something about the look on my face. There was a small, almost content smile there. The warmth it conveyed was almost Disney-esque. "I love it," I told her. "That's incredible spa. Megan, that's really great." "You can call me Space Girl if you want," she said. "I don't mind the nickname, not as much as I mind the people at least." My awe quickly turned to shame, but Space Girl didn't look upset. She just stared at me blankly like she so often did. No, not blankly. Her face might not have conveyed much emotion, but there was definitely some emotion there. I wish I'd been nicer to you when we were younger," I said. "Is that why you're here right now?" Space Girl asked. "No, I'm here for the assignment. I mean, the art assignment, the portraits." She continued to stare. "Did you pick me because you felt bad for me?" she asked. "No, I just thought it would be cool to work with you." Space Girl didn't react for a moment, but then she just nodded. "Okay." Her flat tone made it hard to know what she meant by that. She stood up and walked over to the portrait. "Mom can drive you home if you need a ride," she said. I opened my mouth to say something else. I wanted to apologize, but I didn't know what. Had I offended her? Had I said something wrong? "All right, thanks." It was the only thing I could think of. "See you tomorrow." With that, I left her. I was almost afraid to see Space Girl the next morning. I drifted through my classes that day until I reached art, and when I did, I wasn't expecting what I saw. She had clearly been up late, but what she'd brought in stole my breath away. It was my portrait, but she'd done more with it than I thought possible. She'd painted over the sketch, turning me into something beautiful. Flowers bloomed around my brown hair, and a crown of daisies, lilies and chrysanthemums adorned my head. The colors were so vivid, and I looked so at peace in it. Space Girl was looking right at me as I came in, as if she was gauging my reaction. But all I could do was stare wide-eyed and in awe. When I looked back at Space Girl, she was smiling at me. Her project single-handedly netted us an A on the project and got the privilege of being hung up outside of the art classroom. Of course, I told her how much I loved it, and I remember the way she smiled when I did. I remember thinking that it was the cutest smile I'd ever seen. My portrait was up for barely even a day before Sasha had to make a comment. I'd been on my lunch and had just gotten some fries from the cafeteria when she and Tanya ambushed me. "Where's your flower crown, Dyke?" Sasha said. "Leave me alone," I said, brushing past them, but Sasha was out for blood. "I always knew you were a little dyke, but now you've posted solid proof of it. We've gone and cracked the case, haven't we? So what happened? Did you go to her house and lick her retarded little snatch? You must be a real good dyke because she went and drew that for you." I tried to walk away from her, but Sasha and Tanya just kept following me. "What's wrong? Am I not pretty enough for you, Dyke?" She snapped at me. "Maybe she only fucks retarded girls," Tanya said. "I'll bet Space Girl squealed like a pig when she came." I stopped dead in my tracks, and I heard Sasha stop behind me. I don't know what it was about what she'd said that pissed me off so much, but those two had finally struck a nerve. I spun around, swinging my lunch tray as hard as I could. Fries were scattered everywhere, But although I was aiming for Tanya, I hit Sasha. She went down hard, and I'm not sure if she was even still conscious when she hit the ground. Tanya was on me in an instant. She slammed me back against a wall and kept me pinned. She had size and strength on me, and there wasn't a thing I could do to stop her. Several other students grabbed at us. A teacher finally got involved, and all three of us got escorted to see the principal. As we left the cafeteria, I saw Space Girl in one of the halls, just staring at me. Naturally, I got a 3-day suspension, but Tanya and Sasha were fine. Both of them said they'd just been walking, and I attacked unprovoked. It was their word against mine. Sasha had a familiar shit-eating grin on as she left the office with only a bruise on her forehead to show for her troubles, but there was a familiar look in her eyes. That same anger I'd seen last time I'd laid a hand on her, and something about it scared me. When I came back to school, I realized that I had every reason to be afraid. My portrait was missing. I wondered if they'd taken it down because I'd attacked Sasha, but the truth was, a lot worse. "Someone took it," Space Girl said. She was sitting in her usual spot in the library when I found her, sketching flowers in her notebook. "When?" "The day after you hit Sasha. I don't think anyone's found it yet." She didn't look up at me, just stayed focused on her art. She didn't need to say it for me to know who she blamed. Who else would it be? I had half a mind to confront Sasha about it, but I didn't know if that would be a good idea or not. Sasha could easily just cry wolf. I wouldn't put it past her. In the end, it didn't matter. By the time I was headed to art class, the painting was back, but there had been some modifications made to it. The words "retard fucking dyke" had been painted across my portrait in bright red. I saw it from down the hall and could see some other students whispering amongst themselves beneath it. I didn't know what to say or do, but this felt like too much. The picture was taken down quickly, but the damage was done. Sasha had gotten her revenge, and it didn't stop with just the painting. Space Girl looked different than when I'd seen her in the library. She seemed uneasy, and her eyes were red like she'd been crying. "I'm sorry about the painting," I said softly. She looked at me before sighing. "I knew she'd do something like that," she said. "I'm so used to it by now that it doesn't bother me anymore. I'm sorry she wrote those things about you, though." "But you worked hard on that," I said. "I'd be upset too." She just shook her head. "That's not it," she said. She reached into her pocket, pulling out a crumpled up piece of paper, then slid it over to me. Slowly, I uncrumpled the paper, and my eyes widened as I recognized what was on it. It wasn't the same drawing, but it was close enough. It was a depiction of Space Girl hanging herself, and me beside her. A caption read, "Retard Dyke Wedding." "There were so many in my locker," Space Girl said. "This is what she drew in your notebook when I returned it to you. This is what I had to take out." Space Girl looked down at the picture again, before averting her eyes. She didn't pay much attention during class. Instead of taking notes, she sketched in her notebook. I looked over a few times to see her drawing another unicorn. This one seemed so similar to the one I'd seen before. She must not have been quite happy with it, though. When I looked back at her notebook, the unicorn wasn't there anymore. She must have just erased it, but it seemed so clean, like it hadn't been erased at all. Tanya was following me on my walk home that evening. I didn't know what she had in mind, but I didn't want to put up with it. When I was in the middle of a small walking path that cut behind some of the houses on my street, I stopped and looked at Tanya as she kept approaching. "What do you want?" I asked. "It's a surprise." She said, "Sasha and I just want you to know how much we love dykes in this town." Oops, I've said too much. I wanted to hit her. Dear God, I just wanted to hit her, but we both knew she could overpower me. Whatever Tanya had in mind, it wasn't anything good. She drew closer to me, unafraid of anything I'd do. "Come on, Dyke. Go home," she said. "Let's go check out your surprise." In a sudden horrible moment, I realized that Tanya was threatening me. I also realized that I couldn't outrun her. I couldn't fight her off. I didn't really have much of a choice but to do as she asked. Slowly, I turned and walked towards my house with Tanya at my heels. It wasn't far, and up ahead I could see Sasha sitting on a park bench. From a distance, I recognized the red gas can beside her, and I stopped dead in my tracks. Tanya seized me by the arm and pulled me towards the bench. Sasha just watched with a wide, manic grin. "Hey, Jane," she said. "How's it going?" "What the fuck is this?" "Just wanted to chat," Sasha said with a cold chuckle. "You think you can get away with pulling the shit you did the other day? Number. You've been treating me like garbage for years, and for what? Because of Space Girl? You know who you're fucking choosing, right? Right? God, I hate that retard girl. But you know what? I hate you even more. Acting like you're better than me just because you feel bad for her. You're crazy," Sasha just laughed. "I'm not the one who clocked someone with a fucking tray just for a little bit of teasing. You're absolutely fucking psycho." On the bench behind her, I saw the portrait that Space Girl had painted of me. Sasha picked it up and tossed it in front of me, then picked up the gas can and dumped it onto the canvas. "You want to be a dyke, I don't care. But I'm not letting you and your retarded whore put your shit up. So say goodbye to your little project, slut." Sasha reached into her pocket and took out a book of matches. Her grin widened before suddenly vanishing outright as she looked at something behind us. "What the hell?" Tanya said, and I craned my neck to try and see what they were seeing. As for believing it, that was another story entirely. Standing on the path behind us was a unicorn, but the way it looked was all wrong. This was nothing like a regular horse. Its body was plain white and almost textureless, save for the many thin blue lines that ran along its body. It looked like it had been cut out from a sheet of lined paper, but that was impossible. It had to be impossible. Neatly done gray lines defined the shape of the horse. In fact, the lines reminded me of the ones Space Girl used. This unicorn looked like it had walked out of one of her notebooks. Tanya let me go and stumbled back a few steps, wide-eyed as she stared at the advancing unicorn. It let out an angry noise before charging straight for Tanya. She panicked and tried to run. In her desperation to escape, she bolted down the path. But she couldn't outrun the paper unicorn. It lowered its head as it drew nearer to her, and in one swift movement, the horn pierced Tanya's back, impaling her straight through the chest. She screamed as she was hoisted off the ground, and the unicorn circled back to fix Sasha in a murderous glare. Tanya looked down at the massive spike sticking out of her eyes clearly wide with horror, and her body twitching its last spasms as the life quickly drained from her. The unicorn lowered its head to let her slide off of its horn, and she hit the ground in a bundle of limbs. Sasha and I stared in silent horror as the unicorn reared up on its hind legs and brought its hooves down upon Tanya's body. She didn't scream. She didn't fight. She simply lay there as she was trampled again and again. I can only hope she died quickly. Sasha dropped the unlit match and took a slow, terrified step back before toppling over. I stumbled back and looked down to see the portrait of me at her feet. But it had changed. That beautifully painted version of me was now leaning out of the canvas, invading the real world and clutching Sasha's leg tightly. Still with that look of contentment on her face, I watched as the painted me slowly slipped back into her panting, and she took Sasha's leg with her. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Sasha desperately swatted at the painted me, but she couldn't overpower it. She couldn't escape. Her nails tried to dig into the pavement as she was slowly dragged into the canvas. She looked at me in horror, silently begging for help, but all I could do was stare back at her in silence. Jane! Jane, help! Please! Please! The hands of the painted me reached up, seizing Sasha by the hair and forcing her down into the canvas. It was like watching something pull her underwater. 1 minute she was there, the next she was gone. I stood silent in the park, staring at the painting, then at the paper unicorn. The unicorn huffed before retreating off into the woods, and then I was alone. Slowly, I approached the painting and I looked down at it. It had changed, and now it depicted Sasha, her mouth open in a horrified final scream. After some hesitation, I picked up the painting. I could return it to Space Girl in the morning. They chalked Tanya's death up to an animal attack, and nobody ever found Sasha. I never asked Space Girl about what I saw. I don't think even she knew the answer, although she certainly knew much more than I did. High school was 10 years ago, though, and I've chosen not to remember as much as I can. I've got my own life to live now, and I try not to ask so many questions. Sometimes I see paintings move, but I don't bother with a second glance, and I never ask my wife about them. She doesn't like to talk about it, and I won't ever force her. The painting of Sasha hangs in her studio at home, right beside the painting of her father. Sometimes I look at it, and I wonder if maybe things could have been different, but I don't feel too guilty about it. I wouldn't feel too guilty if I heard another story about a suspicious trampling or animal attack either. But to my knowledge, there's been nothing of the sort. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. I do my best to make sure nobody hurts my beautiful space girl.
Recently, I met a medium who promised me proof. Read this to the end, and you will believe too. I'm sitting on a sofa in a cramped, messy room. The carpet is faded and stained, the wallpaper peeling, and spots of mold speckle the ceiling. Everything about this old house screams disrepair. Next to me on the sofa, an old man with sagging, papery skin sits staring at an empty chair in the corner. A younger man, somewhere in his 30s, in a suit with a slick haircut and white smile of a dentist, or maybe a realtor, flashes his pearly whites at the old man and says, "Hello, sir. My name is Nathan. I'm a spiritual medium. Your family reached out to me and asked for my services. Can you tell me some of what you've been experiencing?" "She's there," growls the old man, still staring at the empty chair in the corner. "Who's there?" Nathan, the medium, glances at the chair. Back to the old man. "Who is it you see sitting in that chair?" He sniffs, wrinkles up his mouth in a frown. "Dunno her name. For the record, I don't believe in any of this stuff. I am here because I don't believe. I'm also recording this entire interaction. The old man, the medium, the invisible woman in the chair in the corner. I make sure to get the chair. Lots of footage of it. I am tempted to get up and go sit in it. But that would ruin this whole charade, wouldn't it? Anyway, I just keep filming." Nathan, the smarmy medium, who should be a realtor, looked confused when he first looked at the empty chair, but is now playing along, full woo-woo psychic mode, saying stuff like, to the woman in the chair, "Can I ask what you are doing here? What is it you would like to communicate?" Silence, and Nathan asks the old man, "Do you see any change in her?" The old man shakes his head. "She's just sitting there." A few minutes more of a lot of nothing. The medium decides to cast a blessing on the room to help put her spirit to rest. And then the old man sits up straight. His eyes go big. He says, "She's getting up." Then, "She's laughing. She's cursing at us." Then he starts whimpering. "She's coming closer. She's coming. She's coming. Stop her." He starts screaming, and the medium leaps up, chanting words of a prayer in what is probably Google translated Latin. He waves a hunk of burning sage and sprinkles salt, while the old man screams. I get the whole thing on my phone. The screaming, the sage, the sweat on Nathan the medium's brow, as he shouts with increasing ferocity over the old man's howls, snarling at the empty chair. And when the moment is right, I yell, "Cut!" The old man stops screaming. His face breaks into a grin as he turns to me. "How was that, Max?" "Brilliant, Pete. You were brilliant," I say, angling my phone toward myself and also speaking to the cameras we have set up to catch the psychic at work. I speak to my future audience, you all, who should subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. This is Pete, an actor. I'm Max, host of Debauchery and Debunkery, where we used to take a shot for each lie, but quickly realized we get drunk way too fast We just debunk stuff and get drunk later while laughing about it. The only person who is not an actor here is Nathan the medium, who, as you can see, quickly began speaking to an empty chair. Nathan, you stated several times that you could sense the presence in the chair. What do you have to say now that you know Pete here is an actor? Nathan has lost his charm. He stammers, red-faced, furious at having been set up, looking between me and Pete and the chair, as if unsure which of us is the most to blame for his predicament. He insists his powers are genuine and babbles that there is a spiritual energy in the chair, while I go on to remark about how the chair itself is from Target. We bought it this morning. So was there spiritual energy at the department store before we brought it in? He says it must be with the house then. I tell him how the house itself is a set. It's actually my house, and I live here. And this entry room doesn't usually look like this. We made it grubbier for effect. Though, I add, I guess you're right. There's not the greatest vibes. Feng Shui has always been a little off in here. And I do need to replace the carpet. The stains are real. The mold spots on the ceiling are fake. You get the idea. Call me Max, short for Maxine, or Maximilian, depending on my mood. I'm currently Nathan the Medium's worst nightmare. What you are doing is entrapment, he snarls, his ruddy red face on the verge of tears. Oh, his business is gonna take a hit, all right. He keeps barking at me. You act so sanctimonious, but this bullshit is hurting people. You're hurting people by dismissing their beliefs, disrespecting the spiritual. I laugh at him. I'd say that's exactly what you're doing by taking advantage of people, just like you tried with Pete. Here, I bet you go into schools and debunk Santa Claus to the little kids. How telling that you compare what you do to lying to children. So you know you're lying. You just think it's okay because they're feel-good lies. You know what? Make fun all you want, but this stuff is real. You're a fool to mess with it. He turns and storms out. My last shot of him is both middle fingers held up. His dramatic exit is marred almost immediately by his return moments later, his face now blank as thrusts a business card into my hand. For skeptics, he says, call her, and she'll make you believe. Thanks for the tip, Nathan. Probably won't, though. It usually doesn't work when people know ahead of time. Call her. She will make you believe, he repeats again before turning on his heel and striding out. I look at the card. It just says, make believe on one side, and on the other is an eye and a number. The eye has a nifty effect, where it appears to always be looking at you. The card is matte black, with simple lettering. I tuck it in my pocket. A few days later, Nathan the Medium contacts me via text. The episode has already aired. I'm sure Nathan is pissed about it. No doubt, he's getting a lot of emails and calls. He's getting roasted in the comments. So is messaging me. It's not surprising. Probably to beg me to remove it, offer to bribe me. I've had all kinds of things. His message, when I open it, surprises me. Forget what I said about the card. Just throw it away, please. Now, I've always been a contrarian. Had forgotten about the card until that moment. But of course, after his request, I go digging it up. The matte black, the eye, the words, make believe, and the number to call. I call it out of curiosity, making sure to record the call. So I'll have material later for an episode if this turns into anything. There's no ringing, just a voice, connecting almost immediately. The address is redacted. Come if you want to believe. Corny, probably not worth the effort of a debunk, but the address isn't too far from my sister's house, and I have to visit her anyway to help her with a few things and talk about my brother-in-law. He's battling cancer. I make a note about it, and the next day, before I head over to see my sister, I swing by the address. It takes a while to find. A small, psychic reading shop. More of a nook, really. Tucked between a bakery and a bookstore. You have to go down a set of stairs to even find the door, and the room is so small, it feels like stepping into a janitor's closet. The woman inside is neither old nor young. She's somewhere between 30 and 50. An unremarkable bird of a woman with beady dark eyes and hair like a crow's wings. Glossy black with a bluish sheen, must be dyed. She's sitting in a chair in the corner, in a long black gown, stiff as a doll, that's been posed. She has only one eye, which follows me as I step in and sit down in the chair opposite her. The other eye is shrouded in shadow. Also, the lights in here are very low. It's a nice effect, hokey, but visually arresting. Props to her for atmosphere. Minus a few points for being so cliche. "Hello, Max," says the woman. So Nathan obviously did give her the heads up. So much for debunking. Even so, I ask her if I can record. She cackles a little and motions for me to go ahead. So I take out my phone and start recording us both. Though I don't have much hope for anything from this given. She's already been prepped for me by Nathan. Still, why not? I clear my throat and say, "I'm told you can make anyone believe." "Sure," she agrees. "Okay, make me believe." Her head cocks, raven-like, and she examines me. Her eye drifts to the camera. "Is this really what you want, Max? To be made to believe? Me and my viewers, and your viewers." Again, that throaty chuckle. How nice. All right then, Max, the debunker. I'll make a bargain with you. In 5 days, if I've made you believe, you publicly announce your belief before you end yourself and your channel. If you still don't believe in 5 days, nothing happens to you. The sheer gall of this lunatic, I can't help smiling. And myself and my channel, I echo. That's the worst bargain I've ever heard. Why would I agree to that? Because you don't believe. You believe you won't believe. And you're an arrogant shit who wants clicks. And making this bargain will give them to you. She makes actually a very good point. Also, she's right. I absolutely do not believe. I say as much to my camera. And then say, "Okay, crazy lady, fine, I accept your bargain. But just recording this to note that I have no plans to commit suicide. And if I appear to do so, and this lady has murdered me, I expect her to be arrested." She just looks at me with a flat, black eye. "So how are you going to make me believe?" I ask. "Tell me the names of 3 people." She grunts. "Kenji," I say, "my brother-in-law. He dies on Friday," she says. "Loses his battle with cancer. My condolences." Wow. Okay. Obviously, you did your research. It's called a hot reading, when a purported psychic will look up information about a subject before the reading and then recite facts about them that seem astonishing to the audience. Nathan told her I was coming, so she obviously looked up my brother-in-law and his condition. My brother-in-law could pass at any time. Friday is very specific, but it's not a bad gamble. I find it in poor taste. She throws out his death so casually, though, wagering her whole charade on his ill health. "That one's too easy," she says, as if agreeing with my thoughts. "Who else?" "Sarah, my sister, who is going through it right now with Kenji's illness." She shakes her head. "Nothing much happens to her in the next 5 days, except for grieving her husband. Name someone else." "What number? You said I could name anybody." I named Sarah. "You can't make a prediction for her." She sighs. and rolls her eyes. It's your episode, Max. There are plenty of more interesting options, but fine. Your sister Sarah forgets a bag of groceries and has to go back for it. Inside are 2 apples, some herbal medicine your brother-in-law requested that she'll never get a chance to deliver to him, and chocolates for you. This is all so specific. Already, I'm thinking of how it could be staged. Could this woman bribe one of the store workers at the co-op my sister shops at? Or maybe this make-believe woman has got a bug in her ear now. Someone is whispering stuff to her, and they've been watching Sarah, and the shopping has already happened. I'm still considering how elaborate this might be. Or if she's just doing what most of these scammers do, lie. The woman says, I'll pick the 3rd person because you're about to say Mateo. And yes, his wife is cheating on him. You'll say it's too easy for me to have guessed. You think I have an accomplice listening and feeding me clues. So instead, let's pick Pete. In 3 days, he has a heart attack from seeing her. Seeing who? The woman in the chair. Her lips curve in a ghastly smile. Pete the actor. There's no woman in any chair. I paid him to make her up. He'll call you in 3 days, and he'll tell you he's been seeing her. He'll beg you to make her go away. He'll warn you. He'll plead. He's an actor, I snap. Did you hire him? He'll say that he knew you'd say that. He'll beg you to believe him, but you won't. Well, this last one sounds easy enough to stage. Anyway, though if they can make the stuff happen with my sister, I'll be both really impressed and probably filing a lawsuit for stalking. As for my brother-in-law, it's disgusting they'd even talk about him that way. Oh, Max, she says, as I am leaving, take my card. I love referrals. Refer me to someone else, and maybe I'll make them believe in your place. Whatever, I growl and step out of the place, ascending the stairs into the bright sun. She makes my skin crawl. Not because she's connected to the occult, but because she's a charlatan who lies without any sense of moral compunction. A parasite feeding on people's superstitions. I've made it my career to expose people like her. These kinds of scammers are the reason my father ended up losing so much money, destitute and desperately believing that the woman, if she even was a woman, catfishing him, was in love with him. He believed she was planning to elope with him until he succumbed to COVID during the pandemic. Exposing the lies can't bring him back or undo the harm that was caused to our family, but it might prevent someone else from falling for a similar scheme. When I get home, I review the footage of my encounter with the make-believe woman and decide that next week I'll splice it with some footage of all her predictions not coming true. It'll make a decent short reel, I guess, though not dissimilar from other reels where I've exposed frauds. I save the footage and forget about it. 2 days later, on Friday, my brother-in-law's passing coincides with the first prediction, but his death was already foretold by the doctors, and I dismiss the coincidence. For the rest of the day, I am talking to family. I console my sister, Sarah. I spend the night and check in on her every few hours. She has barely stopped crying and hasn't eaten anything. The next day, I'm still trying to console her when my phone rings. It's from an unsaved number. I don't pick up, but it rings and rings, and she tells me through tears it's fine, to please go and answer it. So I do. It is Pete, the actor. Max, rasped Pete. Max, thank God. She said she'll count you as a referral. You have to make her go away. Who? I ask, annoyance like an ice pick in my brain, because I already know who, already suspect. The woman, he bursts, all but sobbing. The one in the chair. I can't believe it. This make-believe lady actually did it. She actually reached out to Pete. Paid him whatever she paid him. Not much, probably. He's an amateur actor we found on Instagram. Honestly, one of the reasons we hired him is because he came cheap. And now he's turned his shtick on me. I sigh. Yeah, very funny. Listen, I know who hired you. She said you'd say that. He bursts. She said you wouldn't believe me, but you have to. Max, you have to. Okay, look, this is inappropriate. My brother-in-law just died. I need to take care of family matters. You have to believe. Max, you're the only one who can save me. You have to believe before tonight. Call her and tell her you believe, or I hang up the phone, frustrated, and then I silence it as it immediately rings again. My sister looks up from her chair, eyes red, perplexed. Max, she asks. Who was? Nobody. Just an actor I worked with on a gig. Nothing to worry about. I sigh, looking at my silenced phone. It's still ringing. There are also pictures coming through via text and messages. Pictures from the photo shoot. All of the empty chair. Can't you see her? He keeps texting. More empty chair pictures. The man is dedicated. I'll give him that. He's a much better actor than I initially gave him credit. Probably should have paid him more. I block his number and forget about him. Forget about him, that is, until the next day. I'm helping my sister to put things away around the house. The place is a mess, and everything reminds her of Kenji. As I unpack a tote bag on the counter, I pull out a couple of chocolate bars. I ask if I can have one, and she calls from her place, listless on the couch. Yeah, I got those for you. Oh, really? Thank you. Sure. I pull a box of an herbal supplement out. My heart thumps in my chest. This is only a coincidence, I think. I clear my throat and call. What do you want me to do with this herbal concoction? Huh? Supplements for. Looks like it helps with digestion and gut health. Oh, She goes very quiet, and then says, I got that for Kenji. I don't know. Oh, I don't want to ask. I don't want to. And I loathe the butterflies in my stomach, the way my throat is dry and constricted as I ask her, did you forget the bag? Huh? The herbal medicine. When you were out shopping for him, did you leave the bag? Yeah, actually. She wipes tears from her eyes. I've just been so out of it. How did you know I left it? I don't answer. My heart is hammering now as I go to my phone, search for Pete's number, try to call, but there is no answer. I turn to my sister. Maybe the cashier kept the bag by accident, I say. Maybe they set it behind the counter, so you didn't notice when you walked away. She's too distraught over Kenji to engage with me. Doesn't understand why I care about the bag. Could have been tucked behind the counter, she echoes. I cling to that thought. The make-believe woman bribed the cashier to hide the bag, and then to put items in it that my sister would normally buy. How else would the make-believe woman have known exactly what items would be in there? These scammers, I tell you, blood-sucking. It's insane the lengths they go to, but just in case, I retreat to the spare room, open my laptop, and check the footage of my recording with the make-believe woman. Check the date. She told me I had 5 days. Tomorrow will be 5. I have time. I repeat to myself, wondering why I'm being so uncharacteristically irrational when none of this is real. I paid Pete. I know he's acting. Why the fuck hasn't he called back? I call again. No answer. I go to YouTube and pull up the debauchery and debunkery video I released about Nathan the phony medium. My heart settles as I watch it. The medium talking about his craft. This fucking fraudster. He goes on about establishing a psychic connection and how time is all wibbly wobbly. Pretty sure he cribbed that from some sci-fi show. And as a consequence, he can see snippets from the future. It's all nonsense. I feel the comfort of the familiar, my skepticism sliding back into place. The camera shots of my house, the stage front room, the peeling wallpaper, and everything. And there's Pete, sitting on the sofa, pretending. I can't wait for him to get to the part where I call cut. And he reveals he's acting the whole time. That's what I need to see to feel better. Hello, sir. My name is Nathan, says Nathan on screen, introducing himself to Pete. I'm a spiritual medium. Your family reached out to me and asked for my services. Can you tell me some of what you've been experiencing? She's there, says Pete. Who's there? Asks Nathan the medium, while Pete the actor keeps staring and says he doesn't know her name. And then my camera, zooming in on the chair. Number. Fuck me. No. I freeze the frame. Number. What the fuck? Number. She's there, staring out at me from the screen, staring through the screen, right at the camera. The woman from the psychic reading shop. The video proceeds as normal, the same as before, exactly as we recorded. My blood is pumping so loud, I can barely hear myself think. My pulse raging, drowning out the dialogue in the video as the medium leans forward and asks what the woman is doing now. Pete says she's just sitting there. The camera pans back to the empty chair, but it's not empty. The woman is sitting in it. The camera returns to Nathan the medium as he gets up and begins performing a blessing on the room until suddenly Pete sits up straight on the sofa and announces, she's getting up. She's laughing. My throat constricts. My heart sledgehammers my ribs so hard I think I might go into cardiac arrest. The phone camera remains trained on Pete, on his hammy acting. Only now, instead of looking hammy, he looks genuinely terrified. He really is a better actor than I gave him credit. I hear my own voice, chuckling under my breath on the recording, trying not to giggle at what I evidently thought was a great performance by our actor. And then finally, my phone pans back to the chair. I scream aloud, in my room by myself, and jerk back from my laptop. The woman is standing, lurching toward the camera, toward me. She's coming closer. Pete's voice screams on the recording. I'm cowering on the floor, gasping as the woman steps nearer, nearer to the camera, her face swallowing the screen. Cut, shouts my voice. Then everything is back to normal. The woman on the video is gone. There's only Nathan, red-faced and ashamed, as Pete and I tease him. I hear my own arrogant voice. I'm Max, host of Debauchery and Debunkery, where we used to take a shot for each lie, but quickly realized we get drunk way too fast. I slam my hand on the laptop to shut it, but then something occurs to me. If the woman was really there, if I wasn't seeing things, others must have noticed her too. I pull open the laptop again and skim the YouTube comments, all ordinary, and my heartbeat settles until I scroll to the most recent comments. Specifically, there's a bunch left by the user, Pete Hamsitup. It's the handle for our actor, and he has commented over and over, Pete Hamsitup, I believe. 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 I check Pete's Instagram account, the one we hired him from. His account is gone, deleted. I call Pete, and while the phone rings, Max, the door bursts open, and my sister says, Max, everything okay? She's come, because she heard me screaming over the video. "Can you see her?" I ask, trying not to hyperventilate as I turn my laptop toward her, rewinding the video to just before the cut. "Can you see anyone in the chair?" "What? No, it's just an empty chair. Max, what's going on?" But I push past her without answering. I need to get home, need to get to that stage front room. "Max," my sister shouts as I slam the door behind me. I try calling Pete again as I pull out of the driveway. His phone just keeps ringing. I call and call, then drop the phone, swearing as I nearly pancake a pedestrian. I'm so distraught. The pedestrian screams obscenities as I screech by. My phone rings again, and I pick it up wildly, wondering if it's Pete. But it's my sister, worried about me. I lie that I'm fine, running a red light and careening along residential streets, and finally screeching into my driveway. And I leap out, rushing up the front steps, through the porch, and into the stage living room area. See the chair, still empty. Thank God, everything still the same as on the day of Nathan the medium's visit. "Nathan, I need to call Nathan. Nathan," I burst as the call connects. It's Max from Debauchery and Debunkery. "I need you to make her stop. I pause, stammering over my next words, and grit my teeth and make myself say, "I'll take down the debunk video. I'll say you were right. Just make her stop." "Do you believe?" comes the tinny voice on the phone. "Sure, fine. Just make her stop." "If you believe," says the voice, "you must publicly announce your belief before you end yourself and your channel." What? The blood in my veins turns to ice as I remember the deal, that absurd deal. If I believe, I end my channel and myself. If I don't believe, nothing happens. "So Max, you'll be fine if you don't believe," says the small, rational voice in my head. If I don't believe, as long as I'm still a skeptic, But tears start into my eyes, the phone shaking in my fingers, because I'm looking at my texts and there's a new one from Pete. "Hello, this is Jay on my grandfather's phone. He had a heart attack yesterday and passed away." Scrolling up to the previous text, it's just the picture he sent, over and over again, of the chair. But now, I see her. I fucking see her. And now I can't make myself unsee her. I can't. And I'm certain that when finally I see her in the flesh again and my 5 days are over, I'll end my account and myself. And oh, fuck me. How do I stop it? "Please help me." I whimper into the phone. Nathan's voice cackles, only it doesn't sound like Nathan. I sink down to the floor in despair, and that's when I find it on the carpet. That matte black card of hers, black like the blackest void in the universe. Except those words, "make believe," and in the picture of the eye, looking at me and the number. And I remember, she likes referrals. I still have a few hours left to find someone else, so I'm making this final post. Please, are you a skeptic? You think I'm making this all up? That it's just nonsense? That I'm a ha 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 ha? I'm an actor? Ha 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 ha. Perfect. Okay, please, listen, I believe, and I need you to look her up. I need you to call her. Call this number, redacted. Call her. And no matter how skeptical you are, she'll make you believe. But I beg you to do it soon. Now. Call her now. Now. I promise she'll make you believe.
A shattered life, and I don't know when you're going to read this, but I can tell you when it started. I was out for a walk alone in the woods when the entity came for me. It was beyond a blur. It was, for lack of a better term, absence of meaning. Where it hid, there were no trees. Where it crept closer, there was no grass. Through the arc it leapt at me. There was no breeze of motion. There was no air at all. As it struck, I felt the distinct sensation of claws puncturing me somewhere unseen, somewhere I'd never felt before. My hands and arms and legs and torso seemed fine and I wasn't bleeding, but I knew I'd been injured somehow. As I fearfully ran back home, I could tell that I was less. I was vaguely tired, and it was hard to focus at times. The solution at that early stage was easy. A big cup of coffee helped me feel normal again. For a while, that subtle drain on my spirit became lost in the ebb and flow of caffeine in my system. You could say my life began that week, actually, because that was when I met Mar. She and I got along great, though. To be honest, I'm pretty sure I fell in love with her over the phone before we even met. It was almost as if the strong emotions of that first week made the entity fight back. It was still with me, latched on to some invisible part of my being. The first few incidents were minor, and I hardly worried about them. The color of a neighbor's car changed from dark blue to black one morning, and I stared at it before shaking my head and shrugging off the difference. 2 days later at work, a coworker's name changed from Fred to Dan. I carefully asked around, but everyone said his name had always been Dan. I figured I'd just been mistaken. Then, as ridiculous as this sounds, I was peeing in my bathroom at home when I suddenly found myself on a random street. I was still in my pajamas, pants down, and urinating, but now in full view of a dozen people at a bus stop. Horrified, I pulled up my clothes and ran before someone called the cops. I did manage to get home, but the experience forced me to admit that I was still in danger. The entity was doing something to me, and I didn't understand how to fight back. Mar showed up that evening, but she had her own key. "Hey," I asked her with confusion. "How'd you get a key?" She just laughed. "You're cute. Are you sure you're okay with this?" She opened a door and entered a room full of boxes. "I know living together is a big step, especially when we've only been dating 3 months." Living together? I'd literally just met her the week before. Thing was, my mother had always called me a smart cookie for a reason. I knew when to shut my yap. Instead of causing a scene, I told her everything was fine, and then I went straight to my room and began investigating. My things were just as I had left them, with no sign of a 3-month gap in habitation, but I did find something out of the ordinary. The date. I shivered angrily as I processed the truth. The entity had eaten 3 months of my life. What the hell was I facing? What kind of creature could consume pieces of one's soul like that? I'd missed the most exciting part of a new relationship, and I would never understand any shared stories or in-jokes from that period. Something absurdly precious had been taken from me, and I was furious. That fury helped suppress the entity. I never imbibed alcohol. I drank coffee religiously. I checked the date every time I woke up. For 3 years, I managed to live each day while observing nothing more than minor alterations. A social fact here and there, someone's job, how many kids they had, that sort of thing. The layout of nearby streets, the time my favorite television show aired, that kind of thing. Always, those changes reminded me the creature still had its claws sunk into my spirit. Not once in 3 years did I ever let myself zone out. One day, I grew careless. I let myself get really into the season finale of my favorite show. It was gripping, a fantastic story. Right at the height of the action, a young boy came up to my lounger and shook my arm. Surprised, I asked, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" He laughed and smiled brightly. "Silly daddy." My heart sank in my chest. I knew immediately what had happened. After a few masked questions, I discovered that he was 2 years old, and that he was my son. The agony and heartache filling my chest was nearly unbearable. Not only had I missed the birth of my son, I would never see or know the first years of his life. Mar and I had obviously gotten married and started a family in the time I'd lost, and I had no idea what joys or pains those years contained. It was snowing outside. Holding my sudden son in my lap, I sat and watched the flakes fall outside. What kind of life was this going to be if slips in concentration could cost me years? I had to get help. The church had no idea what to do. The priests didn't believe me and told me I had a health issue rather than some sort of possession. The doctors didn't have any clue. Nothing showed up on all their scans and tests, but they happily took my money in return for nothing. By the time I ran out of options, I'd decided to tell March. There was no way to know what this all looked like from her side. What was I like when I wasn't there? Did I still take our son to school? Did I still do my job? Clearly I did, because she seemed to be none the wiser. But I still had a horrible feeling that something must have been missing in her life when I wasn't actually home inside my own head. But the night I set up a nice dinner in preparation, she arrived not by unlocking the front door, but by knocking on it. I answered and found that she was in a nice dress. She was happily surprised by the settings on the table. A fancy dinner for a second date? I knew you were sweet on me. Thank the Lord I knew when to keep my mouth shut. If I'd gone on about being married and having a son, she might have run for the hills. Instead, I took her coat and sat down for our second date. Through carefully crafted questions, I managed to deduce the truth. This really was our second date. She saw relief and happiness in me, but interpreted that as dating jitters. I was just excited to realize that the entity wasn't necessarily eating whole portions of my life. The symptoms, as I was beginning to understand them, were more like the consequences of a shattered soul. The creature had wounded me, broken me into pieces. Perhaps I was to live my life out of order, but at least I would actually get to live it. And so it went for a few years, from my perspective. While minor changes in politics or geography would happen daily, major shifts in my mental location only happened every couple months. When I found myself in a new place and time in my life, I just shut up and listened, making sure to get the lay of the land before doing anything to avoid making mistakes. On the farthest flung leap yet, I met my 6-year-old grandson, and I asked him what he wanted to be when he grew up. He said writer. I told him that was a fine idea. Then I was back in month 2 of my relationship with Mar, and I had the best night with her on the riverfront. When I say the best, I mean the best. Knowing how special she would become to me, I asked her to move in. I got to live through what I'd missed the first go-around, and I came to understand that I was never mentally absent. I would always be there, eventually. When we were moving her boxes in, she stopped for a moment and said she marveled at my great love, as if I'd known her for a lifetime, and never once doubted she was the one. That was the first time I'd truly laughed freely and wholeheartedly since the entity had wounded me. She was right about my love for her, but for exactly the reason she'd considered a silly romantic analogy. I had known her my whole life, and I'd come to terms with my situation and found peace with it. It wasn't so bad to have sneak peeks at all the best parts ahead. But of course I wouldn't be writing this if it hadn't gotten worse. The entity was still with me. It had not wounded me and departed like I'd wanted to believe. The closest I can describe my growing understanding was that the creature was burrowing deeper into my psyche, fracturing it into smaller pieces. Instead of months between major shifts, I began having only weeks. Once I noticed that trend, I feared my ultimate fate would be to jump between times in my life, heartbeat by heartbeat, forever confused, forever lost. Only an instant in each time meant I would never be able to speak with anyone else, never be able to hold a conversation, never express or receive love. As the true depth of that fear came upon me, I sat in an older version of me and watched the snow falling outside. That was the one constant in my life. The weather didn't care who I was or what pains I had to face. Nature was always there. The falling snow was always like a little hook that kept me in a place. The pure emotional peace it brought was like a panacea on my mental wounds. And I'd never yet shifted while watching the pattern of falling white and thinking of the times I'd gone sledding or built a snow fort as a child. A teenager touched my arm. "Grandpa? Eh?" He'd startled me out of my thoughts, so I was less careful than usual. "Who are you?" He half grinned, as if not sure whether I was joking. Handing me a stack of papers, he said, "It's my first attempt at a novel. Would you read it and tell me what you think?" Ah, of course. Pursuing that dream of being a writer, I see. He burned bright red. Trying to, anyway. "All right, run off. I'll read this right now." The words were blurry, and annoyed, I looked for glasses I probably had for reading. Being old was terrible, and I wanted to leap back into a younger year, but not before I read his book. I found my glasses in a sweater pocket and began leafing through. Mar puttered in and out of the living room, still beautiful, but I had to focus. I didn't know how much time I would have there. It seemed that we had relatives over. Was it Christmas? A pair of adults and a couple kids I didn't recognize tromped through the hallway, and I saw my son, now adult, walk by with his wife on the way out the door. As a group, the extended family began sledding outside. Finally, I finished reading the story, and I called out for my grandson. He rushed down the stairs and into the living room. How was it? Well, it's terrible, I told him truthfully. But it's terrible for all the right reasons. You're still a young man, so your characters behave like young people. But the structure of the story itself is very solid. I paused. I didn't expect it to turn out to be a horror story. He nodded. It's a reflection of the times. Expectations for the future are dismal, not hopeful like they used to be. You're far too young to be aware like that, I told him. An idea occurred to me. If you're into horror, do you know anything about strange creatures? Sure. I read everything I can. I love it. Warily, I scanned the entrances to the living room. Everyone was busy outside. For the first time, I opened up to someone in my life about what I was experiencing. In hushed tones, I told him about my fragmented consciousness. For a teenager, he took it well. You're serious? Yes. He donned the determined look of a grown man accepting a quest. I'll look into it, see what I can find out. You should start writing down everything you experience. Build some data. Maybe we can map your psychic wound. Wow. Sounds like a plan. I was surprised. That made sense, and I hadn't expected him to have a serious response. But how will I get all the notes in one place? Let's come up with somewhere for you to leave them, he said, frowning with thought. Then I'll get them, and we can trace the path you're taking through your own life. See if there's a pattern. For the first time since the situation had gotten worse, I felt hope again. How about under the stairs? Nobody ever goes under there. Sure. He turned and left the living room. I peered after him. I heard him banging around near the stairs. Finally, he returned with a box, laid it on the carpet, and opened it to reveal a bursting stack of papers. He exclaimed, "Holy crap!" But of course, being a teenager, he didn't really say crap. Taken aback, I blinked rapidly, forgiving his cussing because of the shock. Did I write those? He looked up at me with wonder. Yeah. Or, you will. You still have to write them and put them under the stairs after this. He gazed back down at the papers, then covered the box. So you probably shouldn't see what they say. That could get weird. That much I understood. Right. He gulped. There are like 50 boxes under there, all filled up like this. Deciphering these will take a very long time. His tone dropped to deadly seriousness. But I will save you, Grandpa, because I don't think anyone else can. Tears flowed down my cheeks then, and I couldn't help but sob once or twice. I hadn't realized how lonely I'd become in my shifting prison of awareness until I finally had someone who understood. Thank you. Thank you so much. And then I was young again, and at work on a random Tuesday. Once the sadness and relief faded, anger and determination replaced them. After I finished my work, I grabbed some paper and began writing. While the weeks shifted around me, while those weeks became days and then hours, I wrote every single spare moment about when and where I thought I was. I put them under the stairs out of order. My first box was actually the 30th, and my last box was the 1st. Once I had over 50 boxes written from my perspective, and once my shifting became a matter of minutes, I knew it was up to my grandson to take it from there. I put my head down and stopped looking. I couldn't stand the river of changing awareness any longer. Names and places and dates and jobs and colors and people were all wrong and different. I'd never been older. I sat watching the snow fall. A man of at least 30 that I vaguely recognized entered the room. Come on. I think I finally figured it out. I was so frail that moving was painful. Are you him? Are you my grandson? Yes. He took me to a room filled with strange equipment and sat me in a rubber chair facing a large mirror twice the height of a man. The pattern finally revealed itself. How long have you worked on this? I asked him aghast. Tell me you didn't miss your life like I'm missing mine. His expression was both stone cold and furiously resolute. It'll be worth it. He brought 2 thin metal rods close to my arm and then nodded at the mirror. Look, this shock is carefully calibrated. The electric zap from his device was startling, but not painful. In the mirror, I saw a rapid arcing light silhouette appear above my head and shoulder. The electricity moved through the creature like a wave, briefly revealing the terrible nature of what was happening to me. A bulging leech-like mouth was wrapped around the back of my head, coming down to my eyebrows and touching each ear, and its slug-like body ran over my shoulder and into my very soul. It was a parasite, and it was feeding on my mind. My now adult grandson held my hand as I took in the horror. After a moment, he asked, "Removing it is going to hurt very badly. Are you up for this?" Fearful, I asked, "Is Mar here?" His face softened. Number not for a few years now. I could tell from his reaction what had happened, but I didn't want it to be true. How? We have this conversation a lot, he responded. Are you sure you want to know? It never makes you feel better. Tears brimmed in my eyes. Then I don't care if it hurts or if I die. I don't want to stay in a time where she's not alive. He made a sympathetic noise of understanding and then returned to his machines to hook several wires, diodes, and other bits of technology to my limbs and forehead. While he did so, he talked. I've worked for 2 decades to figure this out, and I've had a ton of help from other researchers of the occult. This parasite doesn't technically exist in our plane. It's one of the lesser spawns of mu beta mu, and it feeds on the plexus of mind, soul, and quantum consciousness, reality. When details like names and colors of objects changed, you weren't going crazy. The web of your existence was merely losing strands as the creature ate its way through you. I didn't fully understand. I looked up in confusion as he placed a circlet of electronics like a crown on my head in exact line with where the parasite's mouth had ringed me. What's mu beta mu? He paused his work and grew pale. I forgot that you wouldn't know. You're lucky, believe me. After a deep breath, he began moving again and placed his fingers near a few switches. Ready? This is carefully tuned to make your nervous system extremely unappetizing to the parasite, but it's basically electroshock therapy. I could still see Mars smile, even though she was dead. I'd just been with her moments ago. Do it. The click of a switch echoed in my ears, and I almost laughed at how mild the electricity was. It didn't feel like anything, at least at first. Then I saw the mirror shaking, and my body within that image convulsing. Oh, Number, it did hurt. Nothing had ever been more painful. It was just so excruciating that my mind hadn't been able to immediately process it. As my vision shook and fire burned in every nerve in my body, I could see the reflected, trembling light silhouette of the parasite on my head as it writhed in agony equal to mine. It had claws, 6 clawed, lizard-like limbs under its leech-like body, and it cut into me in an attempt to stay latched on. The electricity made my memories flare. Mars' smile was foremost, lit brightly in front of a warm fire as the snow fell past the window behind her. The edges of that memory began lighting up, and I realized that my life was one continuous stretch of experience. It was only the awareness of it that had been fragmented by that feasting evil on my back. I'd never managed to be there for the birth of my son. I'd jumped around it a dozen times, but never actually lived it. For the first time, I got to hold Mars' hand and be there for her. Number, no. That moment had shifted seamlessly into holding her hand as she lay in a hospital bed for a very different reason. Not this. God, why? It was so merciless to make me remember this. I broke down in tears as nurses rushed into the room. I didn't want to know. I didn't want to experience it. I'd seen all the good parts, but I hadn't wanted the worst part, the inevitable end that all would one day face. It wasn't worth it. It was tainted. All that joy was given back 10,000-fold as pain. The fire in my body and in my brain surged to sheer white torture, and I screamed. My scream faded into a surprised shout as the machines and electricity and chair faded away. Snow was no longer falling around my life. I was out in the woods on a bright summer day. Oh God. I turned to see the creature approaching me. It was the same absence of meaning, the same blank on reality. It crept forward just like before, but this time it hissed and turned away. I stood, astounded at being young again and freed from the parasite. My grandson had actually done it. He'd made me an unappetizing meal, so the predator of mind and soul had moved on in search of a different snack. I returned home in a daze, and while I was sitting there processing all that had happened, the phone rang. I looked at it in awe and sadness. I knew who it was. It was Marjorie, calling for the first time for some trivial reason she'd admit 30 years later was made up just to talk to me. But all I could see was her lying in that hospital bed dying. It was going to end in unspeakable pain and loneliness. I would become an old man, left to sit by myself in an empty house, his soulmate gone long before him. At the end of it all, the only thing I would have left, sitting and watching the falling snow. But now, thanks to my grandson, I would also have my memories. It would be a wild ride, no matter how it ended. On a sudden impulse, I picked up the phone. With a smile, I asked, "Hey, who's this?" Even though I already knew. Author's note. Together, my grandfather and I did set out to write the tale of his life. Unfortunately, his Alzheimer's disease progressed rapidly, and we were never able to finish. He's still alive, but I imagine that, mentally, he's in a better place than the nursing home. I like to think he's back in his younger days, living life and being happy, because the reality is much colder. It's snowing today. He loves the snow. When I visited him, he didn't recognize me, but he did smile as he sat looking out the window. My wife has been peeking at me from around corners and behind furniture. It's gone from weird to terrifying. My wife, Lynn, and I have been together for 6 years and married for 11 months. Our entire history together has been very normal, and never once have I noticed any weird behaviors or red flags. I can't stress enough how out of character this whole thing is for her. Lynn is very kind, intelligent, and thoughtful. She's always been the no-nonsense type of person. Being childish or trying to scare me is not something she'd normally do. She doesn't even like watching horror movies. When we first started dating, she agreed to watch The Shining with me because she knew how much I loved horror. She was so scared that she didn't even make it through half of the movie before we had to turn it off. She isn't into anything creepy and has never been into pranks. It's just not her cup of tea, and that's fine. But that's what was so strange about this. It's just so unlike her. I should also add that she never had any mental health issues, and as far as I'm aware, it doesn't run in her family. I know some people are able to hide their mental health problems, but in the 6 years we've been together, I think I'd have seen some sort of sign. 2 months ago, I was in the kitchen making myself some coffee before work. I was running a bit late that morning and knew I wouldn't be able to make it to Dunkin' Donuts for my usual morning fix. I took a sip of my coffee as I hurried down the hall towards the front door, when I happened to notice Lynn peeking at me from around the corner ahead of me. I could only see her eyes, and a strand of her long dark hair hanging against the wall. The rest of her body was concealed behind the corner. I nearly spilled my coffee when I saw her. I did burn the shit out of my lips. "Geez, Lynn," I said, wiping a few drops of coffee from my pants. "You scared the shit out of me." She immediately popped out of view like a little kid that had been caught. I heard her scurry off towards the living room, and by the time I got to the front door, she was out of sight. It was really weird, and just totally out of character for her, like I said, but I also found it kind of funny that she was being more playful and a little less serious. I shouted that I loved her and called her a weirdo. As I shut the door behind me, I heard her laughing. Her behavior was a bit odd, but it certainly wasn't something to call a priest over. I forgot about it by lunch, and by the time I got home, she was her normal self. I didn't bring it up, and neither did she, and life went on. The next incident happened 3 days later. It was around 2 a.m., and I had woken up to get a drink. I was standing at the kitchen island, jug of Oj in hand, when I felt a strong feeling that I was being watched. For whatever reason, I looked down at the floor and saw my wife's smiling face staring back. She was peeking at me from the other side of the island, staring up at me with wide, unblinking eyes and grinning. Grinning like the Cheshire Cat, I screamed, I'll admit it. Not out of irritation, but fear. For some reason at that moment, I was scared. At the sound of my scream, Lynn scuttled backwards out of my view, her hands and feet smacking the tile floor as she hurried out of the kitchen on all fours. I didn't run after her, or even yell after her. I just stood there frozen in shock, wondering what fuck had possessed her to do that. It took me a little longer than I'd like to admit to go back upstairs, but I eventually did. When I got to our bedroom, Lynn was lying on her side, asleep, or at least pretending to be. I stood there for a while, watching her breathing to be sure she really was asleep. I had the feeling she might jump out at me the moment I got into bed, but she didn't. I climbed into bed, and she didn't even move. Her breathing was soft and deep, and I was starting to wonder if I'd dreamt the whole thing. The next morning, I waited for her to come down for coffee, and after handing her a mug and kissing her cheek, I decided to ask her about it. "What was that about last night?" I asked, keeping my tone light so I didn't offend or embarrass her. She frowned over her cup of coffee, shaking her head like she had no clue what I was referring to. "You were peeking at me again. From over there," I said, pointing to the spot on the floor by the kitchen island. She followed my gaze, and when she looked back at me, she burst out laughing. She laughed so hard that I couldn't help but join her. "You creep me the fuck out sometimes, you know that?" I said. She giggled and set her cup on the counter and wrapped her arms around my neck. "You creep me out all the time, so I guess we're even," she teased. We said our goodbyes and left for work. As I drove, I kept thinking about how creepy it had been seeing her grinning at me from behind the island like that. The sounds her hands made on the floor as she crawled away. I told myself she was just trying to be silly, just trying to join me in my love of all things horror. It's not like I was afraid of her, but it still didn't sit right with me. I started seeing her peeking at me more and more. Sometimes she'd be peeking out from behind the couch or living room curtains. Once she even managed to get inside her grandmother's old trunk that sits at the foot of our bed. I might not have even known she was there at all, had the trunk's old hinges not given her away. She'd had the lid propped up just enough so that only half of her face peeked through. She'd been grinning like an excited toddler. It was unnerving. I didn't even know what to say to her. All I could do was stare. When I finally found my voice, I asked her why on earth was she doing this. She didn't answer, but she had slowly closed the lid, shutting herself inside the trunk. I just walked away, feeling disturbed. I didn't understand why she was doing it, but it clearly made her happy. I just hoped she would tire of the game quickly. Lynn didn't peek at me for the next 2 weeks. I started to think she was done with her weird prank, and I was relieved. We were watching a show on Netflix one night, and I jokingly said that I hadn't seen her peeking at me lately, and that she must have given up on her spy game. She looked up at me with a small smile and said, "Maybe I've just gotten better at it." I didn't say anything, but I wondered whether or not she was joking. For the next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about what she'd said. Was she still peeking at me when I wasn't looking and I just hadn't noticed? And if so, what the hell was she getting out of this? I started to feel paranoid, constantly checking whether she was watching from around the corner or behind a door. I was jumpy whenever I was home and she wasn't in full view of me. I felt stupid and a little crazy. But after a few weeks without another incident, I began to relax. I stopped checking behind furniture and walls and told myself it was just a bad memory. Then a few days ago, things got so much worse. Lynn left to go to a friend's, and I lounged on the couch and played a couple games on my laptop. Around 9 p.m., I hopped in the shower, and as I was washing the soap from my hair, I felt that awful feeling that I was being watched. I slowly opened my eyes and almost had a fucking heart attack. Lynn was peeking from behind the shower curtain, Her entire head stretched into the shower, leaving just her body outside. Her long dark hair hung against the curtain, the ends dripping with water. Her mouth hung open in a terrible grin, eyes wide and red, as if she hadn't blinked in a while. I screamed and jumped back against the wall. She didn't move, nor did her smile waver. Her makeup ran down her cheeks in 2 black streaks. She looked giddy and completely deranged. I was fucking terrified. We stood like that for a few moments, neither of us saying a word. Finally, after what felt like forever, she slowly pulled her head back out of the shower, and I watched her blurry figure through the curtain as she moved backwards towards the bathroom door. A second later, the bathroom door slammed shut, hard enough to rattle the mirror. I screamed again and jumped out of the shower to lock the door. I stayed inside the bathroom for over an hour. Maybe I overreacted to some of you, but joke or not, I wasn't going to put up with the crazy shit anymore. That's what I kept telling myself as I paced in my bathroom, stopping to listen at the door every few minutes. Suddenly I heard a muffled sound, and I pressed my ear against the bathroom door, straining to listen. I couldn't hear anything, but I envisioned Lynn standing on the other side of the door, giggling at her joke. I felt a surge of anger. I was beyond pissed at being made to feel scared in my own house, and made to hide in the bathroom for an hour. All for what? Some joke? If it was a joke, it was an awful one. "What the fuck, Lynn?" I snapped. "This shit is getting really fucking annoying." I waited for her to apologize or to call me a jerk, but instead I heard a faint moan, so quiet I wondered if I heard it at all, and then complete silence. "Lynn?" I called out, not able to even hide the shakiness in my voice. I got no response, just my own heavy breathing. "I swear to God, just fucking stop it," I yelled, pounding my fist on the door. I waited for her to cuss me out, something I would expect from me talking to her like that. I never screamed at her before, but there was nothing, just the occasional drip from the shower head. I won't deny that I was scared, too afraid to open the damn door and face my own wife. I waited another 30 minutes or so, which feels like a fucking lifetime when you're scared. Finally, I decided I wasn't going to spend the night hiding in my bathroom, so I got down on my knees and peered under the door. I almost expected to see her face peeking back at me, but thankfully I didn't. I could see straight down the hallway to the top of the stairs, but no Lynn. I didn't know if I should be happy about that or not. I looked for a few minutes, waiting to see her head pop up over the top step, but it never came. I stood up, my hand hovering over the door, and mentally prepared myself to open it. I slowly turned the lock with shaky fingers and was about to yank it open when I heard a sound that still makes me feel nauseous when I think about it. A moan, louder than before, but this time I was able to tell just where it was coming from. I turned my head to the closet door as if in slow motion, and locked eyes with my wife, who was peeking out at me from the slight gap. Her eyes were still wide as ever, and her mouth was hanging open in the most grotesque, gaping smile I'd ever seen. I didn't even scream. I was too scared for even that. Her hands were clasped to her chest, body trembling with sheer delight, as if she could barely contain her excitement. A short, raspy moan bubbled up from her throat, deep and raw, sending a shiver through my entire body. Somehow I found the ability to pull the bathroom door open and ran as fast as I could all the way down the steps, snagging my keys and phone from the table in the living room before running outside to my car. I could hear her shrill laughter behind me, but I didn't hear her getting closer. I didn't bother shutting the front door. I drove away from the house faster than I legally should have, shivering the entire time, either from fear or the cold. Maybe a little of both. I hadn't grabbed a coat or even a pair of shoes. I was still in my boxers and my hair was still damp. I drove straight to my brother Chris's house, about 40 minutes away, ignoring any and every call and text I got. I didn't check my phone until I was safely parked in my brother's driveway. Lynn had called 4 times and sent a flurry of texts, all wondering where I'd gone and why I left like that. I threw my phone at the dash in a rage, furious at her nonchalant attitude. My brother and his wife were surprised to see me, especially dressed in just a pair of boxers, but told me to stay as long as I needed. Chris lent me some clothes and asked me what happened. I told him Lynn and I had a fight, but didn't get into the details. I didn't want him to think I was overreacting, leaving my wife over a prank, even if it was a strange one. I mean, hadn't I encouraged her for years to lighten up instead of being so serious all the time? I had wanted her to relax and loosen up, but this was definitely not what I'd had in mind. I tried to sleep on their sofa, but my brain wouldn't let me sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Lynn's face staring at me from inside the closet. Knowing she'd been in there with me the entire time made my skin crawl. She'd never left the fucking bathroom at all. Instead, she slipped inside the closet and slammed the bathroom door shut to fool me. The mere thought of going back home gave me anxiety. I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Chris ended up giving me a sleeping pill, so I was able to get a little rest. My sleep was filled with terrible dreams, all of Lynn's smiling face. I woke up just as the sun started to rise. My sore body ached from the sofa, and I felt drained. I knew I'd have to call Lynn at some point, but I didn't know what to say to her. I wouldn't be going home unless she gave me her word she'd never do any more creepy shit. I just wanted my wife back. Her normal, serious self never looked so good to me. I was contemplating calling her and telling her that, when that familiar feeling came over me. I was being watched. I was staring at the ceiling, my heart in my throat. I didn't want to look away, but the longer I ignored the feeling, the worse it got. My eyes drifted away from the ceiling almost on their own. Her face was pressed up against the window beside the couch, staring down at me with that same gaping smile. Drool dribbled down her lips, leaving 2 long streaks down the glass. I didn't know how long she'd been there, but something told me she'd been there quite a while, possibly all night. I didn't bother screaming, though I was afraid anger trumped any fear I felt at that moment. I jumped up from the couch and pounded my palm against the glass. "Lynn, are you crazy? What the hell is wrong with you? Just go home," I shouted. "Now!" She didn't move, and her ghastly expression never changed. If anything, her smile only grew, as if she had never been more elated. I could hear Chris and his wife moving around upstairs, as if Lynn could hear them from her place outside. Her head twitched slightly in their direction, and she began to close her mouth slowly. Chris called my name from upstairs, obviously concerned. I turned to see him and his wife Rebecca hurrying down the steps. When I turned back to the window, Lynn was gone. The only sign she'd been there at all was the 2 streaks of drool still dripping down the glass. I tried explaining to Chris and Rebecca about waking up to see Lynn watching me through their window. They were skeptical. Who wouldn't be? Chris and I went outside to the spot in front of the window, but there were no footprints in the dirt, just a slight indent. Animal, probably, Chris guessed, and I didn't argue. He and Rebecca assumed I dreamt the entire episode, but they didn't understand, and I was too tired to explain it to them. I called out of work that day and turned my cell off. I didn't want to face Lynn. Just talking to her was too much for me at that point. I really started to believe something was irreversibly wrong with her, that no matter what promises she made, we'd never be the same again. The thought saddened me to my core. I cried most of the morning. By noon, I figured I was ready to confront her, give her one last chance to explain herself. I could at least give her that after 6 years, I told myself. I turned my phone on and saw the dozens of texts she'd sent, all from a seemingly concerned wife. "Can we talk? I love you. Please call me. I'm really worried. Can you answer? Just come home." And more of the same. All texts telling me she loved me and she wanted me home. How worried she was. Not a damn one addressing the crazy shit she pulled, like she hadn't been acting like a character from a Stephen King book. Even her texts were different. She normally texted novels just to tell me to pick up a loaf of bread. You'd think she'd have more to say to me after her bizarre shenanigans. I know it probably seems childish to some of you who are miles away from this situation, but if you saw the way Lynn had looked at me, how she scampered away on all fours like some wild animal, grinning at me from inside the closet like a lunatic, then I think you'd find my reaction was warranted. I ended up staying with Chris and Rebecca for another night. I didn't wake up yesterday until afternoon, and thankfully I didn't see Lynn's face watching me through the window. I don't want to pry because it's not my place. But is this fight something that can be mended? Rebecca asked. She'd made us both a sandwich for lunch, and I knew she wanted to breach the subject without seeming to be nosy. I don't know, She's like a different person, I said, choosing my words carefully. I still wasn't ready for her or Chris to know the full extent of the batshit craziness I had been dealing with. People change, Ben, but she's still the same woman you married. Maybe you both just need to talk through your issues. Whatever's going on, I'm sure it can be fixed, she said, ever the peacemaker. I think it's beyond that now. I don't think talking would help. I just don't trust her, I said. The words stung in my heart. I missed and loved my wife. But how could I live with someone like that? Living in constant fear didn't sound too appealing. Lynn loves you. She has to be absolutely crushed, she said. I don't know about that, I said. Well, she certainly seemed like it to me. I've never seen her so upset. Very much unlike the Lynn I know, Rebecca said, shaking her head sadly. It took a full minute for her words to really sink in, and when they did, I felt dread worming its way through my skin. Wait, what do you mean? You saw her? You saw Lynn? I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. Rebecca nodded casually, as if that fact wasn't nightmare fuel. Maybe for her it wasn't. She stopped by this morning just after Chris left for work, she said, cleaning the plates from the table. I didn't see her car, though. Maybe she took an Uber or something. Beck, what did she say? Did she come inside? I asked, sweat starting to break out on my forehead. I began looking around, examining corners as though a predator lurked behind them. Number, she just asked if you were awake yet, and I said that you weren't. I asked if she wanted me to wake you, but she said no. Just said to let you sleep, she said as she washed the dishes. That's all? She didn't say anything else? I asked. Number, she looked awful, though, like she hadn't slept in days. I think you should call her. I got up from the table and thanked Rebecca for lunch. I felt a little bit better at the knowledge that at least she hadn't come inside. Still, I needed to double-check that the doors were locked. I sat for a while trying to figure out what to do next. I didn't want to go home, but I felt that I owed it to Lynn to help her if I could. Hadn't I sworn an oath to love and honor her through sickness and in health? Clearly, she was very sick. If she was sick, which I truly believed she was, I had to try and get her the help she needed. But I didn't even know where to start. I didn't want to call the police, and besides, what the hell was I going to tell them? That my wife was peeking at me? That she was being creepy? As bizarre as she'd been, she still hadn't committed any crime. Not yet, anyway. The police would have probably said that I was overreacting. But this wasn't some prank. It felt wrong, dangerous even, like something sinister lurked beneath her smile. I knew as her husband I was well within my rights to have her committed, but what if she simply acted normal in their presence? She'd obviously been able to fool Rebecca into thinking she was just a concerned wife. As long as the doctors didn't find her a danger to herself or others, they'd have no choice but to release her after 72 hours. I felt lost and overwhelmed. So I did what any husband in my position would do. I called her mother. I didn't want to, believe me. Her mother, Marianne, and I were never on the best of terms. We'd never fought or anything like that. She just wasn't a very warm person and wasn't really easy to get along with. She hardly ever smiled, and when she did, only her lips would move into a thin-lipped smile, leaving her eyes as blank as before. She gave off this aura that felt like she was permanently on the offensive. I'd only met her twice, and both times were for such short visits. I got the impression she didn't approve of me for her daughter. Lynn always ushered us out quickly as she didn't want me to feel uncomfortable, which I was grateful for. Being in her mother's company felt almost unbearable, like walking on glass. I was glad when we moved 3 states away so we didn't have to see her often. I was happy to avoid the woman, but I needed her help. I really didn't want to talk to her at all, but I had to talk to someone, and someone who knew Lynn better than I did. So I grit my teeth and did what I had to. Yes, she answered, already sounding irritated. Marianne, it's me, Ben. Do you have a minute to talk? I asked. I could hear her cluck her tongue in irritation. I'm in the middle of writing some checks, but if you insist, I suppose I can spare a moment. What is it that you want to discuss, Benjamin? She said coolly. It's about Lynn. She's been acting strangely, and I was wondering if you had any idea whether there was something. I was quickly interrupted. It's a bit difficult to follow your rambling, Benjamin. What is that you want from me? She asked. I could almost see her standing there in her thin sweater and slacks, tapping her fingernails impatiently on the table. I wanted to know if you'd ever noticed any odd behavior, or possibly any mental health issues, I asked. There was a long, uncomfortable pause that I couldn't tell was because she was just thinking, or something else. Finally, after a few seconds, she spoke. I'm not sure if this is one of your jokes, Benjamin, but if so, I don't find the humor in it. Now, I do have business to attend to, as I've said, so if you don't mind, she said, but I cut her off before she could get rid of me. Marianne, it's not a joke. I'm sincerely concerned about Lynn's mental health. Her behavior has been very erratic lately. I'm very worried about her, and I figured as her mother you would be as well, I said, my frustration evident in my voice. If you're truly concerned, then I suggest you get the health professionals involved. I don't know what you expect of me, she snapped. I could tell she was seconds away from hanging up, and for some reason I was desperate not to let her. I had the feeling that she knew a lot more than she was letting on. Please, if not for me, do it for Lynn. I tried. I heard a faint, shaky intake of breath as if she were trying to hold her steely persona together, but failing. Marianne, I started. Benjamin, I don't know what to tell you. My only advice would be to seek professional help. Do not call here again. Goodbye. I tried to call out to her, but she'd hung up. I tried to wrap my head around the call and her refusal to help me. Even if she didn't like me, why wouldn't she want to help her own daughter? I couldn't understand that. I tried to replay the conversation, desperate to find something I missed. After a while, I almost gave up, until I remembered her last words to me. Seek professional help. She'd said those words with a bit of urgency. I could have just been grasping at straws, but no. I was sure her voice had changed ever so slightly when she'd said that, as if they were very important. What had she meant? I assumed she'd been referring to medical professionals, but maybe she was referring to someone else. Someone that she didn't, for some reason, feel comfortable saying directly. Or maybe I was just desperate. I waited for Chris to get home, and after a very long and exhausting conversation with him and Rebecca, I convinced them that Lynn truly needed psychiatric help. I didn't tell them everything. I wasn't prepared to go into it yet, but I told them about our last encounter, how she'd hidden in the bathroom peeking at me from the closet. They were obviously shocked, but thankfully they believed me. They too just wanted to help her. Still, they didn't think it was all that serious. Weird, maybe, but not dangerous. They just kept saying that Lynn had to be playing some kind of weird joke. Maybe for YouTube? Rebecca offered, if only half-heartedly. Chris didn't think we should involve the police just yet. He offered instead to go with me, and I readily accepted. He reasoned that calmly talking to her, trying to coax her into going willingly, was the best recourse. I agreed to do it his way. At least I wouldn't be going into that house alone. We drove over this morning, just after breakfast. There was no way I was going at night. When we pulled into the driveway, my stomach began doing somersaults. Her car wasn't there, but I still didn't let my guard down. The front door was ajar, and for a split second I thought we'd see her eyes staring through the gap. I was shaking and starting to sweat. Chris, however, was fine. He waited for me to open the door, his hands in his pockets like he was going on a fucking stroll through the park. I envied his ignorance. I pushed the door open and was immediately hit with the stench of rot. Chris smelled it too, and he walked in the house behind me with his nose scrunched up. "What do you guys use to clean the floors around here, shit?" Chris mumbled. "Shut up," I said, my eyes darting around for any signs of Lynn. The house was deadly quiet and dark despite being 10 in the morning. All the curtains were closed up tight, refusing to allow any sunlight inside. If I hadn't left it just 2 days prior, I'd have thought the house to be abandoned. We moved through each room, carefully checking any place that she might hide, occasionally calling her name. "Why the fuck are you looking under the couch?" Chris asked eventually. "Aren't we looking for your wife?" He was looking at me like I was a moron. "Let's just go upstairs," I whispered. He shook his head but followed me up the stairs to check the bathroom and spare bedroom. On the way up, my shoes crunched over pieces of glass that looked to be littered over a few of the steps. I noticed that one of Lynn and my wedding portraits that hung on the wall along the staircase had been smashed. The frame hung crookedly, all the glass removed. I stared at the picture, a lump forming in my throat. We had taken the photo just after leaving the church, after saying our vows. She looked so beautiful in her white gown. I looked at Lynn's beautiful face. I never dreamed her face would ever be a source of terror for me. We climbed the rest of the steps and checked the spare bedroom, but it looked completely untouched. I was hesitant to go into the bathroom, my fear from that night coming back to me all at once. Chris noticed and offered to go in by himself, but I couldn't let him do that. So we walked in together, checking the closet and the shower. The bathroom looked as if it hadn't been touched since the night I left. "I don't think she's here, Ben. Why don't you pack some clothes and we'll try coming back tomorrow or something?" Chris said. I nodded and went into our bedroom and shoved some clothes into a duffel bag. When I checked inside our closet, I came across the source of the smell and gagged. Chris took one look and lost all color in his face. He had to go stand by the stairs to get away from the sight and smell. I gazed down in shock at what lay inside my bedroom closet. Soaking into the rug were at least a dozen eyeballs, all carefully laid out in pairs. Some were as large as a quarter, while others were as tiny as a marble. I stared down at the eyes she'd collected from small animals, and I wondered how she'd gotten them, and shuddered at the thought. "Man, I thought I had it bad with Becca's shoe addiction. But fuck me. Your wife's in here collecting eyeballs," Chris said, gagging. "Ben, I think we should go," he called from the hall. "I'm getting nauseous." "All right." I grabbed my duffel and shut the closet door on my new nightmare. I stepped out into the hall and took a deep breath of air. I could taste the rot on my tongue and I couldn't help but gag. "Who the fuck lines up eyeballs in their closet like that?" Chris mumbled. "I tried to tell you she needed help," I said. "She doesn't need help, Ben. She needs a fucking exorcist," he said. "You coming or what? I can't stand the smell any—" His words died in his throat, and his eyes grew wide with fear. I didn't ask him why. I could feel it. Someone was watching me, and I didn't think it was the eyes in the closet. I turned around, my eyes slowly scanning the bedroom. "Christ," I whispered, as I finally saw what we'd missed. Under the bed, curled on her side, watching us with the excitement of a kid on Christmas morning, was my wife. She held her hands together just under her chin, and they were shaking eagerly. Now that she knew she'd been found, I could hear the quiet noises she was making, a sort of hiccuping sound in her throat, as if the excitement was just too much for her. It was unnerving, to say the least. Wide eyes, and that same huge smile. Everything in me told me to run, but I forced it away. This was my wife. No matter how twisted, she was still the woman I married. I had to help her. "Lynn," I said softly. She didn't respond, but her head bobbed back and forth in two quick little movements as if she were nodding. "Baby, I just want to help, okay? Can you let me do that?" I asked. I had taken a single step forward, approaching her like some kind of dangerous animal. "I love you, Lynn," I said softly, taking another step closer. She let a tiny moan escape her wide-open mouth, and I had to resist the urge to run. Her shoulders were starting to quiver, and her eyes grew as large as saucers. I crouched down so I could see her better, and immediately saw the blood. Her hands were covered in it. They trembled more the closer I got, as if she was barely able to contain herself. "Lynn, are you hurt? You're bleeding," I said. She bobbed her head again, her bloody fingers moving up and down as if playing an invisible piano. They occasionally grazed her chin, leaving smears of blood on her skin. I wanted to recoil in disgust. The smell that was coming off of her was revolting. I could feel the vomit trying to climb up my throat. Her lips were dry and stretched thin, blood seeping between the cracks. I knew she wouldn't come out on her own, but I didn't want to leave her in the state she was in. I scooted closer and reached out to her. The excited hiccuping sounds got louder and her hands shook, fingers flexing. It was then that I could see the blood oozing from in between her fingers. "Oh my God, Lynn, you're bleeding," I said. Instinctively, I reached out to take her hand, but before I could even touch her, her hand sprang out towards me. A sharp pain shot through my arm and I fell back on my ass. My arm burned, and I could see the blood dripping down onto the carpet. I looked back at her in shock and saw her grinning madly, her fingers clutching a large shard of glass. "You all right in there?" Chris asked from behind me. I turned my head slightly and nodded to him, cradling my arm to my chest. When I turned back to face Lynn, I saw that her focus had shifted. She wasn't looking at me anymore, and she wasn't smiling anymore either. She was staring past me, her eyes glaring at Chris the way a hungry lion might stare at an antelope. Her mouth was still hanging open, but it was twisted into a snarl. I got to my feet and began walking backwards down the hall, afraid to take my eyes off her. "Are you bleeding?" Chris asked. The moment the words left his mouth, Lynn started fast, scooting out from under the bed, the glass shard still in her fist. "Chris, run! Go!" I yelled. He must have been too afraid to move because a second later I felt my back bump into him. He was still standing at the top of the stairs, staring at the horror that was my wife. Lynn had crawled completely out from under the bed and stood in the bedroom doorway, her face twisted in rage. Her whole body was visibly tense. Blood ran down her fingers and onto the floor. "Jesus, Lynn," Chris said. You, playing hide and seek?" I reached back and pushed him towards the steps. "Move your ass, Chris," I said as quietly but firmly as I could. Lynn bobbed her head in fast, sharp motions and began to grin, stretching her mouth open wider and wider so that her chin seemed to touch her chest. I heard Chris mutter a prayer, and then he was running down the stairs. I stood at the top of the steps, stuck between the love for a woman who clearly needed serious help and self-preservation. "I only want to help," I said, choking back tears. Her eyes focused on me once again as she slowly lifted the glass, holding it out in front of her. And then she started sprinting towards me, grinning with utter excitement. Thankfully, my body took over, and I flew down the stairs, skipping 2 or 3 at a time. I made it to the front door before I felt her leap onto my back, wrapping her arms around my neck, her open mouth next to my ear so that I could hear those terrible hiccuping sounds up close. I shook her off me, knocking her to the floor. I felt a searing pain in my back as she went, but I tore open the front door and bolted to my car. Chris was standing in the front yard talking on the phone with the police. I didn't say a word, I just ran to my car and jumped in. Chris took the hint and followed me, still on the line with 911. I watched the rearview mirror, sure I'd see her there, running after us. But I never did. I went straight to the ER and got 11 stitches in my arm and 3 on my back. The police asked a lot of questions and went back to the house to do a search, but of course Lynn wasn't there. They advised me to stay with a friend or relative for a while and to file a restraining order as soon as I could, but none of those things would matter. Somehow I just knew. I dropped Chris off at home and went to a motel an hour away. I wanted to put as much distance between me and Lynn as I could. This is where I've been for the last 4 hours. I thought maybe the police would find her. Maybe they'd get her the help she desperately needs. But now, I don't think so. Because 40 minutes ago I got a text from an unknown number. Just 3 words, "I found you," and a picture attached. The picture was dark and grainy, but I instantly knew what it was. There was no mistaking my wife's eye. I started typing this out immediately after. I don't know what to do. I'm alone and scared, and I can't help but feel that I'm being watched. My friends and I found an abandoned oil rig. I watched as the helicopter pilot began his preparations to take off, barely a minute after touching down on the helipad. As Mark helped Savannah step down off the vehicle, the pilot gestured towards his headset, and I fished my radio receiver from my pocket and put my own headset on, barely quieting the still spinning rotors. "You guys good?" I think we're good here, man. Thanks again. Don't mention it. Just remember that you've only got exactly 48 hours. If you're not back on the platform and ready by then, I'll have to wait another week to swing back around and get you, and that'll cost extra. Good luck. I'll see you guys then. I thanked him, and as soon as the others finished unloading our prepared bags onto the helipad, we stood and watched as the helicopter took flight and disappeared quickly into the inky blackness of a starless night. I waited a moment longer, looking out into the open ocean below me, my headlight beam faintly glittering against the calm ripples of the sea. We don't have all night. Let's get indoors before the wind picks up, Julian muttered, breaking the silence. I turned away from the sea and towards the group. Julian had already picked up his duffel bag and had already begun to hastily move towards the stairs descending to the crew quarters. Mark seemed solemn as usual, but even in the dark, I could make out the smile creeping through his face as he helped Savannah grab her bags as she kissed him on the cheek. Maria sat silent, eyes locked on the clouds that had swallowed up our transport. As Mark and Savannah descended out of view, I stood next to my sister, putting my hand on her tense shoulder as I noticed her knuckles turn white, gripping her backpack. "You all right?" I asked after a moment. She stood motionless, and I felt her shoulder shivering. "Mark said we should be able to get the rig's reserve power on. If we get inside, we'll be able to warm up." She turned her head to me and attempted to mask her frightened face with a sheepish smile. "Yeah, sure. Sorry, it's just different than I expected." "A bit, yeah." I lied. In truth, I'd studied my ass off doing as much weeks prior to our arrival at the rig. I'd poured through company records, I'd watched every video I could explaining oil rig architecture, and I'd even researched local oceanic weather patterns this time of year for this area. She'd begged to come along, but now, standing here shaking, it was obvious she hadn't prepared like the rest of us. I gently grabbed her backpack from her shaking hand and made my way towards the staircase. She followed close behind, and as we made our way towards the large bolted door sealing off the crew area, she quietly called over, "Hey, Eli? What's up? Thanks for letting me and Julian tag along." I nodded, as if it were no big deal that they'd been permitted to join this expedition. Mark had approached me weeks ago with the opportunity of a lifetime. An oil rig in international waters, decommissioned for almost a decade, unmanned, and slated to be dismantled in the coming months. Even though we were further from a city than any of us had ever been, this was undoubtedly an urban explorer's wet dream. It had been years since Mark, Savannah, and I had the opportunity to go somewhere new, and with our increasingly busy lives, we figured that this was the perfect last hurrah for our old hobby. The timing worked out perfect, and we each managed to scrape enough money together to find and hire a private helicopter pilot to make the 2 trips required to drop us off and pick us back up. In all fairness, Maria had joined us on some of our trips in years prior. Being a few years younger than us, we'd opted to only let her tag along on our lower stakes outings, but she was an adult now and had begged to be allowed to come with us for this final trip. It took a substantial amount of convincing for Savannah and Mark to vote yes on bringing her, but it certainly didn't hurt that Maria's new boyfriend, Julian, had actually worked 6 months on a rig a few years back. As I pushed the heavy iron door open, the hinges groaned against the salt-corroded metal, the sound carrying through the empty corridors. I found the rest of the group already making their way through the narrow hallway, and was relived to see that the area generally matched what I'd already researched. The quarters consisted of 2 floors, the upper of which we were currently passing through to reach the lower-level access stairs at the end of the hall. We passed the expected amenities, including a galley, a laundry room, several changing rooms, and a large dry storage pantry, long empty. The crew living area, consisting of a common room and several shared bedrooms, waited for us 1 level below. As we descended the stairs, we each found a bedroom to begin to unload our things. For the next 2 nights, these quiet, windowless white rooms would be our home. I unpacked my bedroll and went to sit on the bunk bed when I heard Mark call out to gather us in the hall. As I stood in the doorway, he smiled and looked around at each of us before speaking. "All right, so we made it. Place seems to be in much better condition than we expected too, which is a good sign. I think before we start settling in for the night, though, we should review our plan." A couple of us let out an overly dramatic sigh, and I looked over to see Savannah chuckle as she rolled her eyes. Even though a plan was a necessity in a situation like this, we all knew that Mark would plan his own funeral if he could. Yeah, get it out of your system, Mark smirked. We'll have a busy day of fooling around out here tomorrow, but there are still precautions and things we need to take care of first. Julian, you'll come with me up to the control deck here in a minute to see if we can get the auxiliary generators running. That'll get us some light and heat in here. Elijah, you stay here with Maria and Sav. Julian, you ready? Sure, just give me a minute to get my stuff. I looked across the hall to see Julian smiling for the first time all day. He was hard to read at times, but I could tell the familiarity of a place like this was slowly starting to bring him to life. As Mark dismissed us from our meeting, I smiled as I gestured a sloppy salute. I watched Julian pop back into the room he'd chosen and shut the door behind him for a few moments. A minute later, he emerged, pulling a pair of bolt cutters and utility gloves from his duffel bag. Maria, already changed into more comfortable clothes, ran her fingers through his curly hair and hugged him before he and Mark left. For the first time since we'd boarded the helicopter earlier that evening, I had a few minutes to unwind. It was still too cold inside to take off my jacket just yet, but I kicked off my boots and laid down on the carpeted floor. Unlike anything we'd ever explored before, this place was actually fairly well kept. The carpet, although old and shaggy, was free of debris and still felt soft to the touch. My headlamp illuminated a pristine white ceiling, lower than what I expected. As Maria tried to keep idle conversation with Savannah, I just smiled and shut my eyes for a minute, enjoying the satisfaction of having pulled off the coolest B and E ever. It must have been about 10 minutes later when a low, vibrating grumble shook the floor beneath us for just a minute, before settling to a droning hum barely perceptible but distinct from the ocean waves. I felt a shot of icy ocean air begin to flow through the vent above my head, before softening and becoming warm and cozy comfort. I stood up and quickly located a light switch at the end of the hallway. Flicking it bathed us in bright, artificial white light. The girls stood up, and we began to take in our surroundings in full when the door at the far end of the common room swung open, Mark and Julian returning to join us in the warm. Maria ran up to Julian and practically tackling him as she showered praises on him with the giddiness of a schoolgirl. Mark sauntered across the newly ago interior, taking in its artifice and cramped nature, before plopping down next to Savannah, resting his head on her shoulder. He looked more tired than usual, and I recognized his brow furrow. How was it out there? You guys find the control deck okay? I prodded after a moment. Yeah, it was fine. Julian had it right on the money. Dude knew exactly where to take us, right over the moon pool at the very top. He sounded almost apathetic as he told me, his eyes gazing off into nowhere as Savannah scratched his back. Everything okay, man? You seem a little out of it? Something happen out there? Mark stared blankly for a few seconds, until his eyes focused on me and he seemed to process what I'd said. Oh yeah, no, nothing happened, don't worry, it's just like, you know when you're hit with a really bad deja vu and instead of it only lasting a second, it lasts for like a minute or two? Savannah stopped scratching his back and wrapped her arm around his shoulders, pulling him closer. Yeah, she chimed in. I get that sometimes. It's probably gonna happen at least once or twice when we're here. Been a while since we got in somewhere that wasn't rinsed already. It'll feel just like college. Yeah, I guess so. Mark seemed distant still. Julian and Maria came and sat down in the hall with us, smiling and holding hands. After a few seconds, Mark's eyes suddenly lit up. You guys won't believe how sick tomorrow's gonna be. Even just what I could see with my headlamp looked incredible. Up top in the control room, there's a shit ton of old broadcasting equipment, and you'll never guess what Julian found under the control desk. He paused, either for dramatic effect or because he really wanted us to guess. After a moment of our non-compliance, he rolled his eyes and reached into his jacket's interior pocket, pulling out a key ring with what I could only assume was every key and access tag we'd need to find our way around the facility. Holy shit, it was just there under the desk? Yeah, he said on his old rig, the manager dude, hey Jewel, what did you say he's called? The tool pusher. Julian said, wrapping his arm around Maria as she pulled at the carpet. Yeah, the tool pusher. Anyways, the tool pusher would always keep a master key set in his office. Only people with the office key could get in, so it was never a problem. Thankfully, we brought a key of our own. He gestured towards the bolt cutters that Julian had set down in the hall. We laughed for a moment, and then a few more. It was good to all be here and to have successfully pulled this off. We'd never cracked anything like this before, and I won't lie, I think we were all just a little giddy that we'd done it. After a bit, Maria caught me beginning to yawn and followed suit. Sav checked the time, and we were surprised to see that we'd somehow already spent an hour on board, and midnight was rapidly approaching. Mark made some dumb remark about time flying when you're having fun, and told us to plan to wake up at 7 so we could start exploring the upper levels. Julian and Maria slipped into their room as Savannah helped pull Mark up, and the two of them wished me good night before retreating to their bunk. I closed my door behind me and thought to myself that this was a pretty awesome last hurrah before turning in for the night. I woke up the next morning to the sound of Mark knocking on my door. Hey Eli, wake up man, it's nearly 7:30. We managed to get the water and stove running in the galley, oatmeal and bacon for breakfast if you're hungry. I rolled over and checked my phone. I hadn't bothered to set an alarm, but I figured I wouldn't have slept so well as to sleep in. I groggily rolled out of bed and got dressed for the day before joining the others in the galley. Maria greeted me with a sly smile. Morning, idiot. Couldn't sleep. No, I slept too well. Usually I can't sleep on boats. The rocking bothers me too much. Savannah put down her instant coffee and rolled her eyes at me. Well, we're not on a boat, Eli. There's not going to be any rocking. This thing is bolted to the sea floor. Julian put up his hand, taking a second to chew and swallow before interjecting. No, that's just shallow rigs. Deep water rigs like this are tensioned to the ocean floor with cables, so they're still pretty sturdy, but they do float and rock a bit. So why didn't we feel any rocking last night? Julian shrugged. The sea must have been pretty calm all night, I guess. Mark scoffed. No way, dude. You felt how windy it was when we went out there. This thing would have been rocking like crazy if it wasn't bolted all the way down. Julian sat, brow furrowed for a second before shrugging and returning to his food. We all finished up our breakfast, and Savannah returned to their room to grab her camera while we prepared to leave the quarters. As we stepped out into the salty morning air, the daylight washed the rig in a radiant glow. It was incredible how different it looked in the daytime, the yellow structure towering past the narrow catwalk leading away from the living area. I looked down beneath the grated floor beneath me and noted that the waves seemed much more intense this morning than they had last night, crashing against the gargantuan structure, sinking beneath their depths. I still didn't feel any rocking. As much as Mark typically acted a de facto leader of sorts, there was a silent understanding that at least for today, we followed Julian. He knew the ins and outs of a place like this, and we'd be way less likely to get lost if we stayed close. He led us around the catwalk, towards the stairs that would take us to the upper levels. Savannah stopped us what seemed like every 20 feet to get another picture of the rig, and as much as I wanted to be annoyed, I couldn't blame her. We'd entered dozens of brutalist structures before, but the rig took the cake for the most striking. Outside the crew quarters, every fastener served a purpose. Nothing wasted on form, over function. Platforms hung suspended in the air above our heads, utility sections that would normally be hidden from view, intertwined, and encompassing the limited areas designated for human use. As she stopped to take a photo of one of the platforms ahead of us, Savannah froze in place before lowering her camera and gesturing for us to hold still. Guys, do you see that? We looked to where she indicated, and sure as day there was a security camera aimed right at us. My head immediately began to swivel around wildly, searching for any other cameras we may have missed. As Savannah, Maria, and I slowly started panicking, Mark began to laugh at us. I noticed those last night too, Mark said with a shit-eating grin. I flipped out too. Julian was kind enough to wait 5 minutes before explaining that they're not broadcasting anywhere off-site. They're wired in directly to the on-site systems. Julian leaned smugly against the rails. You could have at least let them freak out about it for a few more seconds, man. Would have been hilarious. Savannah rolled her eyes and playfully punched Mark in the shoulder as she passed him on the stair. By the time we finished exploring the middle deck, it was nearly 9. We paused for a while to look out into the open sea. After a while, Maria coughed, an attempt to snag our attention. So, I don't want to sidetrack anything we're doing, but are we going to check out the signal or what? What signal? I asked. Savannah and Mark looked equally confused. Julian's face soured, and I caught him nudging her arm, as if she had brought up something sensitive. She shot him an incredulous look before continuing. It's just, well, before we went to bed last night, Jewel was telling me that... I said it was probably nothing. Drop it. Julian nearly snapped at her. I stood up straight from the railing I'd been leaning against, attempting to place myself closer between the two. No, go on, Maria. What was he telling you? She looked nervous, like a puppy backed into a corner. Well, it's just that he said that there was a signal that was being broadcast to the radio in the control room. He saw the oscilli something showing a reading, but the audio must have been turned off. I was under the impression he must have told you. Mark arose from his resting place as well, also moving towards Julian. His laid-back visage was quickly shed, replaced with a burning red anger. And you didn't bring this up, why? If someone knows we're here, we could be seriously screwed, you and your girlfriend included. That must have been, 10 hours ago? Julian backed away from the two of us, as Savannah put her hand on Mark's shoulder. Babe, he probably just didn't think about that, it's fine. We'll go check it out. And if it's not? If we end up in prison because we agreed to let Maria and this jack-off tag along? I turned to Mark. Whoa, man. Maria's the one who just let us know. Leave her out of this. Julian, caught in the middle between Mark and I, stepped back and towards Maria. Whoa, guys. Calm down. I didn't mean anything by it. I saw the oscilloscope. I saw that it looked like it had been running a while, and I saw that the audio wasn't turned on. Signals come and go from these places all the time, regardless if anyone's here. I didn't bring it up because I thought it would be fun to show you guys today, that's all, swear. Mark pointed a large, angry finger into Julian's chest. You're going to take us up there right now and show us that signal. And if there's even one hint of trouble for us, you can bet your ass the cops or the Coast Guard or whoever shows up will know just who it was that broke us in here. Julian led the way back up to the control room at the top of the rig. It was several levels higher than where we'd been prior, and reminded me of a fire watch tower overlooking the whole of the structure. Mark pulled the ring of keys from his pocket, but Julian reminded him of last night's handiwork. He pushed the door open easily. The handle had already been destroyed by the bolt cutters. As we collectively entered the control room, it was immediately clear that this was the most advanced facility we'd seen yet. On the wall to our left, broadcasting equipment covered the entire half of the room, wires running in and out of plugs, long deactivated monitors dispersed throughout the tangled mass of cords. The wall immediately across from us consisted only of a large window, splashed and stained with dried sea salt. Outside, the window overlooked a crane that jutted out from the platform, its cable dangling far down into the murky water of the moon pool below us, concealing what lay at the end. On the wall to our right, a small metal desk lay covered in documents, while a massive control panel to its side glittered with shimmering indicators and buttons. Julian made his way over to the broadcasting station and indicated to a small green display. Sure enough, a sound wave bounced along the screen, a signal of some sort making its way to the device while no output could be heard. Well, find a way to turn the sound on, Mark implored. I could hear the thinly veiled curiosity poorly hidden behind the guise of anger. Julian searched for a moment before seemingly finding the correct knob. He turned it, and as he did, the audio signal began to play through the speakers. The sound of rushing water could clearly be heard, the slosh echoing and distorted. See? I told you it was no big deal. Just some microphone attached to the structure down at the surface. As soon as the words left Julian's mouth, a voice began to cry out through the signal. It was grainy and distorted, as though the microphone recording was too close and too old. Oh God, it worked. You're there. Please, you have to hurry. I need help. We sat frozen where we stood for several seconds, not knowing what to say. Maria cautiously approached the console, finding the closest thing that looked like a microphone, and began to speak into it. Hello? Who is this? Why do you need help? The voice cracked to life once more, this time louder and more difficult to make out. Yes, I need help. Underneath the... We can't hear you. The signal is too distorted. Slow down. Where are you? Underneath the rig, in the sub-facility. You'll need to take the lander. It's in the moon pool. Please, the chamber I'm stuck in is slowly filling up with water. I have hours left at most. You need to come and activate the pumps. They're down here, but I'm locked out. Please hurry. We all looked at each other for a moment. Was this some sort of joke? What sub-facility? Savannah grabbed the microphone from Maria. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Did you say you were nearby the oil rig? Are you in a submarine or something? No, I told you I'm underneath the rig. The rig is a farce. The real facility is under the water. You can get here via the lander. I think it's the blue button, right next to the desk behind you. Please hurry. The audio cut off suddenly. We sat there in silence for about 2 minutes before I spoke up. We should try to help, shouldn't we? Mark looked at me like I was insane. Help? Help who? The mystery man who claims to be under the water? In a facility under an oil rig that no one's visited in a decade? Be serious, Elijah. This is clearly some sort of hoax. Savannah leaned against the desk, putting her head in her hands. I don't know, Mark. Whoever that was sounded pretty scared. Maybe this is legit? I looked across the room. Sure enough, on the panel next to the desk, a square blue button sat out amongst the rest. Underneath it, in black lettering, read the words, Submersible Lander. From my research, a type of underwater elevator. As Mark and Savannah argued about the legitimacy of the signal, I walked over to the panel. Maria stood next to me, and as I saw the fear in her eyes, I knew she believed the mysterious voice just as much as I had. I pressed the button. A klaxon alarm sounded throughout the whole rig, interrupting the argument behind me. Julian, who had stepped over to the window, called out, Hey, everyone might want to look at this. My rig definitely didn't have one of these. As we made our way over to the window, we watched as the crane rapidly reeled in its seemingly infinite supply of cable. Suddenly, from down below, we heard an enormous splashing sound, followed by a thud and a click that echoed through the rest of the structure. We quickly descended the stairs, exiting the control room, and Julian rushed ahead of us, beckoning for us to follow him to the lowest platform. As I made my way down the last flight of stairs, my breath was taken away as the lander came into view. Its rusted exterior was encrusted with sea moss and barnacles. It was mounted to the pillars that descended into the moon pool below, seemingly functioning as an elevator shaft for the hidden transport. The cable that ran from the top to the crane up above was taut and tangled with all manner of sea plants. Printed in bold white lettering, partially rusted over and peeling but still legible, were the words W&H Submersible Facility, Level 0001. As we stood there awestruck, Savannah noticed a large red button on a pedestal next to the lander on the platform in front of us. Almost as if by instinct, she reached out and pressed it, and the doors of the lander slid open before us. Remarkably, it was entirely dry on the inside, with no hints of leakage anywhere to be seen. There were 3 rows of 5 seats each, arranged facing inwards towards the center of the lander. It was embarrassingly long before anyone had the courage to speak. Whatever was down there, whoever was down there, was seemingly real. This was an entire portion of this facility that we weren't prepared for, maybe even the majority of the facility. But someone needed our help, right? I swallowed hard and asked my friends, So, are we getting in? As the doors to the lander sealed behind us, I sat down nervously on the pristine metal seat directly across the interior. The bulky box was robust, and although serviceable, its design far favored utility over comfort. We sat in the dark for only a brief second as the overhead lights buzzed on. As they did, I turned to look over to Maria, who sat between Julian and I. Fearful tears ran down her face as she trembled. It hadn't taken much deliberation for us to decide we all should go down. The lander was clearly watertight, and if we got down to the bottom and decided that we weren't in a position to go on further, a control panel mounted to the door guaranteed we had the option to return to the surface at any time. Mark had suggested that maybe only a couple of us descended into the depths, but Savannah had pointed out that splitting up in an unknown situation like this was a far worse idea. It's not like we had long to deliberate anyhow. The voice on the broadcast had told us we didn't have any time to lose. A rumble. I felt the taut cord holding us up slack for a moment, dropping us maybe a few centimeters before I felt us begin to slowly lower. Maria let out a whimper, gripping Julian's arm as though she never intended to let go. Mark only winced, while Savannah seemed to almost be enjoying herself. After a few seconds, the cold rattle surrounding us stopped, and I felt the metal wall I'd rested my back against slowly turn cold to the touch. We had descended below the surface. No one spoke a word for the duration of the descent. The gravity of our situation wasn't lost on any of us. We had illegally trespassed on what was evidently some sort of hidden facility. If we had opted to ignore the voice, to choose not to try and help, then we either willingly let someone die to protect ourselves, or risked him surviving just to rat us out for being here, or worse. For the sake of our own skins and consciences, we had to do this, right? After several minutes, another jolt, and the submersible shuddered, groaning as it found a resting place. I felt the floor beneath my feet shift, as external locks docked our pod to some unseen structure below. Suddenly, a voice rang from the small PA speaker mounted in the corner of the room. It was grainy and warped as before, but the words could still be made out. All right, perfect. I knew you guys would come. Your capsule is connected to the facility systems now, so I can wire in and guide you to me, without having to depend on the radio transmitter. Here in a few minutes, the docking portal will finish its sealing process, and the porthole will open in the middle of the floor in front of you. Careful, the ladder down will be slippery. Mark stood up out of his seat. Who are you? We're coming down to help if we can, but we need to know what we're getting into. What is this place? There was about 30 seconds of silence from the system, before the voice hummed to life once more. I should mention, there's no microphones on your guy's end, so I can't hear a word you're saying. There'll be cameras throughout the facility, so I can make sure you're heading the right direction. I'm going to make a guess, however, and say you're probably wondering who I am. I'll be honest, I don't have a satisfying answer for you yet, but I promise to explain everything I can when you get here. Good luck. Julian stood up suddenly. Nope, no way we're going any further with this weird shit. I didn't sign up for this. None of us did. I don't trust whoever the hell is talking to us, and neither should any of you. He moved to press the button that would return us to the surface, but before he could, an aperture opened in the middle of the room, trickling water slowly down into a hatch with a ladder. Julian rolled his eyes and pressed the button anyways. A buzzer beeped and an automated voice rang out from the PA above. Warning, unable to return to surface at this time. Please detach from dock at sublevel 01. Surfacing will then commence after depressurization process completes. Estimated time to depressurization, 28 hours. Savannah stood up out of her chair. Wait, 28 hours? It took us 5 minutes to get down here. What do you mean 28 hours? I winced. It's the pressure, I muttered. The deeper we go, the more time our bodies need to adjust before coming back up. I should have thought of this before. So what, we just wait? Savannah snapped. If we go up too fast... I swallowed. Our blood starts to boil. Mark turned to me. That's a pretty big deal to just forget, man. If it's going to take a whole day and change just to go back up, that only leaves us 10 hours to go and get this guy and come back before the pilot swings back around. We definitely don't have enough food and water to last the extra week before his next try round. Maria stood out of her seat and quickly walked over to the ladder to begin her descent. We all sat looking at her for a moment before she spoke. Well, if we only have 10 hours, we'd better hurry. Come on. We each made the descent into the chamber at the bottom of the ladder. I was the last one down, and as I reached the floor below our feet, I examined our surroundings. We seemed to be at the end of a circular hallway. At the end, a set of stairs descended about 5 feet where a platform sat, and a bulkhead door waited for us. Mark, Savannah, and Maria had already begun to walk down the hall. As Julian turned to follow them, I grabbed his shoulder with my hand. "Hey, Jewel, we need to talk real quick." "Now?" "We don't exactly have a lot of time. Make it quick." I let his shoulder go, and he turned to face me, his expression full of annoyance. "Look, I don't think any of us want to be down here. This was supposed to be a fun trip, and now we're actually in some real potential danger." "Yeah, no shit, dude. I didn't know that any of this was here. I'm in the same boat as you. I thought this was a normal rig like the one I was on." "I know you do. That's why we brought you here, remember? You were only allowed to come because you were useful, because you'd be able to pull your weight. But we're not in your territory anymore, so you have a different job now." "Oh yeah? What's that, asshole?" "As long as we are down here, keeping Maria safe is your only priority. If shit hits the fan and I'm not able to protect her, I need you to swear with your life that you'll put her first." He softened, the anger on his face slowly washing away. "Yeah, man, of course. Same goes to you, though." "Of course. I'm glad we have an understanding." We quickly caught up to the rest of the group, who had made their way down the stairs and had opened the bulkhead door, separating us from the rest of the facility. As we passed through, the overhead lights buzzed softly, casting long, flickering shadows. The air smelled old, damp, metallic. Somewhere deeper in the structure, I could hear the low hum of machinery, the steady churn of something big operating beneath our feet. We stood at the bottom of the access stairs just past the bulkhead door. The passage ahead waited eagerly for us. Mark turned in a slow circle, his flashlight sweeping over the walls. "Okay, there's no way that generator up top is running all this." Julian frowned, listening. "Yeah, no chance." Maria glanced between them. "Wait, what do you mean?" Julian exhaled, shifting his pack. "I mean, what we got running last night should have barely been enough for emergency light and heat. That thing's been sitting for years." Mark crossed his arms. "We figured it was a long shot, that even if we got it on, we weren't sure how long it'd last. Offshore rigs usually run on diesel, which doesn't go bad the same way gas does, so we hoped there was a chance the reserves would last long enough for our trip. Thought we got lucky." He gestured vaguely at the hall ahead. This is way beyond that." Maria blinked. "But then where's the power coming from?" Savannah raised an eyebrow. "I'm gonna go out on a limb and say something down here." Julian exhaled through his nose, looking down the corridor. "Has to be something bigger, another power source." "Something bigger." That phrase sat heavy in the air. Maria hesitated, then took a small step closer to me. "So, is that bad?" Nobody answered. Savannah grinned, sharp. "Only one way to find out." She turned and kept walking. The rest of us hesitated, then followed. We walked for maybe 100 feet or so before a fork appeared in our path. The passageway opened into a larger chamber, where 3 hallways split off in different directions. A rusted sign bolted to the wall labeled them Sub-Level Maintenance, left, Primary Research Wing, right, Habitation and Offices, straight. "Where to, mystery man?" Julian muttered, looking around for a speaker or intercom. As if in response, an intercom in the corner of the room sputtered to life. The words were harder to make out than before, distorted and echoing. Whatever he was saying, it sounded intense, as though his message was urgent. Savannah tilted her head. "Do any of you understand what he's saying? I can't make it out." The garbled speech cut out intermittently, and we stood puzzled, waiting for clarity on our direction. Amidst the static nonsense, my ear caught just one word. "Right." "You guys heard that too?" Sounded like he said to go right. Mark furrowed his brow and peered down the corridor leading to our right. "Primary research, huh? Wonder if the poor bastard got stuck monitoring data." Maria lit up suddenly and pointed towards the floor leading into the research wing. "Look, guys, footprints." Savannah pulled a flashlight out of her bag and illuminated the ground ahead. Indeed, tracks of briny water were faintly visible on the floor. They were difficult to make out in the dim lighting, but it appeared that whoever left them had been rushed, as several amorphous tracks weaved in and out of each other. As the we traced the trail of water out of the hall, the path curved around, ending abruptly against the wall next to the hallway entrance. Shit, looks like maybe he's been here recently. Julian shone his own flashlight, peering down each of the hallways. I sighed. All of his tracks seemed to be coming or going from research. Plus, he said, right? Yeah, I think so. So right we go. The research wing stretched out ahead, a dim, branching corridor lined with rusted pipes and corroded archways. The lights flickered more erratically than before, casting our warped shadows across the walls. The air was damp and stale, and something faint reeked the further we went in. We followed the water trail cautiously, our footsteps echoing against the steel floor. Somewhere behind the walls, machinery groaned and hummed, a constant torrent of noise that assaulted my ears and tightened our pace. Anyone else feel like we're walking into a damn haunted house? Julian muttered. Yeah, Mark said, except you're not actually in danger inside a haunted house. Savannah snorted. Tell that to the idiot in a clown mask who accidentally punched me last year. Maria said nothing, her eyes darting nervously between the bolted doors we passed. The research wing had the feel of something abandoned hastily. In the few open doors, we could see chairs knocked over, papers scattered on the floor, monitors flickering and displaying readouts I couldn't even begin to understand. A burst of static crackled through a nearby intercom, making all of us jump. The voice was still completely unintelligible, static, and the growing sound of rushing water still drowning out meaningful speech. But the emotion behind it was far stronger, more desperate than before. Panic. Root, I do not... As it cut once more, we all exchanged glances. What's he trying to say? Maria whispered. No clue. Is he hurt? Mark asked. Savannah shook her head. I don't know. He sounded frantic, scared. I swallowed, my throat dry. He said something about right before, but now he's saying, do not, Julian finished. His voice was tight. Silence stretched between us, thick and suffocating. The air felt heavier now, pressing in on my skin, making it harder to breathe. Mark pointed ahead. Looks like the water tracks continue up ahead, into that big door. Let's at least check it out before we decide to turn back. I wasn't sure we even had the option to turn back at this point, so onwards we went. It took 3 of us to open the massive door at the end of the hallway. As we breached its threshold, we found ourselves in an enormous, cavernous room. It looked like a central hub for the research wing, a vast circular chamber with multiple exits leading off in different directions. The ceiling stretched at least 50 feet above us, lined with hanging cables and pipes. The walls were filled with observation decks, consoles, and what looked like vats, filled with an inky blue ichor. The entire room had a sickly, rotting smell to it, the odor causing me to cover my nose upon entry. Condensation dripped from the ceiling, and the entirety of the floor was slippery with water. By far, though, most striking feature was the pit in the center of the room. Taking up almost the entirety of the floor, a gaping maw descended impossibly deep, only muted darkness visible further down. Its sides weren't plated steel, but solid, jagged rock. It dawned on me that this level of the facility must be mounted to the ocean floor, this cavernous hole bored directly into the seabed. The pit was surrounded entirely by robust guardrails, and snaking coils and wires rose from the darkness below, feeding into sensors and monitors all around the central rotunda. Hundreds of clear, pulsating tubes appeared to be siphoning the same blue liquid from the depths, slowly filling the vats in the room with the stuff. Mark whistled. Jesus! Maria inched closer to the pit's edge, peering down. How deep do you think it goes? Julian shook his head. No idea, but I don't like that we can't see the bottom. Whatever's down there absolutely stinks, though. I moved toward the railing, gripping the cold metal, and squinted into the void. There was something about the way the cables draped into the abyss, like fishing lines waiting to pull something up. I stood staring into the void, and out of the corner of my eye I saw Maria, Julian, and Mark step away. "We'll check this side of the room," Mark called. "See if there's anything useful in those offices." It made me nervous to split up, but they were only on the other side of the pit. "Guess that leaves us the left," Savannah said, nudging my arm. "Come on." I hesitated, my gaze lingering on the pit. A part of me wanted to walk away from it, to ignore the gnawing sense of unease clawing at my chest. As I let go of the rail and turned to follow Savannah, something caught my eye. A movement in the depths. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. The darkness down there was thick, suffocating, shifting slightly like fog over still water. But as I stared, I realized there was something in it. Something moving, something rising. A shape, massive and sinuous, uncoiled from the depths like a snake. My breath caught in my throat as it breached the surface. A colossal, inky black limb, studded with glistening malformed sores and riddled with thick pulsating tubes, sucking the blue substance from its mottled veins. A tentacle, writhing and frantic. And it was reaching for Maria. I opened my mouth to scream, but the noise barely escaped my throat. My body locked in place, frozen in horror as the thing lashed forward. She barely had time to react. As she started to turn, eyes wide, mouth parting, then the tentacle struck. It coiled around her torso, squeezing tight with an awful wet crunch before yanking her off her feet. The air escaping her body warped her final scream, twisting it into a lifeless groan. The sound echoed, sharp and raw, as she was dragged beneath the pit's edge. Julian lunged forward, grabbing her outstretched arm, but the force was too strong. His fingers slipped, and she was pulled into the abyss. There was only silence, and she was gone. I stumbled back, heart hammering. My pulse roared in my ears, drowning out the horrified shouts of the others. Savannah gripped my arm in a vice-like hold. Then, as suddenly as the tentacle had appeared, a blue flash filled the room, arising from the pit below. The whole chamber was flooded with it, a pulsing glow that lasted less than a second. It wasn't light, not exactly, more like a ripple in the air, a distortion that moved through the room. The air shimmered, thickening like a pressure wave before vanishing. The flash was the least of my focus, however, and I began to run, tears uncontrollably streaming down my face as I struggled to make haste towards where Julian and Mark were. "You promised me you'd protect her. I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you." I approached the other side of the pit, stopping to wipe my eyes between sobs. As I looked towards the two of them with clarity in my vision, they stood, gawking at me as though I was crazy. Between them, Maria was back, standing exactly where she had been a moment before. "Dude, what the hell are you on about? Calm down." I stumbled forward, gasping for air, my mind reeling. I had just seen her die. I had seen her dragged into the depths. I had heard the breath squeezed out of her lungs, but here she was, alive. "Eli," Maria frowned at me. "What's wrong?" I stared at her, chest heaving. You were..." A deep, hollow sound rumbled from the pit, and I saw Julian's eyes widen. I whipped around just in time to see the tentacle rise again, exactly as before. But this time, all of our eyes were locked on it. Exactly as before, the limb writhed with malice, before curling its slimy end and extending towards my sister. Before it could reach her, though, Julian braced himself, shoving her out of its path. As she fell to the side, the appendage recalculated, grabbing Julian instead. His strangled cry tore through the room as the thing yanked him off the ground, squeezing his chest with enough force I heard his ribs crunch under the pressure. His eyes bulged, locked onto mine as the tentacle ripped him away, disappearing like lightning into the dark. In the panic, I realized that Mark and Savannah had already taken off, attempting to run to the door and slipping in their step on the wetted floor. I stooped down, reaching to pick up Maria, who was dazed on the ground. She was soaked in the salty, slime-tinged water covering the floor. As I got her to her feet, the others had made it to the door and were holding it open, screaming for us to hurry up and make it through. Through Maria's wails, I managed to put her arm over my shoulders and helped her stumble towards the door. Mark and Savannah had crossed back into the hallway, and I shoved Maria through the doorway before I went through. As I rushed to close the door behind me, another blue flash shot through the room. I turned, just in time to see Julian standing in the exact same spot as he had before, now alone, his expression one of sheer terror as the tentacle reached for him again. The door slammed shut between us, and the last thing I heard was his scream cut off with a blood-curdling snap. Mark held Savannah in his arms as she trembled, and Maria sat collapsed, inconsolable heap on the floor. We didn't have time to wait, though. We could stop when we'd made it to safety. I pulled her up, and we began to run back through the hallway from which we'd came. It only took a few minutes before we reached the junction from earlier, and we let ourselves stop. Savannah hyperventilated as Mark ran his fingers through her hair, his eyes wide as he stared blankly into the research hall. Maria sat against a wall, choking with every breath as tears streamed between sobs. The intercom crackled to life, the words finally audible again. "No, no, 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 no. I told you not to go right. I told you not to go that way." I drowned out the incessant noise from the speaker and collapsed with my back against the wall. I stared blankly at the trail of water which had led us into the research wing, the trail that curled towards the wall and ended in the spot where my sister now sat crying. The previous tenant of my new flat left a survival guide. I think I'm going to need more than a guide. So much has happened in the last 24 hours. I'm so stressed, and I barely slept since I discovered that Jamie was missing. It's starting to make me feel a little twitchy, but I thought I'd better update you guys. I was overwhelmed by all the suggestions you gave me and have taken more than a few of them on board. I'm definitely going to be getting a huge planter full of sage for the balcony, and I did spill a little salt in my doorway. I'm sorry to disappoint, but that didn't help at all. There's nothing I'm following quite like Mrs. Hemming's rules. I've followed them to the letter so far, and lo and behold, I'm still alive. That's not to say it hasn't been tough. I'll start from the beginning. I was going crazy. And a few hours after my last post, Jamie still hadn't returned. He had been gone for almost 24 hours. His work have called me multiple times. I don't know what to say, so I just keep ghosting the calls. I was bang in the middle of the danger time when I decided checking the lift had to be my first step. But I wasn't going to break that rule. I waited. I waited desperately for 3:34 to come, and I'm ashamed to say that when it did, I remained paralyzed to our sofa for almost half an hour before I found the nerve to leave the flat. It was 4:02 when I finally reached the lift. The lift in this building is old and rickety. It hasn't been updated in a very long time and has likely been here as long as the building. Its big, clunky buttons stared back at me as I glared at them, hoping for some sort of answer or clue. My heart thumped and I was overcome with a feeling of dread, but nothing came of any of it. It was hopeless. I stepped inside the lift, rode it up and down a few floors, and searched the entire perimeter with a phone torch for anything I could find. I found nothing. Jamie had completely disappeared. Sobbing and exhausted, I rode back to floor 7 and turned my key in flat 42, the perfect home that felt anything but home at that point. I sat at the cheap flat-pack dining table we'd managed to put together on move-in day and cried, my hands shaking as I held my phone. I was flitting between reading all your comments and contemplating calling the police for an hour, but I decided to call my friend Georgia instead. I needed a real person here. Things were so crazy, I wasn't sure the police would be able to help with what little information I had, but I knew I needed to sound it out with someone. I'll spare you the details again, but I told her everything. She promised she'd be with me in the late morning. She had to take her younger brother to school. I waited anxiously, not before arming every room exactly as advised. Before I knew it, I looked at the clock and it was 8:23. I had around half an hour until the postman was due to show up. There was no way I was missing him today. I stood by the door looking vacantly at the wood, like someone in a film who was possessed. The exhaustion was really setting in, but Jamie was all I could think of. Pure adrenaline was keeping me standing. At 8:52, I opened the door. The next 2 minutes were the longest of my life, but when I saw him, a wave of relief swept my entire body. Right on cue, 8:54. The postman, Ian Flanders, stood in front of me, a smile that barely hid his concern covering his younger-than-expected face. He didn't look old enough to have been the postman for over 35 years, but I was too distracted by the answers that I needed from him to care. "You must be the new tenant," he stated, but in a way that it sounded like a question. I struggled with my answer, so I got straight to the point. "Mrs. Hemmings left me a note. She said to speak to you if—" "Can I come in, dear? I think we need to chat." I ushered Ian in, my hands still shaking as I flapped them in the direction of the sofa, gesturing for him to sit down. I shoved the now slightly crumpled note into his lap and waited. "I'm glad Prue still thinks that highly of me. I will miss that old girl," he said with a coy smile as he reached the end of the note. "Can you help me or not?" I had no time for his ego trip over a moved-on neighbor. "I can help, but I can't stop for long, so it'll have to be quick. I've walked these halls delivering the post for 40 years. I've seen it all, everything Prue's mentioned and more." "What do you need to know?" he said. Ian was nothing like what I expected. The note made me feel like he was going to be a kindly old granddad type figure, but I couldn't have been more wrong. Postman Ian spoke with a thick city accent and wore a heavy gold chain around his tattooed neck. He had dyed his graying hair boot polish black. His demeanor was thankfully non-threatening, but extraordinarily cocky. He was the sort of man I imagined in a betting shop, rubbing his grubby hands on notes as he bragged over a win. He didn't ask as he lit a cigarette in my living room. I didn't question it. We would usually smoke outside, but I wasn't going to argue over technicalities. I grabbed a bowl for the ash and lit one too. "Let's start with the things in the lift. My boyfriend is missing, and he took the lift at 3:15 over 24 hours ago. We hadn't got this note yet. I haven't heard from him since. I need to get him back." I barked at him, as if the louder I spoke, the more I could influence his answer. But nothing prepared me for what he said. His skin turned pale, and his harsh-looking face became more sympathetic as he explained. "He's dead, love. Forget about him now. Only one person has ever come back from the lift at that time of night, and it was Prue herself. After witnessing it, those creatures ripping their victim apart. Poor Prue was traumatized. Your boy is gone. Let go and follow the rules." He was blunt, but I could tell he felt sorry for me. "There must be something I can do," I pleaded. "There are things I've heard to bring back those who are lost, but I've never seen solid proof they work. It would be irresponsible of me to tell you to do something that might get you killed too. It's nice here, honest, just get over him and live the status quo. Sorry if I sound harsh, I don't mean to, but you seem like a decent young lady and I don't want to see you go too soon." I asked about what Mrs. Hemmings had seen in the lift, and if they were sure it happened to all who entered it. I refused to believe that Jamie was dead. There had to be something I could do, and if I knew what I was dealing with, I could be better prepared. It was awful what happened. I wasn't there, but this is what I was told. Little Lila was such a cute kid. She used to open the door and give me a tip when I delivered the post. She was Prue's granddaughter. Lila was her son's little girl, and that night she was staying over for the first time. Prue finally felt confident that she could protect Lila from all the strange things that happen here. She was wrong. Little Lila had a problem with sleepwalking, and she took a trip into the hallway at 1:30 in the morning. Prue took a little too long to notice the sound she had heard was the front door, and by the time she reached the lift, she saw the creatures dragging Lila's limbs away from her body. She tried to fight them, even killed one, but she couldn't save the little girl. I was hysterical, imagining Jamie's fate. "What are the creatures? Have you ever actually seen them?" I asked. "No one really knows what they are, love. There's something to do with the building and all its quirks. No one's ever seen them elsewhere. We don't know where they came from, just that they're here. I've seen them a few times over the years, usually when new neighbors have left biscuits down for their cats and dogs or haven't disposed of food waste properly. They're curious little creatures, mostly harmless out of the hours Prue warned you about, but if they're fed, they can become quite viscous looking for more food. That's why you have to bin all your scraps, or hide them or pack them or whatever. Just don't leave them out and don't use the lift at those times and you're safe from the creatures. They're a little smaller than humans, but they're a similar shape. They come with grotesque rodent-like features and are far larger than any rodent could be." like rodent children, I suppose. They have 2 sharp rows of teeth per jaw and are consistently hungry. When they eat, they crunch down in a violent and disgusting way, dripping spittle everywhere. Prue said she could hear her granddaughter's bones shatter in those jaws. He went pale at the thought of that, but continued. When they first arrived in the building, there were hundreds. It caused pandemonium amongst the residents. We lost the residents of more than 30 of the individual homes, but the residents fought back and managed to kill all but the strongest minority of them. The creatures left over were incredibly dangerous and seemingly impossible to eradicate, so the residents struck a deal that they will be left unharmed and allowed to live in the building in return for the residents' safety at all times. But if anyone wanders into the lift between 1:11 and 3:33 a.m., they are fair game. This time frame is the period the creatures are at their most frenzied, and restricting them to the lift was safer for all parties. God help anyone who encounters them during those hours. They've been here ever since, claimed lots of unsuspecting people avoiding the stairs, but nothing like when they first arrived. A few got put down for not holding up their end of the bargain, but we haven't had an incident outside the lift in years. Count yourself lucky you missed that crisis. Everything here's pretty peaceful right now. I'm sorry about your boyfriend. I really have to go. I'm late for my round. He scrawled his phone number on a bit of paper and handed it to me. Emergencies only. I don't like to be bothered. You can't go. The note said you would help me, I exclaimed. And I will, he snapped back, when there's something I can help with. I can't resurrect your boyfriend, and I don't like to be late delivering the post. I will see you soon, love. I was in shock. I couldn't believe what I was hearing, and I couldn't believe he was leaving me after the information overload and the small ray of hope he had lit inside me and then squashed. I'll call the police, I shouted, desperate to feel as if I was solving this somehow. You can try if you want. Ian sighed as he opened the door to leave. It just aggravates the creatures, and it isn't going to bring your boy back. Mr. Prentice hates it when police come too. If you want to get any sleep in the next week, then I'd avoid it. Wait a week. Report him missing and learn to adapt to life here, love, or you'll be dead in days. And with that, he shut the door behind him. I opened it again. I had so much more to ask, but he was gone. No sign of him anywhere in the corridor. Maybe it was me losing my mind. I might be imagining all these things. But no matter how much I willed it, the note was still there, and Jamie still wasn't. Georgia arrived not long after Ian had left. I, of course, asked if she had seen him in the corridor, to try and affirm to myself that he was real, but she hadn't. She looked at me worried and held me as I sobbed and told her what the postman had said about Jamie and the creatures. I wasn't sure she believed me. Even as she read the note, she looked skeptical. If she was skeptical, I wouldn't have blamed her, but she had always been supportive. She sat with me for hours while I just sobbed, heartbroken. I was so conflicted as to what do to. It felt insane that I hadn't contacted anybody, but this note had turned out to be accurate so far, and if the postman was to be trusted, then I should wait. Georgia had been my best friend for many years. She stuck up for me when I was too scared to do it for myself and had always been the brave one of the two of us. I felt safe around her, so after hours of crying and despairing at the way my life had changed in a matter of days, I finally decided to take a nap. It was early evening, and Georgia was watching some TV, just there for me if I needed her. Despite the deprivation, I struggled to fall asleep. I tried to imagine Jamie's arms around me, but it became a more painful reminder that they probably never will be again. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity of staring at the damp patch on ceiling, I drifted off. About 3 hours ago, I woke up staring at the goddamn damp patch on the ceiling and could hear chatting in the living room. I jumped out of bed and walked towards it. Georgia was on the sofa with a middle-aged looking woman, both nursing a cup of tea and the matching mugs that Jamie had got me as a move-in present. My blood boiled, but it wasn't their fault. I cleared my throat to get their attention. "Oh, Katie, this is Natalia. She lives upstairs. We got chatting, so I made her a cup of tea. I hope you don't mind." I looked at the dark-haired woman on the sofa, drinking tea from my cup, and nodded. Georgia was a sociable idiot with no understanding of when to not be herself. I wasn't going to lament her for it right now. It was her coping. "Of course. Hi, Natalia, what flat do you live in? I tried my very best to be polite. I would have to discuss not bringing people into my home mid-tragedy with Georgia after she had left, but until then, I would be neighborly. Flat 71. It's so nice to meet you. You have a lovely home. Natalia responded, her lips curled at the corners into a smile that wasn't replicated in her eyes or the rest of her facial expression. She looked at me smugly, with full knowledge that I was aware of the implications of what she had just said. The rules, the flat number. Every now and again, someone will knock at your door claiming to live in one of these flats and ask to borrow some sugar. They will seem entirely average, but you must shut and lock the door immediately. I installed 2 extra security bolts to avoid these fuckers. I don't like to swear at my age, but they really are fuckers. Prue's warning echoed in my mind, and I couldn't take my eyes off Natalia. Something really was off about her. I looked at Georgia sat on the sofa next to her and noticed her sweating. Anyone in the UK knows that it's been a hot for few days, but this was beyond just the ambient temperature. Her entire body was dripping. Suddenly she began to pant. Natalia's eyes were locked to mine, just like the window cleaner's had been. Nothing happened before with the cleaner, except this time the rule had been broken. She was already in the flat. Georgia started to scream as her skin blistered and charred. Her hair fell from her scalp as the skin flaked and melted away from every inch of her. She was being burned alive without a flame in sight. She scratched frantically at her own melting face, digging into the exposed raw flesh. The sound a person makes when they burn alive is like no other. That will never leave me. I screamed and screamed, but no one came to my door. I tried to grab my phone to call Postman Ian, but the wooden surface I had set it down on burned my fingers to the touch and forced me to recoil. She was going to set the whole flat alight. My actions needed to be quicker than a phone call. I grabbed hold of the large knife I had set down on the side earlier when weaponizing. The handle blistered my fingers instantly, but I didn't care. I needed to get her out now and help Georgia if I could. I ran towards the dark-haired lady, sweat dripping from my brow the closer I got, and plunged the knife into Natalia's throat. She gripped it and fell to the floor. She didn't bleed like a normal human. Her insides were black. She was still moving, and I figured it probably wouldn't be long before she stood right back up and tried again. So I dragged her into the hallway, ready to bolt the door. As we reached the entrance of the corridor, one of the cats was waiting, hissing at her semi-conscious body. I caught her eyes fixate on it as I dumped her on the floor. I grabbed the cat, pulled him inside, wincing as its skin caused more burns up my lower arms, shut the door and watched through the peephole. She got up and held her hand to the wound, cauterizing it and walking off towards the lift. As if she hadn't been injured at all. I'd dropped the cat by that point, but every bit of naked skin it had touched throbbed and burned for at least an hour. Georgia hadn't been as lucky as Natalia with injury recovery. I anonymously called an ambulance for her. I couldn't believe it, but she was still breathing. She was badly burned, and her life wouldn't be the same again, but she was alive. And for that I was grateful. It sounds awful, but I left her at the park across the road from the building. With no phone or ID, she's my best friend and I want to be there. But if I own up to involvement in injuries that bad, they'll suspect me. And I lose the already slim chance that Jamie might be savable. It doesn't mean I don't care about Georgia, but she's alive. I won't believe Jamie isn't until I see it. So now I'm alone again, in the flat, conflicted about what to do. I want to leave. So badly. But this was mine and Jamie's first home together. If he's alive and I can save him, then I want it to be here for him to come back to. And if he's dead, and the postman is right, then I don't know if I can leave his memory behind. There's only one person I think could help me right now. So tonight I'm going to do some research, hunt down an address, and tomorrow morning I'm going to visit Prudence Hemmings. The previous tenant of my new flat left a survival guide. I'm not sure I want to live here anymore. I moved in with my boyfriend yesterday. We've been together for 5 years now, and we're old and wise enough to settle down and finally leave our parents' houses. He just turned 24, and I'm 22. He's the love of my life. His name is Jamie, and I couldn't be happier to be living with him. When we decided to make the leap, we spent 2 months looking at flats and houses we couldn't afford to buy yet. so renting was our only option, but the prices were astronomical. For our budget, we would have been lucky to get a box room and a stove. Jamie works for a local 24-hour fast food restaurant, and I'm training to be a teacher. The early stages of training don't pay much, and I owe a lot in student loans, so finances are tough. We had almost given up hope until we found our flat. It was nothing special, but to us it was a palace. A spacious 2-bedroom apartment with views of a city park, a balcony, and local conveniences. It was in a tower block in a not-so-nice area, but neither of us had been wealthy growing up. We weren't fussy, just grateful to be together. The advert was sweetened by the deposit-free option and open-ended tenancy. The landlord was happy to sign a 5-year contract if we wanted. That sort of thing never happens in the city. We were told that along with no deposit, we would also have no inspections, but would be liable to pay for any damage when we ended the tenancy. I'd never heard of anything quite like it. We knew that for our budget and location, we weren't going to get any better. We snapped the place up fast, not even bothering to view it. It felt like our only chance. Move-in day rolled around quickly, and yesterday we got the keys to our first home together. It was such a strange feeling. The day was chaos, getting our stuff in and up in the lift. We were flat number 42 on the 7th floor. The items we couldn't get in the lift had to be taken up all the stairs by the removal men. I think they were grateful we weren't any higher, but I still wish we had been able to give them a better tip. In the evening, we settled down on our second-hand sofa, given to us by a cousin of a friend, and watched some TV. We smoked cigarettes on the balcony looking at the park and fell asleep on our mattress on the floor super early because we had no energy to put the bed together yet, and Jamie had work at a hideous time of the morning. We slept soundly last night. I felt safe and happy. I don't think that feeling is coming back anytime soon, and it's all due to the note I found this morning. I found it in the kitchen, having a coffee, hours after Jamie had left for his early shift at work. It was in one of the cupboards that were fixed to the wall. There were a bunch of useful items from the previous tenant. Spare keys to the flat, a set of tiny keys that locked and unlocked the windows, necessary for those with kids this high up, spare smoke alarm batteries, and a folded-up piece of paper. The note was handwritten with "New occupier of flat 42" in beautiful cursive on the blank side. I opened it up and sat down to read. I can't really describe it to you, so I'm going to copy it out below. Dear new occupier, firstly, welcome to your new home. I lived here before you for 35 years with my husband. Unfortunately, he had an incident at home recently that I'd rather not discuss that claimed his life. My sister has now decided I can't keep up with the demands of the property and has insisted that I move in with her and her husband. I was reluctant at first, but the stairs do kill me at my age, and without Bernie, it's filled with sadness. Anyway, when you've lived somewhere for as long as I have, it feels like a person that you know. You understand its personality and what makes it tick. I thought it was probably pertinent that I impart some of that knowledge on you. It's a wonderful home, honestly. I have lived through best and worst years, and leaving it behind is very emotional. But if you are to survive and get the best out of it, then there are some steps you need to follow. 1. The landlord will never bother you. He doesn't visit, call, or communicate in any way. But make sure to pay your rent in a timely fashion always. I have only dealt with him once in 35 years, and let's just say I never missed another rent day. Any repairs required, you speak to the agent you rented the place with. 2. Do not use the communal lift between 1:11 and 3:33 a.m. Just don't do it. This step is vital if you are to have a happy life here. It really is life or death. Don't do it. This has cost me and many others in the building greatly, and I would rather not elaborate on why you shouldn't do this. Just please don't do it. I cannot stress this enough. 3. When you hear the strange animal noises coming from flat 48, don't question it. Mr. Prentice lives there and he's a lovely chap. Don't be afraid to say hello to him in the corridor or on the stairs. He's old school, so he never risks the lift. But whatever you do, don't check on him when you hear the noises. You'll know when you hear them. 4. If you ever come across a window cleaner on the balcony, ignore him. He may seem like the nicest fellow you've ever had trying to sell you something at the door, but it really is best that you don't engage. He will go away if you ignore him. but he tries pretty hard the first few times, so you'll need some resilience. Whatever you do, don't offer him anything. No money, no hot drink. 5. Don't leave food scraps out. Bin or refrigerate them immediately. If you have small animals, it is imperative that you watch them eat and take away any leftover food immediately after they are done. This and Rule 2 go hand in hand. The things forage all day and seem to really love animal feed. You don't want them in your flat, I promise. You can leave what you want out between 1:11 and 3:33 a.m., so you may want to feed your pets then. 6. Don't communicate with any neighbors who claim to come from flats 65 to 72. These flats suffered a fire in the late 80s that devastated the whole floor. All the residents died in their homes. The building was mostly council-owned at the time, and they never bothered to renovate the flats. They've been empty ever since, but every now and again someone will knock at your door claiming to live in one of these flats and ask to borrow some sugar. They will seem entirely average, but you must shut and lock the door immediately. I installed 2 extra security bolts to avoid these fuckers. I don't like to swear at my age, but they really are fuckers. 7. Simple one for you here. Keep a weapon in each room. Sometimes you follow all these steps and something still slips through the net. Better to be safe than sorry. 8. The building has a committee that will try and get you to join. It's one of those neighbors groups about improving living conditions for all residents. It's a nice group, and the lady who runs it, Terry from Flat 26, is a fantastic neighbor. By all means, get involved. But I wouldn't recommend babysitting Terry's 2 children. She'll ask you because the poor woman needs a break. But if you accept, don't say, I didn't warn you. 9. Stray hairless cats sometimes roam in the hallway. I know they're supposedly a special expensive breed, but they don't belong to anyone. They're mostly harmless, but don't pick them up. Not unless you see one of those neighbors that claims to live in 65 to 72. Then grab the cat and lock it inside with you. It'll burn your skin a little, but the cats are friendly and I wouldn't want to see them hurt. 10. There is no way to fix the damp patch on the ceiling in the bedroom. Sometimes it will turn a deep crimson and look quite concerning, but please try not to be alarmed. It doesn't drip, it doesn't get any bigger, and it's been there longer than I have. The landlord won't budge on it, according to the agents. I flagged it many times, even called the police the first night it changed color, but it was a waste of time, and it will be for you too. It's best to ignore it. 11. You can trust the postman. His name is Ian Flanders, and he's been the postman since before I moved in. He has his own key to the main door and delivers post to the door every morning at 8:54. I can't include everything here, or it would become a novel, but if you have any questions, Ian will help you. 12. Finally, the first few weeks are the worst. You'll feel like you've made a mistake. I'm sure reading this you already do. But if you can get through the first few weeks, it really is a lovely block to live in. Every property has its quirks, and this one is a little extra special. But you can be truly happy here if you just take my advice. I wish you all the best. I really do. Yours truly, Mrs. Prudence Hemmings. I don't really know what to think after reading the note. Hopefully it was some sort of joke, but the agent had said the previous tenant was an elderly lady, and I can't see anyone named Prudence Hemmings attempting to play practical jokes on someone they'd never met. There were also parts of the note I couldn't disprove. There was indeed a large damp patch above the bed that me and Jamie had already discussed reporting. No crimson, but it definitely existed. I had also commented on a beautiful Sphinx cat roaming the halls as we were moving in. I started to get seriously freaked out. Our dream, our beautiful little home, had just become a source of fear and confusion. I checked the time and it was 9:14. Damn it. Out of time to catch Postman Ian. When I opened the door to check, sure enough, 2 letters addressed to a Mrs. Hemmings sat on the doorstep. At about 11:15, my worst fears were truly confirmed when a friendly, middle-aged looking man carrying window cleaning equipment knocked on my balcony door. I ignored him. I didn't want to take the risk until I'd spoken to Jamie and showed him the note. I'd texted him already to rush home. I felt bad as the man rapped his knuckles against the door for over 10 minutes. But honestly, the longer it went on, the more I was terrified. My windows were sparkling, and due to our lack of curtains, I couldn't even hide from his gaze. I felt so exposed. He stayed for a total of 30 minutes exactly, and never once did he stop looking at me or knocking. He shouted the occasional ultra-friendly line or humble request for a beverage in the heat through the door, but I did my best to avoid eye contact. When he finally left, I looked outside every window in the flat, but I couldn't see him on any of the other balconies or see any equipment suggesting he was around. He had vanished completely. Jamie still hadn't texted me back. He must have been having a rough shift. It was a Friday and they were always busy. It wasn't often that he didn't reply. He was due home in around an hour anyway. I read the note probably hundreds of times over. I tortured myself reading it for the next hour, desperately waiting for Jamie to come through the door to tell me it was all crazy and I should relax. I hoped for that so much, but Jamie never came. His shift should have finished around midday, but by 2 p.m. he still wasn't home. I panicked. I cried. I left over 100 voice messages on his phone but got nowhere. I finally decided it had been long enough that calling his work wouldn't embarrass him, and his boss told me that he had never turned up for his shift. I thought about it. What could have happened? And then it hit me. Jamie's shift started at 4 a.m. today. He would have left the flat at 3:15 and taken the lift down the stairs. I don't know what to do. I've tried to convince myself it was all just a big joke. Maybe Jamie wrote the note and got his boss in on it. A voice in my head kept telling me that he couldn't write like that if he tried, but I had to attempt to fool myself. It's getting late and he still isn't home. What if it's all true? I think we made a big mistake.